Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025 with the theme Urban Crisis Response and Housing for All, organized by the Human Settlements and Urban Wellbeing Committee of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, supported by the Green Building Index and the Organisation for Planning and Urban Settlements Malaysia, and brought to you by H+U Nobel and Laticrete. I am your host for today's symposium, Architect Amy Roslan for Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia. I would like to welcome the President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, Architect Adrianta Aziz. Our invited guest, I'm quite not sure whether they are here yet. Okay, Town Planner, Datin Noraida Saludin, Chairman of EROF Malaysia. Surveyor Muhammad Amin Muhammad Din, Honorary Treasurer of EROF Malaysia. Mr. Tarmizi Abdul Rahman, Timbalan Setiausaha Bahagian Perancangan Perumahan KPKT. Cik Idatul Farita binti Muhammad Toha, Ketua Penolong Setiausaha Kanan Bahagian Perancangan Perumahan KPKT. Mr. Teo Ting Wei, Council Member of the Malaysian Institute of Arbitrators. To our speakers, Architect Mustafa Kamal Zulkarnain, Architect Sarli Adri Sarkum, Encik Murali Jayabalan, Town Planner Professional Technologist Mat Farabi Yusof, Mat Yusof, Dr. Nur Fariza Mustafa, the Chair of PAM Human Settlement and Urban Wellbeing Committee, Architect Alvin Lim Haisia, the convener of today's symposium, Architect Tiri Logachandran, representative from our sponsors, Ms. Carol Lim and Puan Zurimah Zulkifli from H+U Nobel, our Allied Professional Institute friends, representative from local authorities, PAM Council members, all PAM members, and participants of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for the Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025 is aligned with the World Habitat Day 2025 theme, Urban Crisis Response, celebrated on October 6, with a focus on highlighting and addressing issues and challenges on urban crisis response and affordable housing in Malaysia. Before we proceed, I would like to remind all participants claiming for Lembaga Architect Malaysia CPD points not to forget to sign in the attendance prior to entering the hall. To sign out, a QR code will be provided for your attendance to be recorded, therefore please do not miss this at the end. All participants are welcome to visit the booth located at the entrance of our hall and feel free to inquire about the products displayed. So before we start our session today, let me run through our program. Our symposium today will start with the remarks by the organizer, followed by a photo session, because usually halfway throughout the event, people will start to get missing around. So we will have a photograph session at the earlier part of the event, and presentation by our sponsor, H+U Nobel Paints Marketing Sdn Bhd, and this will be followed by presentations by three of our speakers, Architect Mustafa Kamal, Architect Sarli Adri Sarkum, and Mr. Murali Jayabalan, as well as our sponsor, Laticrete Malaysia Sdn Bhd, and panel discussion before we break for lunch at 1 p.m. for an hour. So the lunch venue will be notified later. Okay, and the resumption of the symposium will commence at around 2 p.m. with the presentations by our two speakers, Town Planner Professional Technologist Muhammad Farabi Yusof and Dr. Nur Fariza Mustafa, and will be concluded with panel discussion later in the afternoon. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the stage Architect Alvin Lim Haisia, the Chair of the Human Settlement and Urban Wellbeing Committee, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Architect Amy, as usual. Brightens up the day. Good morning, everyone. Salam sejahtera. Salam madani for everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025, organized by the Human Settlement and Urban Wellbeing Committee, Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our President, Prime President, Architect Adrianta Aziz, fellow council members, distinguished speakers, panelists, representatives from government agencies, industry organizations, and professional bodies, and also all the participants for joining us today. Our speakers include Yang Berusaha, Tuan Murali Jaya Belan, Timbalan Setiausaha Bahagian Cawangan Pembangunan Program Perumahan Rakyat, Kementerian Perumahan Kerajaan dan Kerajaan Tempatan, Town Planner Technologist Muhammad Farabi Yusof, Head of Smart Infrastructure Gamuda Technologies, will be here shortly. Dr. Nur Fariza Mustafa, Research Associate, Kazana Research Institute. Architect Sarli Andri Sakum, our Chief Executive Officer, Green Building Index Sdn Bhd, and our very own Architect Mustafa Kamal Zulkarnain. We are pleased to welcome the representatives from Kementerian Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan, Tuan Tamizi bin Abdul Rahman, Deputy Under Secretary, and Puan Idatul Farita binti Muhammad Toha, Senior Principal Assistant Secretary, Housing Planning Division. From Europe, we are honoured to have Yang Berbahagia, Town Planner Datin Noraida Saludin, Chairman. I think she'll be here shortly. Surveyor Muhammad Amin Muhammad Din, Honourary Treasurer. And from the Malaysian Institute of Arbitrators, Mr. Teo Ting Wei, Council Member. We are also deeply grateful to our partners, collaborators and sponsors for their generous support in making this symposium possible. Our sponsors for today are ExxonMobil Paint Marketing Sdn Bhd, represented by Ms. Carol Lim, I think, Head of Professional Specifications, and Electricrete Malaysia Sdn Bhd, represented by Puan Roshelawati Kadardin, Head of Specification. She's there. Allow me to also express my appreciation to my colleagues from PEM Council, the Human Settlement and Urban Wellbeing Committee, and dedicated organizing committee for their tireless commitment in bringing this program to fruition. The H+U Symposium is one of the PEM's annual flagship programs, providing an essential platform for professionals, policymakers, academics, and community stakeholders to exchange ideas on urban development, housing, and sustainability. This year's theme aligns with the World Habitat Day 2025 theme, namely the urban crisis response. And on top of that, we've added the housing for all for us to discuss our human settlement issues. Emphasizing on the need of resilient, inclusive, and sustainable urban planning, we also remind ourselves of the pressing challenges confronting our cities, from climate change, urban inequality, affordable housing, to the broader questions of how we design our urban environment that can respond effectively to a crisis while ensuring that no one is left behind. Our symposium today seeks to highlight these challenges and explore practical collaborative approaches towards building cities that are livable, resilient, and equitable. We are honored to feature a diverse lineup of speakers representing government, industry, and research institutions, each bringing valuable insights on urban resilience, housing policies, smart city innovations, and human-centered design. We hope today's discussion will not only spark new ideas, but also inspire meaningful collaboration and collective action as we strive towards more sustainable and inclusive and adaptable urban features. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to PEM Secretariat and the organizing team, especially our convener, Architect S. Tirilogachandran of the H+U Symposium, for their tremendous dedication in curating this meaningful program. To our participants, thank you for being here this morning on a Saturday, and for your continued commitment to shaping better cities and communities. Before we begin, I encourage everyone to take this opportunity to connect, exchange perspectives, build collaborations in support to our shared vision for resilient, sustainable, and people-centered urban development. With that, I wish all of us an insightful and productive day ahead. It's my pleasure now to invite Architect Adranta Aziz, President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, to deliver his welcome speech. Thank you very much.
Pardon my sport injury. Thank you, Aimi. Thank you, Architect Alvin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Peace be upon you. Salam Malaysia Madani. Selamat pagi. Good morning. Chousan Kalavanakam. A very warm welcome to all distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, partners, and participants joining us today for the Housing and Urbanism H+U Symposium 2025. Please give a round of applause to yourself. Thank you so much. Supported by GBI, Senam Berhad and Eurof, and on behalf of Pertubuhan Arkitek Malaysia, PAM, it is my pleasure and honor to extend our sincere appreciation to each of you to be here today, 15 November 2025, a beautiful Saturday at our PAM Center. Ladies and gentlemen, the H+U Symposium stands as one of the PAM's key knowledge-sharing platforms, a meaningful space where professionals, policymakers, developers, academics, and communities gather to exchange ideas and explore innovative solutions for our built environments. This year's theme, as mentioned by Chairman's Architect Alvin's, Urban Crisis Response and Housing for All, aligns with the World Habitat Day 2025 theme, emphasizing the urgent need for resilient, inclusive, and sustainable urban planning. Today, ladies and gentlemen, our cities face pressing challenges: climate change, affordable housing shortages, social inequality, and the increasing vulnerability of our urban systems. Malaysia's cities continue to grow rapidly, bringing both opportunities and complexities. As architects and also planners, we must ensure that development remains sustainable, equitable, and human-centered, addressing not only economic ambitions, but the social and environmental needs of our communities. So at PAM, ladies and gentlemen, we believe firmly that the design of resilient cities and livable communities begins with collaborations. Addressing urban crises and securing housing for all requires collective effort across government agencies, the private sector, professional bodies, and the communities we serve. Only through strong multi-level governance can we build long-term stability and resilience. I would like to once again extend our appreciation to ExxonMobil Paints Marketing Senam Berhad and Electric Malaysia Senam Berhad for their continued support of sustainability initiative within the built environment. A heartfelt thank you to our speakers and panelists for sharing your expertise and insights today. And special recognition goes to Architect Alvin Lim, Chairman of the Human Settlement and Urban Wellbeing Committee. Thank you, Alvin, and all your committee. Thank you. Architect Tiri Logachandran, our convener today of the symposium. Thank you so much. Your leadership, dedication, and hard work have shaped this rich and meaningful program. And my deepest gratitude also to the entire organizing team, committee for your unwavering effort and commitment. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let the symposium be more than an exchange of ideas. Let it be a call to action. Together, let us continue designing and building cities that are resilient in the face of crisis, inclusive for all, and sustainable for generations to come. As architects, planners, and urban thinkers, we carry the responsibility to humanize our cities and ensure that urban growth supports people, communities, and our planets. Before I end up my opening speech today, I give you quote of the day. Let us build cities that uplifts people, strengthen communities, and inspire resilient, sustainable future together. Once again, thank you so much for being part of the Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025. Big apologies, I have to excuse myself after this because I have 2 online meetings today at 10 and also at 12 o'clock. However, I wish everyone an inspiring and fruitful sessions ahead. With great pleasure, I officially welcome you to the H+U Symposium 2025. Thank you. Kita ada apa lepas?
Thank you, Architect Adrianta Aziz, the President of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, for his welcome speech. Okay, so I would like to invite, well, our President is already on the stage, accompanied by Architect Alvin Lim Haisia, okay, the Chair of the HUW Committee, as well as Architect Tiriloga Chandran as the convener of the symposium, to deliver the token of appreciation to our morning speaker today. May I call upon our speakers, our first speaker, Architect Mustafa Kamal Zulkarnain, Fellow of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia. Architect Sarli Adre Sarkum, the Chief Executive Officer of Green Building Index Sendirian Berhad. May I also call upon Mr. Murali Jayabalan from the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, KPKT. And may I also invite again Architect Mustafa Kamal and Architect Sarli to come on stage for the group photo. And to the photographer, can we have a group photo of everyone? And may I also mention a request from our photographer to our participants at the back, if you don't mind to move up front so that it will look nice in the picture, or else it looks hollow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now let us enjoy a special presentation by Agno Nobel Paints Marketing Sdn Bhd. May I now invite Ms. Kalista Koh, the brand manager of Dulux Professional, to the stage. A round of applause, please.
Right, good morning to everyone. Happy Saturday. All right, I'm Kalista from ExoNovel, and today I would like to share some key updates of our company and to share some highlights to all of you, yeah? So, next. Yeah, all right, so the first key highlights is about our Color Future 2026. So before I continue, let's take a look at a short video clip.
With our 2026 Rhythm of Blues, you can choose from 3 moods and paint the perfect pace in a space. This year, our colors of the year come from the versatile family of indigo blues. And blue is just what we need this year, bringing a sense of fluidity, relief and freedom. It's a color that feels the perfect response to today's frenetic world. From the insights gathered at our global trend forecast, we understand that people everywhere want to slow down, feel in tune with others, and think outside the box. As a result, our experts have created inspiring, future-proof color collections around the family of blues that reflect these different moods. The slow color story dials down the tempo and quietens the mind. It works well in office and healthcare settings where people need respite from noise and stress. The flow color story is about comfort and harmony. It's perfect for residential and hospitality spaces where people want to gather and feel welcome. And the free color story is upbeat and fun. It's ideal for education or work environments where people seek stimulation and fresh ideas. There is a blue for every one of you.
Yeah, all right. Okay. So let's move on. Right, so every year, Dulux Professional will collaborate with the global team of trend experts to forecast and to identify what will be influencing our lives and our environments for the coming of the years. Yeah, so color analysis will be conducted, and the color experts in our ExoNoble Global Aesthetic Centers, they will come out with the new color of the year and 3 color stories, where you can see from the screen, there are 3 color stories that tells 3 different moods, and then created 3 color palettes where we can then offer to our customers and our clients. So with our always on lifestyles nowadays, people will like to have space that help people to slow down, feel supported, feel connected, and feel in tune with their environment and their lives. So that's where creates the idea of the color of the year 2026. And that is actually the space that flows at the right place for them. So proudly introducing to all of you, Dulux Professional Color of the Year 2026, the Rhythm of Blues. So this is the very first time that we selected 3 colors to form a family of blues. From the screen, you will be able to see 3 colors at the bottom. Yeah, on the middle, that is actually a vibrant, energetic blue. That is actually the hero blue of the color story Free. On the left, that is actually the meditative blue, which hero the color story of Slow. And on the right, that is the airy and neutral blue, sky blue, that actually gives an expansive feel, airy feel to the spaces. Yeah, and that is actually the hero color of the flow color story. All right. We will then move on to some of the color palettes. I mean, let's deep dive into the color palettes of our 2026 color of the year. So we have actually created 3 color palettes, and these 3 color palettes actually blends well into whether it is interior spaces or exterior walls. Yeah. And but we do offer some suggestion to all of you, which actually makes it more easier for you to transform the colors into every spaces and for your projects. So let's look at the interior palettes. Slow color for first is the slow color palette, the slow color story that we would suggest to healthcare and officer setting, where people want to keep away from noise, from stress. So this color palette will actually gives a more meditative and calming feel. Next is the flow color story that it is actually a sky blue that hero the color palette. And it blends well with neutral colors like terracotta, brick, clay, all the warm colors that makes people feel supported, connected, yeah? And last, the free color story, which is the hero color of this color palette, is the vibrant, the energetic cobalt blue that able to create a very fun, energetic space to everyone. And of course, not only to interior spaces, the colors also works well to exterior walls as well. Same, we do have the 3 color palettes that blends well to every sectors. And here we do have our suggestion for different spaces, for different sectors, but of course, it actually works well and blends well with all the sectors. All right, so our color future, our color of the year 2026, it able to help all of you to transform the interior and the exterior spaces to according to different mood. Yeah. Let's look at go down by look into by sectors. First is the education sector. Nowadays, schools, they are no longer in the wall-in classrooms. The education spaces no longer in, wall-in classroom like this. That they are now moving out from the spaces, the old spaces, to a more flexible and multi-purpose use. So people want more colorful, more colors, multicolor selections to create a fun and energetic vibes. Yeah. So over here, the recommended color stories or the color palette is the free color palette, which is a blue that actually mix and blends well with multicolors that helps to create the energetic feel, fun feel, and it will help to stimulate and create more creative ideas. Yeah. So next, the sector, next sector, which is office. So office, we do have 2 color palettes that suggested. First is the slow, and next is the free. So offices, people working around, yeah, that it is actually full with stress, and there are times that it's very overwhelming and overloaded. But yeah, that's why the slow color palette will actually comes in with the dark blue that blends well, that gives a more meditative and calming feel that keeps people slow down and keep away from noise. Yeah, so that is the slow color story. While this color also blends well with brown as well. So it will actually neutralize and it helps to create a more calming environment. Next, officers will also need colors that helps to create a more energetic feel and to actually brings up the momentum and creates more ideas, make people feel fun in some of this industry actually. Yeah, so we do have this color palettes that helps people to create this feeling instead of a very blunt or very boring space. Yeah. Hospitality. So hospitality is when it comes to hospitality, it involves hotels, resorts, where the spaces we need people to feel welcome. We want people to stay in for long. We want people to feel connected, yeah, feel warm. So the color palettes that we recommended for hospitality sector is Flow Color Story. That the hero of this color palette is the airy sky blue, yeah, and it blends well with neutral, natural colors, earth tones, terracotta, brick, clay that creates the warm feeling. So as you can see from the samples, from the pictures, yeah, so the blue can actually blend well with the colors that creates the warming feel. And next, healthcare. So in healthcare sector, in hospitals, in medical centers, there could be a lot of stress, yeah, a lot of noise. There's times where people want to slow down and get away from the stress, stay quiet. People, and especially for the patients, they want to feel rested. Yeah, so the colors that we want to create that kind of feeling to the users actually. Yeah, so the color story or the color palette that we recommended for this sector would be the slow color story. Yeah, so it will create the feeling where people are able to meditate, able to slow down. So from this picture, these pictures, these examples, you'll be able to see how the blue actually blends well with other colors to create that feeling. And next is residential. So residential, very similar to hospitality. We want the feeling, we want after whole day work, especially back home, we want the feel that give us feel warm and feel connected and supported when we are back to home. So here we have the color story that able to blend well and create that kind of feeling, yeah, which is the flow color story. So in this palette, you will be able to see the earth tones again, terracotta, brick, clay, the natural colors will be able to blend well with the sky blue that creates an airy and expansive feel and helps people to feel warm. So it actually blends very well, yeah, from these colors, from these examples on the screen. So there's a lot of spaces, and here we are going to show you in a room, yeah, whether it is a living room or a workspace, yeah. Before and after, we are able to actually create different kind of feeling with from just a room. So one room, 4 ways, before and after, with using the colors from different color palettes, the 3 color palettes, slow, free, and flow, we are able to give different feeling to the users. And next, this is the workspace. Same, by using different the colors from the 3 color palettes, different feeling will be created. Yeah, blues bring the sense of calm, connections, and freedom. So there's a blue for every mood. So hopefully with our new color palettes, color of the year 2026, the 3 color palettes, the 3 color stories, it's able to help you to transform the interior and the exterior into different kind of feelings for your projects. Yeah. And next. So the colors that just now we mentioned, the colors are actually able to offered from our product range. So over here on the screen, that is actually our Deluxe Professional product range, and includes the product actually includes interior paints, exterior paints, and of course trims and others. So the colors are tintable from most of our products. Yeah. So if you need more help and when it comes to any color selections, you can actually reach out to our team. So from this from this product range on the screen, there are actually 2 products that are new, where I would like to highlight and update to all of you. Yeah, one of it is our exterior paint, E700 matte, and the other one is an interior paint, A500. So let's talk about interior A500. This is interior wall paints that are able to give good coverage, good opacity to the interior walls. It is offered in a ready-mix white color, and as well tintable in multicolors as well. Yeah. So the pack size 18 liter available, and as you can see, the color range, yeah, tintable and color ready-mix color that is white, and we do have green certificates available for this product, Serim, Eco Label, and Singapore Green Label. Next, which is the exterior E700. This is actually an existing product where we had just recently upgraded, and we had just relaunched it. Yeah. So with this new E700 matte, it is able to give gives protection for all weather. And from the features, protections against fungus and algal growth, good alkali resistance, yeah, resistance to dirt, water, and peeling off, UV protect to help you to keep the colors long lasting enough, and it is high in opacity and coverage as well. And we do offer up to 6 years warranty for this product. So this product, same as the other product, the earlier product, which is in 18 liter pack size and available in white color ready-mix and tintable colors. Yeah, tintable colors from base A, base B, and to base E. Green certificates available. Other than Serim Eco Label and Singapore Green Labels, we do have a new green certificates that's available, which is the EPD. So I just touched about EPD. So let's talk about our certificates, the green certificates that's able to help you in your projects. When you want to apply for the green building ratings. Yeah. So existingly, we do have Singapore Green Labels and Serim Eco Labels, but recently we had actually gotten and complies. Our products actually complies with the LEED, the EPD certificates and Green Guard certificates. So these 2 certificates will be able to help you all, especially when you want to apply for international green building ratings, which is LEED. Yeah, so other than the local green building ratings that we are able to support, including GBI and GBI rating and Green RE ratings, we do also able to support you or your projects for international green building ratings as well. Okay, that's all for my presentation. That's the last slide. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for the swift presentation, Ms. Kalista, the brand manager at Deluxe Professional. So may I now invite the convener of today's Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025, Architect Thiri Logachandran, to the stage in welcoming all participants to today's event.
A very good morning, everyone. Actually, welcome already been done. Actually, I'm here basically to introduce about the symposium today. Okay, welcome everyone. Okay, today's sorry. Okay. A very good morning to everyone. Okay, today's every year, PAM through its Housing and Human Settlement and Urban Wellbeing Committee organizes this Housing and Urbanism, or H+U Symposium, basically to present, deliberate, discuss, address current issues on housing and human settlements. For this year, the theme for H+U Symposium are aligned with the World Habitat Day theme, with a focus on highlighting and addressing issues and challenges on urban crisis response and affordable housing, or housing and affordable in Malaysia. The theme for World Habitat Day 2025 is Urban Crisis Response. That's the main theme, emphasizing the need for resilient, inclusive, and sustainable urban planning to address multiple urban challenges, including climate change and conflicts, and ensure adequate housing for all. The day will be observed Monday. Of course, this has been done. Of course, we have this symposium to align with that theme on the call by UN Habitat, and call for government, communities, and organizations to work together on integrated solution for urban resilience and recovery. As cities continue to grow rapidly, ensuring the growth is sustainable and equitable become paramount. The theme aims to raise awareness and inspire practical response to the urban emergencies affecting millions globally. Key aspects of the 2025 theme, or our H+U theme today, addressing urban crisis. The theme highlights the growing urban crisis, including climate change, conflict, and widening inequalities that affects the cities. Promoting resilience and recovery, it emphasizes the need for tools and methods to manage crisis, build urban resilience, and ensure sustainable recovery from various challenges. Inclusivity and equity. The theme promotes inclusive urban development, calling for solutions that protect vulnerable groups and ensure everyone have access to adequate housing and basic services. And multi-level governance. It recognizes the crucial role of local government and multi-level government in driving solutions and achieving long-term sustainability. So today we have 5 speakers from diverse backgrounds that will present papers related to the above themes which I said earlier. The first paper is on urban resilience as a game changer to a better urban design by architect Mustafa Kamal. The second paper on intelligence by design, GBI's role in the smart city revolution by CEO of GBI, Architect Sarli Arisakom. And the third paper from the Ministry of Housing and Local Government on Dasar dan Initiative perumahan mampu milik oleh kerajaan by KPKT, will be presented by Mr. Murali Jayabalan, Under Secretary. Sorry. Okay, then we'll have a panelist discussion in the morning, and in the afternoon, we'll have 2 other papers. Of course, we'll also look at initiative done on the ground. There'll be a smart city initiative presented by town planner Mat Farabi Yusof, head of smart city infrastructure at Gamuda, and also on the humanizing, the last paper, but not least, humanizing housing beyond affordability by Dr. Nur Fariza Mustafa from Khazanah Research Institute. So after that, a panel discussion. So that's our overall program today. So we look forward, the symposium aims to bring together all stakeholders, including government, developers, professionals, organizations, and communities to collaborate and work together in creating a more resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and safe cities while addressing the challenges of affordable housing. So we look forward for active participation of all and for a good conference today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Architect Tiri Logachandran, the convener of today's Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025. Okay, so our first presentation today will be delivered by Architect Mustafa Kamal Zulkarnain with his paper entitled The Urban Resilience as a Game Changer to a Better Urban Design. A bit about his background. Architect Mustafa Kamal Zulkarnain is a fellow of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, graduated from Auckland University, New Zealand with more than 27 years in practice. He has served as PAM Council member for 6 terms between 1997 to 2017. Architect Mustafa Kamal heads the task force in PAM Strategic Plan 2030 on architecture, cities now and future, and his expertise is urban resilience. He first mooted the idea of resiliency into the vocabulary of the Committee Urban Wellbeing, Sustainability, Housing and Environment Resilient, USHA, in 2014, that was in charge in preparing the report for the Government of Malaysia through PAM for the 2014 Kuala Krai floods, entitled Strategic Initiative in Floods Disaster Preparedness and Mitigation for Malaysia. Architect Mustafa Kamal also sits on the committee for KL Low Carbon Society Blueprint, KL Competitive City, and also Cool Design Group in Dewan Bandaraya Kuala Lumpur, DBKL. So before I invite Architect Mustafa Kamal to the stage, since he is going to be the first speaker, okay, to Architect Mustafa Kamal, I have one pantun for you. Kalau tuan pikat kenari, jangan patahkan batang jerami. Kepada tuan jemputan diberi, jemputlah naik ke pentas ini. Welcome Architect Mustafa Kamal to the stage.
Susah nak jawab, tak apa. I akan jawab dalam presentation slide tu saya ada syair. Okay, saya jawab dengan syair. Okay, first of all, thank you very much to Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia for allowing me to not deliver lah. I'm just actually sharing. I'm still learning. Just to let you all know, today, November, I've been practicing for 35 years. So that 27 is actually outdated lah. And then this lecture pula is my 615th lecture that I've delivered since 1994. So on all various topics. So just to allude yourself, whatever that I'm trying to do today is actually part of the Malaysian government initiative. Have anyone seen this document? Okay, this is actually Progressive Malaysia 2050. So hopefully architects should have this document. There's a 392 page of this, and disaster-proof city is one of it. right at the top there under, they call it disruptive initiative. So I'm actually trying to share with you some disruptive analysis, and hopefully it gives you all some insights. Yesterday we had some tragedy that happened at KLIA. That is also one of the disaster. You know, we designed the best, but due to time and also lack of, how shall I say, understanding of materials, it can also fail. So this is also another thing that I would like to deliver. So I'm giving you some examples of disaster. Okay, you know, this is typhoon, and then you can even have mud in Oman. So it can happen to anyone. It can happen to here. It can happen to another country which is developed country. So these are very, very, how shall I say, severe. And you know, I don't understand, but as the time goes, the type of disaster is actually very, very severe. It's not very little. It's actually much, much more severe than before. Okay, so you know, it's also mind-boggling. And just imagine this sort of things happening. You know, in one go, the whole canyon, the whole thing can just go berserk. So it is very, very, I don't know, sad. And you just look at this. You know, Genting Highlands, Fraser's Hill. Okay, so you know, no matter what technology you put, no matter what elements that you put, sometimes nature has its own way of telling you you have gone overboard. So this is somewhere in Taiwan. So it's very, very frightening. Okay, so this is actually just in the city. Can you forward
Just
some more?
look at how
Just keep
quickly
on
this storm
forwarding,
flipped the
because
bus.
there are 25 major. This is for 2025. You know, what you have, your prized possession, is just like a piece of paper in the water. You know, so it's very, very sad. Okay, so I go to the next one. So I think what we need now is actually a paradigm shift of looking at things. You know, we are not all God. We are actually at the mercy of nature as well. So one of the things that I have tried to think for all this while is actually about, you know, what's the future of city, you know? I think you need to actually go for quality of life, environmental sensibility, and economic reliability. So there will be a poem about that later, just to answer Amy's pantun. So, why is it not moving? Okay, so this is the major issues in urban. You know, you have to understand, and you know, it is a multi-ministries. It's not just only KPKT looking at cities, okay? Long gone that KPKT only looks at cities. You can see that, you see, if you look at science and technology, MOSTI is there. Global ethics, integrity. Energy, environment is another KETA. Rich and poor is actually what, another ministry. Open space, transnational organized, police. Then clean water, food. So, you know, it's actually multidimensional. Okay? Oh my God, it's not good. It's not moving. Okay, so I think DBKL has actually embarked on PSKL 2040. So I was delivering the PSKL 2040, and one of the elements that have come up from my presentation of all these documents that came out from PSKL is, can we do something to Kuala Lumpur? You know, they have got 6 goals, but there's no one that's encompassing the whole thing. And we only look at the, how should I say, the thought process, but what is it on the ground? So having studied these documents, you know, the report seems to be too generic. That's my comment in the, what we call, bantahan awam that I came in. My bantahan was actually 240 items. So they said I was the longest one, 240 items. The one ministry came with 6 only, so mine was 240. So the chairman gave me about 45 minutes to tell my story, because he was alluded to one principle that I would like to, how should I share with you, and which is now being embarked in the PTKL, the local plan. Okay, so you'll see shortly what I mean. So this is what PSKL is trying to do. PSKL has tried to actually look at economics, but they have failed to look at what KL has been for all these 140 or 150 years. It's actually a settlement that's actually there, the river, 2 rivers, and there's already settlements, and there's already history. And if you look through all these documents, it's only just touching the surface. And I've been alluding to all these issues, but there's no one tying element. And but in KL, after all these years, you know, I think the way that I'm presenting is actually, these are the things that you need to read in the PSKL before we go to PTKL. That architects and also urban planners or urban designers, they need to understand that different cities require different way of looking at resolving the problem. There's no one way of looking at it. You cannot tick the boxes, because the boxes, ticking the boxes will not solve the problem. You need to have a multi-level, as what the president was talking about. And also, in my abstract, I always say that there has to be a collaborative effort between ministries, agencies, and also the people of Kuala Lumpur. And another one is actually corporations who actually resides within Kuala Lumpur. So, these are all, I call it blanket statements. Bandaraya sehat dan vibrant. How do you handle those sort of things in terms of design, in terms of policies, in terms of how should I say, your kalau dekat Murni Net tu dia orang panggil the indicators. Okay, so architects now have got to look. I suggest you all have a look at Murni Net, which is actually derived by KPKT Malaysia, Plan Malaysia tu. That Murni Net is actually a very good plethora of how you want to achieve a good design and a good urban scale, whether it's small town, medium-sized town or bigger town. Even though people say that if you look at Murni Net, it's actually planners' domain, no, it's actually our domain as well, because we are actually involved in it. So, my contention is, we need to understand what we have in order before we can do what we need to do. Okay, so okay. Remember COVID 2020? So there's always this social, mental, and physical. People get stressed, and people willing to pay fine just to go to the open space. Okay, that's one issue. Okay, and there's also another issue in Kuala Lumpur. The rural is also part of urban. There's no city in the world that has that sort of thing. We are like that. So we need to actually balance this. And once balance this, COVID taught us that we need to go beyond what we have done. We are talking about green. We need to go beyond green. Like for instance, last week, I went for the Negeri Sembilan Structure Plan 2040. Okay, I was representing PAM. Negeri Sembilan is a hidden gem, but they are approaching the planning as though they want to emulate Kuala Lumpur, as though they want to emulate Putrajaya, as though they want to emulate Johor. I said, don't. Their built-up area is only 21%. 79% is unbuilt areas. Why must you follow KL? KL has got its own problem. Why you want to go through the same problem? Forget about it. Go straight, I told them, go straight to net zero state. You got, kalau, if I speak to Sali, right, carbon sequestration in Negeri Sembilan is 79%. You can become the World Bank for carbon sequestration in Negeri Sembilan, just put the money there. Right? So why must we go all sorts of this? So this is one way of actually creating a disaster-proof city. And also, last Monday and Tuesday, MIDA, had a good, how should I say, symposium. 3 Menteri Besar and 1 minister Kuala Lumpur, Negeri Sembilan, Selangor, and Negeri Sembilan were sitting on the stage. And YB MITI was actually moderating. What are we talking? For the very first time, 4 states are going to actually coordinate all the development plans under one flagship of the central region. Never before. Tak pernah kita tengok orang 4 negeri menteri besar dia cakap. Because kalau tidak, what we will be having? We'll be having Melaka pergi China, go trade. Selangor pergi China, trade. Wilayah pergi China, trade. So everybody pergi China. Then the Chinese people, what are you all doing? The same people talking and wanting the same peace. So rather than competing, should be complementing. So one way of resolving this problem of our disaster in Malaysia is actually collaboration. In Indonesia, they have got one minister to collaborate alike type ministries. What are they? Ministry of Works, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Communication, Ministry of Infrastructure. There's one minister coordinating this whole thing, because ministers will only talk to ministers in order to coordinate. You cannot have the KSU to dissolve it. So this is one way of resolving some of this problem. Okay, coming back to this. This is my thesis, and Alhamdulillah is taken and put into PTKL 2040. I did Danai Alam in 1998. I was proposing that we relook of town planning away from what we used to plan like the British way. Kita go back to kampung. What is kampung? Loose houses, loose open space, coordinated, and you ada jalan raya ada, tapi you ada satu perkataan kat situ, denai dalam kampung. Betul? Apa itu denai? Green trails. Kalau siapa duduk kampung, kalau you nak jumpa boyfriend you, girlfriend you, you tak lalu jalan raya. You mesti lalu kawasan yang orang tak tahu siapa you jumpa, ataupun you jumpa dengan siapa. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I use that. Kalau you tengok kuning dan hijau itu, di Danai Alam sekarang you pergi, there's about 7.5 kilometers of those Danai Alam trail. Over 1,000 acres as my pilot of a total 17,000 Gati corridor area daripada Bukit Lagong all the way down to Bukit Jelutong. So this is the test bed, and it worked. Why? When I proposed this to the client at that time was Gatri, Arwah Tan Sri Khalid. He was saying, Mus, can you design something which is different from what I see in Sunway, what I see in Kota Kemuning, what I see in Putrajaya? I said, I'll try. So I said, pasal dia selalu balik kampung dekat Kuala Sanggur. So I cakap pada Tan Sri, why don't you take a look at this? And he said, kampung, it's nice. So try to propose it, and he accepted it. But do you know who approved my layout? It's not the CEO who approved my layout. It's the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. Because Arwah Tan Sri asked him, Anthony, can work? This one can work. I know there's a story. This is the first time. This is the first time. We created a storyline for a development proposal. Previously, it was just a concept. Now it's a storyline. So the storyline is how we need to solve problems. So architects, urban planners must learn to create storyline. So what storyline for Kuala Lumpur, what storyline for Seremban, what storyline for Ipoh, what storyline for Alustar, all have their own storyline. Create the issues, create the problems into a storyline to solve problems. Sekarang what we do is actually problem statement. Cities are not like mathematical. No. We cannot work with mathematical or budget. It has to be that sort of thing. So I implemented Danai Alam. I said, what if in COVID, I learned from Wuhan Hospital, that 1,000 bedded, is they have what they call healing corridors. You know, 1,000 bed. Imagine 1,000 bed is actually a big area, right? So they allowed daylight, they allowed tropical breeze to come in. So if we do this to Kuala Lumpur, because we got a lot of parks. Siapa pernah pergi Taman Tasik Permaisuri, Lake Gardens, you have been to some other parks in KL, tapi most of the time you need to drive to the park, betul? Drive to the park, betul tak? Children who plays in the Taman Botani di Perdana tu, the parents are parking the car, the children is playing, and the children are breathing nitrous oxide all the time because every parent is waiting for the car park. Betul tak? So I'm trying to obliterate that, and this is what happened in the Night Alam. You can start your open space anywhere. You don't need to start from zero kat location where the park is. Everywhere is your park. From the house is only 600 feet, you can walk to the park. So what if you look on the right hand side, Kuala Lumpur have got a healing corridor, so that's a 226 square kilometers. If I got 1,000 acres, I got 7.5 kilometers. How many kilometers can I have as a healing corridor in Kuala Lumpur? Multitude, right? Imagine your house, everybody during COVID was talking about what? Cross ventilation. City must have cross ventilation, betul? So that's one way of actually trying to resolve this disaster and making sure that we can actually create a disaster-proof city. Okay? Kampung lah, where we start. Nampak tu? So basically, this is the first time I presented this in 2017 in Seoul, Korea, and everyone was shocked because that's the first time anyone take a look and see how Asian way of designing can be implemented into a large-scale city. So this is the living proof. So these are all I've got data, analytics, everything. It's been there for 25 years. So during that time, we won the Malaysian Institute of Planners punya most, innovative township. The president of the MIP, who now is actually sitting on the urbanist, said, even us planners have not thought about this. Then they continued this to Elmina, right? Remember Elmina won the FIAPSI award? So the concept was carried through. So siapa-siapa pergi Saturday night, tonight you go to Elmina, it's actually a fairy tale. It's whole, 200 acres of LED lights that you can actually walk on the park, just like the Korea. You can go there. So this the Night Alam. So this test bed has been replicated in most of my projects. Even the horses like it. Then horses nearby also go next door. So it worked. And during COVID, these people don't have to go to the mall just to buy a loaf of bread. The bread is actually walking distance to the neighborhood shops. So these are the things that we need to actually remember. Disaster. Here gambar macam ni, we need to coordinate with the landscape. Landscape was actually very hard to handle dengan air. Kalau kata, every single tree I want you to draw. So kalau you tengok drawing ni, kalau zoom into nampak pokok tu, I boleh tahu pokok apa. There are about 15,000 trees there. Okay, so we need to actually now balance health, wealth dengan sustainability. Baru kita dapat quality of life. So kalau guna ni, this is actually our analytics to all cities. Taiping, Kelang, even sekarang ni Bangsa. You look Bangsa, right? Oh my God. Last time the only tall building yang saya tahu is site kecil punya tower. That's it. Sekarang yang tak nampak dah bangunan tu. Okay, so you need to actually remember that. Site kecil punya tower kan cuma cerita Melayu kat situ kan. So I always pegangkan this diagram ni, Venn diagram ni. How many minutes you have? Oh, good night. Okay. Kita architects, klien nak proaktif. Orang NGOs nak sustainability. Local authority nak livable. So inilah dia quality urban design. So kalau nak masuk architecture, you have to think what is mean by quality urban design. Architecture is there. Don't say that in urban design tak ada architecture. So you need to be there, you need to be in there. I was surprised also last 2 nights. I was telling Sally. Last 2 nights before our dear Datuk Bandar, Datuk Maimunah was having the last the last day or last night of her becoming Datuk Bandar, we were actually celebrating, the KL Park 2025 di Taman Tatip Situ Bangsa kan? Architects are not there to go up to receive the token of appreciation from BPKL. MIP dengan Ilam ada. So what happened? So need to look at it something. Kita must be at the front there. Kita cannot be like a corporate. We need to work and look at it as a union, to borrow words from Sali. So these are actually principles of good urban design. Ni you all boleh carilah. I just put this thing. I tak nak go through, it will take some time. So then talk about sustainable architecture. Sustainable architecture dengan sustainable design dengan sustainable environment different. You need to understand what is sustainable architecture. Architecture is where we love. Just now somebody was talking about paint. That's our part. Materials, that's ours. Apa lagi? Everything that's related to architecture yang mana perlu dapatkan approval by clients or by kita before you put the painting or building, that's architecture pieces. So you need to actually take a look at that. Okay, resilient. Yeah, 2015 I spoke about resilient. Everyone was saying, why are you talking about resilient and all sort of things? Then suddenly DBKL dengan Melaka tengah fighting. Because during that time, Rockefeller was actually giving grants, at least $1 million USD for every cities in the world, and the first 100 cities, KL tak dapat. You know who got it? Melaka. Melaka bid it to us, they got the first $100 million USD distributed to all the cities, they got $1 million USD lah. Because the chief minister has got all the resilience program in place. Why? The chief minister was an engineer, so he knows what he's doing. So he has got all his programs. So we need to have learned people in the bodies to actually make sure that we are also complying. So that's another way of creating disaster-proof cities. Okay? Then what's next? Making resilient cities. When we do resilient city, jangan jadi engineering sangat. We must be cultured as well. That's why a lot of resilient cities ada lots of places where you have culture can flourish. Theatres, art where art pieces, people can enjoy. That's why Melbourne boleh better than Sydney. Okay, this is the definition of resilient. So during COVID, I was called in by NACMA. I don't know who gave my name. Dia kata, please come, assist us. So I got to go through 10 roadblocks. It's not working. I don't know, susah boy. Tak shock. Okay, so ni. Dalam abstract I, this is what I'm trying to actually let you all understand. This is what I've been following. We need to learn the 4 P's in order to create the 4 V's of the city. Okay? People know how to plan. We know how to provide, protect. Tapi kita tak tahu nak buat satu benda lagi. Kita tak tahu nak choose. Everything kita nak. You know, like even UC student kan, kalau you bagi proposal, everything as good design tu, I must have everything. But you cannot have everything. You can choose. So we need to learn how to actually choose. Then we can create this vibrancy, vitality, value dengan variety. So this is my principle that I will say, and then this is actually the way that the thing move. Say there. You need to learn how to prioritize. Masalahnya kita terprioritas. You tengok rumah you, segala sampah dalam rumah you yang you simpan berapa puluh tahun, you tak tahu nak buang ke, nak simpan ke, nak jual ke, is all inside the house. Betul tak? Okay. Nanti bila nak tu, alah buang je semua. Tapi dah simpan situ 15 tahun. So we need to learn to tell ourselves how to prioritize, plan, protect dengan provide. Apa tu? Protect dengan provide ni berbeza. You need to understand what it means. Okay? I think I need to go fast. Okay, this is my poem. Ni mana Amy? So, this poem I wrote on the day that we had our first lockdown. And I hope it actually gels with you. So I read it line by line because I rasa my presentation will be all about this. People think that the year 2020 is the year of perfection, but it's now a different route. Everybody was thinking 2020 was perfect. Tiba COVID datang, semua tutup. I just came back from Jakarta on the night 11:39. I arrived at KLIA. Nasib baik, kalau tidak tak boleh balik. Then the year 2020 is humanity reset button. Agree? Okay. To think for a better system to govern our lives, to work and collaborate for a better living, to rethink the way we need to work. Tu. Siapa sekarang kerja work from home? Siapa kerja yang pergi office? So you need to think that. So developers kalau buat office, tak perlulah office besar. And then to throw away unsustainable methodologies. Local authority, apa-apa submission yang tak perlu tu buang. Out of the, kita ambil yang paling penting saja. To accept new collaborators and new game changers big time. AI is one. Disruptors macam-macam. You list down all the disruptors. Then to include the younger generation in our decision making in total, not a mere rhetorical. Kadang-kadang kita panggillah youth ni masuk, tengok at least kita punya group ni ada orang muda. No. They should be the main player. Just imagine, you umur 60 tahun, nak design untuk orang 20 tahun. You faham ke orang 20 tahun nak apa? Di BKL, that's the good move masa dia buat dekat junction Jalan Ampang, jangan Jalan Tun Razak. 24 hours you can play skateboard. Dapat lagi tak, you all? It's actually a thriving place. Because there's young people who actually tell, this is what we want, to have a city which is actually livable. Then, dia kata sini, to use the thinking way out of the box, which is business unusual. Sekarang kena fikirlah, boleh bayar pakai code, QR, semua tu. Dulu tak boleh. To accept the thinking system of your subordinates, more realistic one. What we mean by subordinates? Even your lower ranking staff can give you better ideas than even yourself. You must accept that. I have been accepting that. During COVID, I got 2 clocking time, one 9 o'clock, one 3 o'clock, so that they know I'm close to them, they are also close to me. Then to put aside wholly top-down thinking, to respect the bottom-up thinking rationally and pragmatically. Kadang-kadang kita kena bawah ke atas atau atas ke bawah juga. Satu lagi ni. To listen to the ecosystems more than the economic system. Ni Kementerian Ekonomi dengan MOF ni selalu duit dulu, tapi kita kena bagi tahu sometimes duit tak answer semua. So kita kena bagi tahu tu. And then to allow specialists to rule. Politician tolak tepi dulu boleh tak? Lepas tu kita buat yang rule, kita yang jaga macam mana bagus. Then to put aside generalists for fear of recurrence and to live simplistically. Tolong live simplistically, jangan complicated. Then to love life as priceless, to transcend urban protocol system as a living document of life, to listen to your aspirations more than your fears. Jangan takut, try je. Orang kata, jalan ke depan, jalan terus. Macam Nike katakan, just do it. And satu lagi, to be a human is most important. Jangan lupa kita ni human, kita bukannya robot, kita bukannya. So, as architects, no AI, no robots can change us. That's my belief. Okay, ni, I rasa what I've spoken just now is there. I laju sikit. Lagi 16 minit ni. So ni, balancing disaster, climate change, COVID. Last 2 days ke, the Brazilian orang asli just storm through the meeting place. Habis semua all the tempat-tempat duduk semua tu. You saw that video? So that means to say that people human, itu saya kata tadi, human, to be human is most important. Orang pun ada tahap kesabaran dia. Okay? Ni Farabi suka lah ni. Our speaker petang. Ni smart city ni apa? Smart city is not about your handphone, it's not about your your data. It's about this S2 system. You kena ada sensor. You kena monitor, you kena analyze. Then you configure. Kebanyakan smart city di Malaysia sampai level A sahaja. Tu analyze, lepas tu stop. Tak ada buat reconfiguration. Dan lepas tu kita think supaya tak repeat problem tu. Okay, you need to understand that. Kita ada ITs kan di BKL kan? Okay, ITs, you spend money for ITs. I tanya di BKL, you boleh tak reconfigure tarif like? Tak boleh buat. Dia kata kami collect data aja. So that's it. Okay? So this is about smart cities. Okay? Ni. Very, very important kalau siapa nak implement smart cities, smart ministries, smart apa. This layering ni very important. Atas tu are all the 4 things yang akan cover everything. And atas sekali tu is the services to the people. Sebelah kiri tu is the lifestyle yang kita nak. And bawah ni, yang mana paling penting sekali, you kena ada innovation enablement acceleration. That's why kita ada sekarang kat PM Office ada PMAI tu, bukan Anwar Ibrahim, Artificial Intelligence, okay? So, this is very, very crucial. And kita kena galakkan the youth to actually create the apps. Okay. My passion is about urban, so forgive me kalau macam ni, but because my thesis was about trying to create pedestrian city as a urban revitalization. So that's actually my thesis. And true enough, 4 years after I came back, jalan-jalan yang cuma backing to blank wall dah mula kedai keluar, everything, so all about city. Ni indicators part of Murninet, ada benda-benda ni semua. So in order to have a smart city, you must have smart people, okay? You cannot just have smart equipment, smart people. Smart means dia kena intelligent memilih yang mana bagus, mana tak bagus. Okay? Okay, ini very crucial. What is actually urban design? So this is the principle urban design yang orang pakai after 2016. Atas sekali livability, then you're talking about sustainability and create community, then ada equality and also opportunity. So how each one of them needs to be done, inilah dia. So this is how to create disaster-proof city, you need to understand what is urban design. You know, you must create the opportunities for people to do business. You cannot have cities start the business. You must have creation of this. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, ni. This is one architect that I found did a whole, talking about Venn diagrams. There's a minor Venn diagram between the Venn diagram that talk about how urban space, urban life, density, disease spread, work-life modes, attitude, living, working, yang akan determine macam mana kita nak resolve problem. So this is one mathematical way to actually resolve this issue. Okay, so ni, oh my God, I don't like this. Okay, ni tak apa, ni I want to go straight into yang KL tu. 12 minutes. Gosh. Can I go there? Dia tak gerak ikut speed yang saya nak. Okay. So, ni the housing green semua ni. So, you all can read this in PSKL. Okay, ni dia alam I punya video tu. So this is what I'm doing. I did. So this is a combination of the green and also the terrain. And for 1,000 acres, I created 8,000 houses, 40,000 people inside there. And this is a multiplying of all this. So there's no clear big open space, but all in between, tapi di various level. So you nampak yang tadi tu hijau saja, sekarang dah pokok banyak dah. Ada 15,000 pokok dalam ni lah. So diorang dah tagging, Saim Dabi dah tagging. Dulu Gatri punya, diorang dah tagging satu pokok tu ni. So, and people are very happy because they don't have to actually drive to the park. They just walk to the park. Mana-mana tu lah. And everything is actually ada CPTED. You know what CPTED? Crime Prevention through Environmental Design. Semua ikut ni. So yang ni, everything ada. So, it's there. And this is what I call everything is true. Why? Mak yang tengah basak boleh nampak budak sekolah jalan kaki depan atau jalan kaki belakang. So maknanya you are actually making sure things are actually working. Ni ada high point di situ. So I tak nak tu, you can go to the net alarm, you can actually see it. Ini pakai juga. Okay, so this is another video. I masuk competition yang Ibu Kota Negara Nusantara. Out of the 800 submission, I got top 50. So my solution is actually the environmental solution. Kalau pergi Nusantara, I went there about bulan 5 dan 7. Topografi dia macam Kuala Lumpur baru. Imagine nak buat city macam topografi Kuala Lumpur baru. So, what we have done, we are creating a lot of waterfalls in the city. Okay, bukan waterfall kat lain waterfall yang turun natural. supaya waterfall itu is the way to cool a tropical city. Huge, idea huge. When I was there masa hujan, virtually is much banyak lagi daripada even Sungai Rajang dekat Sarawak. It's a lot of water. So you see those blue tu, yang belah kiri atas tu is actually high ground. So as it is cascading down, water is cascading down. Kan kalau water cascading down macam kalau you pergi masjid kan, water cascading down dengan bunyi dan juga temperature akan turun. So this is what I call tropical city lah. Okay, next. Okay, so this is what I've been trying to promulgate masa dekat UIA last year. Exactly today, 1 year ago was UIA Kuala Lumpur Forum 2024. So siapa pergi ke LCC, because you tak dapat tengok apa yang I cakap ni because limited yang siapa pergi kan. So this is the lecture that I give to them and they were quite new. So my thesis is about how the blue, the green and the grey connectors help to resolve city's problem. Benda-benda macam tu. Tadi the naik alam tu is actually green. Now I masuk ke benda blue dan grey. Okay, so this is some of the way of resolving this problem. Kita gunakan water, kita boleh predict flood. Ni smart water management, flood prediction, mitigation. Kita boleh beritahu KL akan banjir dalam masa 3 jam. Semua orang nak pergi jalan ni boleh keluar. So kita ada timing untuk AI. Water conservation, daripada atas gunung kita boleh tahu dah sebab kita ada sensor-sensor. Kan smart city tadi saya cakap tadi, SMART itu. So the government must have somebody who makes smart sensors banyak-banyak. That's why Korea, Japan, London, UK semua tu, because they are census maker. Kita kena banyak buat census ni baru kita boleh tahu. Okay, yang kalau you dengar dekat Sungai Kelang tu ada siren tu sebab sensor lah. So this is where we can actually tell and how to use smart water. Okay, macam mana bagi tahu flood prediction. Selalu orang kata, kenapa tak bagi enough time? Yeah, because we don't have this good enough sensors. So we need to have good sensors. Okay, blue infrastructure, green ni semua ni kita boleh buat sebab kita dah ada this layering dalam KPKT dekat banjir ni, JPS semua dah ada Dina. Kenapa ni? What happened there? Oh, demi ni connection ya. Lama. Sorry lah, ini disruption banyak sikit. Tak apa. So the whole thing is that we need to make sure that it is actually 24/7, 365. Semua orang boleh faham that the sensors must be assured to be read and also to be calibrated dan kita boleh bagi warning. Tak boleh What happened? So ni kalau pergi Denai Alam dan juga Setia Alam, dia tak ada pakai concrete drain. Big one tak ada pakai concrete, dia pakai orang panggil Span City. Saya kata jangan panggil Span City boleh tak? Masma dah di-invent tahun 1999. 10 tahun sebelum orang China dah invent Span City. Kita dah ada dah mesra alamnya saliran. JPS dah buat dah. So we should call it Masma. Do not call Span City. Kita dah ada Masma kita. So it's our Malaysian product and it's actually done by Malaysian engineers. Okay. Satu lagi green. We can do all this layering. Denai Alam tadi ada cerita dah. So enough of Denai Alam. But these are things that help. And now with the advent of drones, you can actually tell and you can monitor. Last 2 days, Aerodyne, Malaysian product dah berada di 120 countries. Dia memang boleh monitor benda-benda semua. Okay, so biodiversity kita boleh manage, benefit to human and benefit to nature juga. Okay, so these are things that we can do, we must do. And then kita kena faham juga climate resilience ni. With a lot of hujan sekarang ni, we have to actually learn to monitor. Okay, so ni kampung tadi tu. Okay, ini video tadi. Okay, ni yang saya cerita tadi tu. Okay, ini dokumen ni ada di PTKL. What we did in PTKL now is actually engraved in stone sekarang di PTKL. Plan tempatan, mana local plan. You kata dah ada coordinated all this green and also linear parks dalam lot-lot orang mana pun kita dah tahu. Jadi tak perlulah ada full green setback side belakang tepi sebab yang dulu tu is unnecessary. Is for what purpose you want to do that? You tak ada maksud. Tapi ini ada, kalau katakan ada linear park yang akan connect somewhere, belakang tu nak bagi 2 meter, lain tu biarkan full area untuk build up, no problem. Sebab kita ada purpose. So we need to have the setback for a purpose, not setback just mere for setback purposes. Must be created for a purpose. Itu orang kata audit. Kenapa you kena setback? Macam tu. Kenapa you kena surrender? Kalau tidak, orang kata, I buy land 100%, tiba-tiba I tak boleh pakai untuk berapa 50%. Sebab all the setback dah orang kena ambil. So kita kena learn to fight back. Okay, so these are things, dah ini pun dah engrave. Kalau you pergi PTKL document online pun dah boleh dapat tengok ni. This is actually the macro size. Alright, then you start looking into the minor, you pergi lot by lot, ni area, ni all the taman dekat Malaysia, KL sekarang ni, all are going to be interconnected. You dah boleh jalan naik kaki, berjalan kaki dan juga naik basikal ataupun pakai skateboard, okay? Because my dream is to create a skateboardable city. Orang muda sekarang pergi mana dunia sekarang buat skateboard, okay? You can assemble di mana dia tu. So that's what they call the personal mobility. Ni, nampak ni? Neighborhood. Okay, visual corridors. Ni semua dalam PTKL ni. All from what I suggested in PSKL, alhamdulillah dah jadi PTKL punya dokumen. Dulu tak boleh tunjuk ni in last year. Sekarang boleh tunjuk sebab dulu OSA. Sekarang dah Gazette dah boleh tunjuk lah. Our Prime Minister dah sign dah. So ni, so ecological corridor, green area distribution. Tengok, by 2040 you have this in KL. You will be the world class city. Memang macam London lah apa. You will be there. So you can create a disaster proof city because of that. Because we need open space for disaster untuk tahu apa fast moving hospital ke klinik ke semua boleh buat. Okay, all this preservation lah. Ni, all nampak interconnected kan? Just imagine you boleh jalan kaki. You can have now a KL walk, you know. Ni, 6 park networks. No, ni by zone lagi. Ni. So it's not a joke anymore. It's no more just planning. It's already there. It's on the ground. So Malaysia submit plan, siapa punya lot kena, itulah. You akan ada enhancement lah tu. So mungkin your frontage will be where the green area lah. Jadi kita akan have a variety. Kan saya kata tadi 4Vs dengan 4Ps tu. Benda macam ni lah. Okay, so it's almost finished to my end of the talk tu. So this me. So thank you very much for the 45 minutes patience of me. We can create that disaster and we can create our own template and people can buy the template. Ada 2 minit lagi. So, you know, with 165 slides. But itulah, I kata kita kena faham why we are an architect here. Kita kena faham tu. And we start to build our own storyline. Okay, so my takeaway, build your own storyline, learn more about what you need. Because I'm still learning. Apa kata, ni lah kali 615 lecture ni. So, I'm still learning from people, from the seafoods, you know. So, don't stop learning. And I still learn from people, you know, from the politicians I learn, from the scientists also I learn, for everybody. I don't say that I'm the most knowledgeable, I still learning. So with that, I rasa with 1 minute to go, I rasa terima kasih banyak.
Okay, thank you, Architect Mustafa Kamal Zulkarnain, for the presentation on urban resilience as a game changer to a better urban design. Our second presentation today will be delivered by Architect Sarli Adresakum, the Chief Executive Officer of Green Building Index Berhad, entitled Intelligence by Design, GBI's Role in the Smart City Revolution. A bit of his background, Architect Sarli is a sustainability advocate who leads Sarli Adresakum Architects, a hybrid architectural consultancy practice based in innovation, research-driven solutions and international competition. Formerly the president of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia and the Malaysian Green Building Council, he now serves as the CEO of Green Building Index and sits on its board of directors. Architect Sarli is also a board member of Lembaga Architect Malaysia, panel of experts member of KPKT, and a former editor-in-chief of Architecture Malaysia magazine. Architect Sarli graduated from the University of Liverpool and University Science Malaysia. From 2019 to 2024, he was an associate professor industry at University Malaya. May I now invite Architect Sali Adresakum to the stage in delivering his paper entitled Intelligence by Design, GBI's Role in the Smart City Revolution. Architect Sali, please come on stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Sebab ada pantun, saya dah sediakan pantun sikit lah. Berlabuh perahu di muara negeri, angin pagi membawa erti murni. GBI pemacu bandar lestari, hijau terjaga rakyat harmoni. Yeah. And as a start to my lecture, actually, all this, as you well know lah, I'm not a person that will do pantun. It is AI. So, a bit about intelligence by design, and what I'm going to talk today is about the advent of smart cities and how our environment is affected. Maybe you have not noticed, but we are in a change, yeah? And this change may pass by your eye because it's faster than the previous changes. And of course, today I'm wearing my Green Building Index hat. Green Building Index, as you well know, is owned by PAM and ACEM, and we are the advocates of green in Malaysia. And today, a lot of it is going to be about our township tool. Our township tool is actually the tool that actually helps in designing green cities. But is green just green, or is green, as Pak Mus mentioned just now, a very, very fast lecture, the amalgamation of resilience, culture, and all that. We have been around for 16 years, since 2008. And I think the unique thing about GBI, for those of you who do not know, is that we supply a lot of the data to the government. Data on UNFCCC, on carbon reduction, especially for the building industry. And that is unique in Malaysia because since the inception of GBI, the government ministry that has been taking care of green building has changed 6 times. So we started with KETA, all the way now to the split of the ministry and all that, to our current NRES and Petra. Yeah? So it's an evolution. So we have actually advised more administrations since then than any other, and it's very surprising to people who come to Malaysia. They say, "Hey, why are you longer and all this?" Because it's just the nature of change here. We have done around 300 million square feet. We had a big do here. In fact, in this very hall this year with our minister from KPKT officiating it. And for a small country, what does that mean? We have done 758 projects certified, 1,395 projects applied, 30.8 million square meters, about 332 million square feet, yeah? And that means that just the energy reduction alone from all the GBI projects prevents 1.9 million tons of carbon equivalent to be released from the atmosphere. So the buildings stop releasing carbon because of the reduction. Yeah? So imagine, if you can't imagine how much 1 ton of carbon equivalence is that 1 ton is 1 small car or small elephant. Yeah? So that is, so 1.9 million of those in terms of carbon being stopped released to the atmosphere every year. These are the distribution of the projects for Green Building Index. As you can see that many of them are in the urban centers. You look at Kuala Lumpur, you have 400, 350, or 200. These are the registered projects. Registered means that they have registered but not gotten the certification yet. The very interesting thing is that even places like Sabah and Sarawak, Sabah and Sarawak used to have like only 3 or 4 green buildings in the last 5 years. But this year, as you can see, it's 24 that is already certified and 41 that is registered, which is a huge jump. And of course, segueing into or going into what I'm going to talk about, intelligence and AI, we have the huge influx of data centers in Malaysia. As you well know, in Johor has become a huge center for data centers, especially at Ibrahim Technology Park by JLand. Yeah? If that technology park is completed to its capacity, it will actually use up 1/8 of all the nation's power. Imagine that. Yeah, just in that one small area. So hence, we launched our GBI data center version tool in the mid of this year. We had our data center tool a long time already, since 2012, but the version 2 is actually an update. So we keep improving the GBI tools for each typology of building. You may ask what are the improvements. So looking at more carbon consciousness, looking at new technologies basically, because data centers is evolving. As you well know, technology is evolving. Computers, you say, you have one thing in the computer or IT realm in 6 months, it's already outdated. So last time we used, if those who are familiar with data centers, if you cool a data center, you use evaporative cooling. Nowadays, we make sure that it's closed loop so that you don't lose water. Efficiencies in terms of power consumption, PUE and all that. Yeah. So I won't talk in depth about this, but you can, as usual, all our tools are available on the website. It is very open. So I wouldn't like to repeat that something that is available on the website. So as you can see, there is an evolution. As I mentioned just now, we consistently develop tools. We started off with offices, residential. We built up the training capacity for facilitators at submitting to GBI. We wanted to do existing buildings in 2010. And that is, 2010 is 15 years ago. Time flies very fast. And in 2011, we created the township tool and the residential tool version 2, and all these other tools, yeah? And there is a notion of smart cities. Later on, I think our fellow colleague, Farabi, will be talking about smart cities. But the idea that technology is something that is integral to our cities. I'm not sure if you know that there are several smart cities in Malaysia. There's almost 10 smart cities in Malaysia according to the definition that is given to us by the ISO and by the ministry. So these smart cities are, how can you feel that there's a smart city? Or do you even know that there's a smart city in Malaysia? Or if I ask somebody off the street to name 10 smart cities or at least 5 smart cities in Malaysia, they won't know. Yeah. So that inherently that is the issue. What my thinking is that if you want to quantify something as a smart city and define it, there are definitions, there are ISO definitions, the actual definition and whatnot. But the notion of this smart city is that people's imagination, this is not the notion, the definition of smart city by Plan Malaysia or KPKT, but the notion of people when they look at smart cities is very far off. It's very, very futuristic. It's very, things go on their own. You walk at the side, you want to cross the street, you know, the things blink. If the Gen Z, they will say, oh, this is very like Cyberpunk 277. But not many Gen Z. So maybe I'm talking to the wrong audience. Anyway, we are in what is called the 4th industrial revolution. So many people have heard this term before because it was coined by the founder of the World Economic Forum a few years back when he said, hey, we are in the fourth industrial revolution. So the first industrial revolution it was the steam engine, yeah, in the 1800s. So the steam engine changed the economy of everything, which created huge transport networks out of steam, everything being powered by steam, agriculture changed, industries changed, production changed, manufacturing changed, everything changed, economies changed. So economies changed, why? Because now you have a network of import and export that is very fast. Last time you had to use horses and ships. And that lasted 80 years. The second industrial revolution, which was the advent of actually manufacturing, if you remember your history, Model T, Ford, then you had your introduction of electricity. So that also changed the way that everything worked. Yeah, all the cities, you know, if you study the old cities, people actually have to light the light posts of each light for city lights. So imagine that. We can't imagine. I'm like, children nowadays, my students at university can't imagine people actually doing that kind of manual labor. But that's what happened then, yeah? Because that is the advent of technology at that time. And it changed everything, electricity, manufacturing, modularization at that moment. 44 years, that's the duration of the second industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution, most of you here have gone through it, which was the era of computerization. Yeah, most of us, we have seen the first 8086 IBMs till now, to the Pentiums, to the .com boom, to the .com bust. And it changed everything, right? And the economy also changed. Suddenly you can hear companies like, and each time these economies change, there are some big names that come up. Yeah, like for example, as I mentioned, manufacturing, Ford is still around. If you know all the tycoons, if you go to New York, all the Rockefellers and whatnot, they made their fortune on the first industrial revolution. And now we have our Metas, we have our captains of industry from this third industrial revolution, which took 20 years. And now we are in the fourth industrial revolution. And if they define, there was many definitions of what is the fourth industrial revolution, but I would like to think of it, the real start of the fourth industrial revolution was when OpenAI actually launched ChatGPT, because that is the actual point where you can see things change. And you can see our economy. I'm not sure if you notice, but a lot of the things that you know are changing. For example, social media. Anybody notice that social media is no longer social? It has just become media. Because the way that from the time of boom, your TikTok actually has decided the way, what is good for you. Last time, when we started out in 20 years ago with social media, is that your friends will determine what's good for you, right? If you notice, or if I post something, my friends will get it. Or if you post something, maybe I will get it. But now, it's not. All the media, because of the success of TikTok algorithm that actually predicts what you like, the content doesn't come from your friend or your social. You don't even, it comes from what you're going to buy, what you want to consume, what's your interest. So it's not actually social media anymore. It is media. It is the second coming of television, not many people, that's why if you talk about social media, and there's a term called organic reach. Last time, organic reach, if you post something, your friend would most probably get it. That means like your organic reach would be like 80%, he'll get it. But now the likelihood of someone getting your post is 3%. So out of your, say you have 1,000 followers, only 30 people will get that post. And out of that 30 people, how many will reply? So it has not, he's becoming less and less social, yeah? And that's why a lot of people in the West and even here in Malaysia has become a bit jaded with social media. They don't want to post anymore. They stop their accounts. And some of them, just because of work, they have to be there. But a lot of them personally really don't care anymore because it's no longer social. That's just one example. There's a lot more examples. We are in an era where, for example, we are in an era where personalities are more important than companies. Last time, if you talk about General Electric, it's a big company. Or Mercedes, it's a big company. You want to know the company, right? But now, you don't. You look at, Elon Musk. You look at the captains of industry, even countries. Is Trump more powerful than the US or US more powerful than Trump? Federal Reserve can tweet something. Donald Trump can tweet something, the whole stock market can crash. So that's how the different scenario that we are living in now. And even the economy is changing. There are two big fights, if you have not noticed, two big fights in the future of our economy. One side where we have China and the BRICS trying to make a gold corridor to monetize gold. The other is the US trying to tokenize finance to actually save them from their large debt. And they are actually pushing it. Their government just closed so long, right? Just open. So they are actually pushing it with, they had a Genius Act before, and now they are putting it as a Clarity Act. With the Clarity Act, it will tokenize a lot of the stock market. Even now, all the ETFs. Last time, crypto used to be nerds in with computers or futurists taking large bets. Now, if you're talking about crypto, it's wrapped around ETFs that you can buy off stock markets like the S&P 500. Yeah, one majority of the S&P 500 is held by AI stocks now, very similar to the third industrial revolution, where the majority of the stocks pushing up the stock market at that time was held by .com companies. So I don't want to go into economics, but that is the background of our design. So first industrial revolution, sounds all and good, all kinds of human progression, but what actually happened to humans at that time? Not a nice era to live in. Most probably, if you were a commoner, yes, there were few small parts of society that actually made money, but most of the living conditions were horrible. You have worked in industrial areas, you are most probably bunched into some sort of factory, or the steam, healthcare, almost zero, right? Second industrial revolution, manufacturing, started to actually formalize industrial work. Not many people know that the people who actually develop these technologies will actually benefit the people who are working in the company. So, example, Ford at that time, if you look at historical documents and narration from those times, Ford actually paid their factory workers double than any other company at that time. So everybody thought, wow, I need to be working at Ford. Sounds familiar or not? Everybody wants to work at the companies that are making the biggest gains for our current economy. And I think the current per employee highest return per employee, I think currently is a company called Hyperliquid, which is a decentralized finance company. So, but talking about the humanity part of it, still, the second industrial revolution, if you can imagine the cities at that time, how would industrialized areas be? Was it livable? I doubt that it's livable. Was it something that you would want to be in? No, you wouldn't want to be a factory worker at those times. How about currently, in the 1980s, where we had the computer revolution? Computers were supposed to make your job easy. When it launched the handphone, the smartphone they call it, it was supposed to give you more free time. Did it give you more free time? No, right? No. More work. People now your client can call you from weekend also can get WhatsApp in the bed also. Hey, why aren't you answering me? So the promises of technology is there, but it may not deliver on the promise that it's supposed to make your life easier. And now we have AI, also with the same promise, right? Oh, with AI, you can have an easier life because you have AI to help you with many of your tasks. Yeah, you can write letters faster. You can do reports faster. You can train it to do so many things. You know, doctors can have assistants who are AI. Then they just do the final check. Architects can have many iterations of design. They just choose the one that's final. So, but really, will it give you that kind of freedom? Because I think a lot of my point here is that through each of these change, there is people who at the sidelines who look at the technology and do not realize the implication. So if you were a farmer in the first industrial revolution, you saw a steam tractor. Wow, it's new technology. But you might not understand the implication. The implication was that one of these steam tractor can do 40 people's work, and you need to reskill yourself and find other work, or else if you are doing the work of the tractor, you will not survive. So a lot of us currently in this generation are like that. We don't understand what is happening with tokenization, like how they tokenize gold, or what's happening in the macroeconomics that's happening. Because Malaysia is a small pawn in this big equation. Our stock market, our market capitalization is very, very small. So one downfall either in China or in the US will affect us significantly. Will affect us meaning that all of us, you might not think you're not investor, but all of you have EPF, all of you have savings, the debasement of your currency, all those affect you, your buying power. So you need to be cognitive of what's happening, because this is what the world we live in now, unfortunately. It's not a mistake that my father, who started work in 1975, could buy a house with a salary of 600, who could buy a car, could get married. But now I have staff that I pay like 4,000 or 5,000, and they struggle to buy a house and to buy cars, you know. So it's a different world. And why is that? Because the economic dynamics have changed. It took ChatGPT was one of the earliest things that broke this record, the fastest adoption of technology. Within 60 days, it had 100 million users. It took radio 38 years to have 100 million users. It took computers to have in every household a computer. In a household to have a computer, it took 7 years. So that is how fast these things changing. So if you remember, I mentioned the cycle for the fourth industrial revolution is 10 years. So we are now in the middle. So it will hopefully, if it's true, the cycle is true, it's coming to sort of like an end. Yeah. whether it's a good end. I'm not saying that the technology is not valid. Like when you talk about the internet is totally valid. But when you talk about AI, yes, but there will be a cycle where the development will taper out. Oh, sorry for this. This image is a bit blurred, but recently a lot of us went to Acacia in Incheon, in Songdo City. If you don't know, Songdo City is one of the smartest cities in the world, I would say. They built this smart city from ground up to be, everything is manageable, controllable, monitored. It is something that is very, very futuristic. I remember, if you can see the tower behind there, a lot of the delegates actually stayed in the tower. I chose this picture because this is actually I'm a very cheapskate, so I actually rented an Airbnb apartment in front of the convention center. So this is my view, and I remember walking across the street. If you want to walk across the street, wow, the actual sensors will actually sense you coming, and then once you press that, the streets will sound and they will light up the LED to walk. Wow, you feel like you're living in the future. Wow. But the sad thing is that the actuality of the smart city itself is that it's almost devoided of people. There's no humanity. It's very clinical. Yeah? I think that is where, when we segue back to the GBI township, when we started the GBI township, there was various stakeholders that sat down to say, what is a green township? And the GBI township too set out a vision for sustainability within the built environment, provides guidance to deliver sustainable townships in Malaysian context. So it sets out to what is a green township here in Malaysia. We wanted to have, of course, the environment, but we could have mentioned that it is just green. But many people think that it's just green, but actually the township tool actually covers more, because we understand that to make a sustainable and smart city is not just about the green part of it. The types of development that the township tool covers is actually residential, commercial, and it's about any city that is, or neighborhood that is 20 acres or more. Sizable developments with neighborhoods and mixed use within boundaries. New projects or regeneration projects in urban centers. To be a sustainable A, minimum of 50% of total development GFA to be GBI certified. Okay, that means that if you have a township that is of a certain size, there should be 50% of the buildings there should be GBI certified. And again, echoing what Pak Mus mentioned just now, the idea is not about one particular party actually leading the trust towards creating the city. Actually, the tool itself requires that it is a holistic approach where you need climate, energy, environment and ecology, community planning and design, transport and connectivity, building and resources, business and innovation, which are the criteria for the township tool. But we need many professionals or stakeholders from many parts. We have ecologists, traffic planners, civil engineers, energy engineers, infrastructure, town planners, contractors, economists, communities and NGOs, all working together to actually realize this township. So it's not just about planners or architects or quantity surveyors. It is about working together to create this city, because a city is people working together. As mentioned just now, it's a union, right? So our township framework actually have I wouldn't go too much into detail today, but All this, for your information, is available on our website, so that if you can download. We have stages of policy, planning, finance, construction, and regeneration. We have a broad range of stakeholders because we understand that to create a city, you need the agreement of all these stakeholders. You can't have just a segment of people. Yeah? And I think one of the most important things that we have put in is actually the cultural aspect and the human aspect of the city. Okay, just a bit about how GBI township stages are, because a lot of people are very familiar with buildings. They say, oh, if I submit green building index to a building, the timeline is different because townships take longer time to mature. So when you apply for it, you have the registration, you submit application to GBI, and you have the planning assessment approval, planning assessment DA. So that means that you do your planning, then once you have finished your planning at KM level, you are actually promising what you want to do for that township. So that is our DA level approval. So once you have done that, we are actually you are doing the implementation. So that implementation will come in later, completion and verification assessment we call it. That might come a lot later because your building of your city is not going to be 1 or 2 years. It's going to be 4 or 5 years, yeah? So that will come later. So your certificate of DA, yeah, or provisional GBI township certification will last you 5 years. So you need to actually start to do the work in 5 years. If you can't, because of economic purposes and whatnot, you can apply for an extension of that. So that's how it works. As I mentioned just now, the core performance criteria is climate, energy, and water. We have ecology and environment. We have building and resources. We have community and design, transportation and connectivity, business and innovation. And when we sat down with all our stakeholders, that means people from all the major professions, the local authorities, government departments, or when we started to create this, people would think that being a green tool, you would use ecology and environment as the highest scoring criteria. But actually, when you look at it, it is actually community planning and design. Community planning and design scores 26 points out of the 100. That means 1/4 of the GBI township tool is actually community planning and design. Ecology environment is 15, climate, energy and water is 20, transportation and connectivity is 14, building resources is 15, business and innovation is 10. And business and innovation is something that we really try to push in as well, because at the end of the day, when you look at a city that thrives, it needs to have that particular portion of it. I mean, economic survivability is very, very important. You can't have a city that looks nice, people live happily in it, but people cannot generate income, or you need to subsidize that city, and it would never work. Okay, I'll just go quickly through each of the criteria. Climate, energy and water, that means very clear, right? It's about sustainable townships are balanced in their ongoing production and consumption of energy and water. I think the key issues here, we are giving key issues to heat island design principles. That means you don't produce heat islands, efficient streetscape and green space lighting, on-site energy generation, renewable energies, reduce water use, reduction of wastewater. If you see this, it's a bit different from the GBI building tool where water is given less emphasis. Here, water is, you can see, is given a 4, so it's same as the heat island design principles. Yeah. Environment and ecology, a sustainable township respects their surrounding environment and its ecological systems. The key issues assessment criteria are biodiversity reserve. That means if you're doing a green site, you need to take care of the biodiversity. Land reuse, if you're using a brown site, that would be better. Ecology, study of the ecology, that means try to maintain the ecology of the site or improve the ecology. Flood and management and avoidance, as rightly pointed out by Pak Mus just now. MASMA, wetland and water body conservation, if you have any. Agricultural land preserve, hill slope development, sustainable stormwater design and management, proximity to existing infrastructure and services, infrastructure provision, and light pollution. So all this falls under ecology and, environment and ecology, EEC, at 11 points. And finally, is the crux that I want to push forward to you is that there is community planning and design. Sustainable townships have been planned and designed to benefit the community. So when we design, we don't design for economic reports. We don't design to meet KPI. We actually design for the people. So that's why this is the most important key aspects. Yeah. So we have 11 criteria, totaling, as I mentioned just now, 20 over points. We have green spaces, perhaps like the Denai Alam project just now, we have connecting green spaces. Compact development, trying to not be an urban sprawl. Amenities for community, provision for universal accessibility, secure design, health in design, recycling facilities, community diversity, affordable housing, government trust, and governance. So that is why when we present this to a lot of people are sort of like surprised why this seemingly more of, if you talk about ESG, it's not the E part, it's the G part or the S part. Rather, but why is it in the two? Because we believe that in order to be sustainable, in order for a city to be truly sustainable, you need these components. Transport and connectivity, of course, sustainable townships are well-connected places that have a broad range of transportation options. Key issues and assessment criteria, the Green Transport Master Plan, availability and frequency of public transport, facilities for public transportation, pedestrian networks, cycling networks, alternative transport options. So what is a Green Transport Master Plan, you may ask, is that when you design that city, you already have an outline of multimodal changes of transport, meaning that, maybe you can cycle to your LRT station, from LRT station, go to the LRT, then maybe from that LRT station, you can walk to the office. You already have a whole master plan in terms of resolving transportation issues from the get-go. Number 5 is building and resources. A sustainable township have a lower impact on our resources and utilize green buildings to live and work in. So we have low impact material use, low impact materials, building and structures, regional materials, which is very important. We try to use local materials as much as possible. Quality in construction, construction waste management, site sedimentation and pollution control, sustainable construction practices, and GBI certified buildings. So the last one means that you need, if it's in a township, most of the buildings should be GBI certified buildings. Business and innovation, also a key thing that we try to push. Sustainable townships are tailored to respond to local needs in creating businesses and employment whilst incorporating innovative solutions. So we have business, 3 credits. That means you have already thought about the specifications for businesses in your area. Innovation, new things, new technologies that you want to actually look at. I think recently, about a month ago, Petra Minister announced small nuclear reactors, if you remember. Yeah, so something like that. Whether it's truly green or not, we're still studying. But at the end of the day, if there is innovation. That means you're pushing the boundary further. Yeah. And of course, lastly is the GBI facilitator credit. This is more of the submission. You can submit without the GBI facilitator, but we suggest that you use a GBI facilitator because they understand the system and all the pointing and what it is all about. So again, when you look at a city, this is again back to Incheon, Songdo. Back to my story when I went to Acacia. Actually, Acacia also to present green at the ACGS, the Acacia Committee for Green and Sustainable Architecture. And when I was there, this is the typical streetscape that you actually have, where you can see it's very modern. Yeah, the buses are electric, the signage are all sensor-driven. There are a lot of, it's very smart city, very futuristic. But for me, it's without a soul. There is no, you don't see, if I ask my fellow, is this Korea? They also cannot answer. Because they don't feel that actually represents, that is, if I say that is soul, that is not soul. They refer to the old town as the actual soul. This is not soul for them. This is Incheon, this is Songdo, this is business district, etc., etc. So the thinking is, what is the most important thing about integrating technology into a cityscape? Again, it comes down to the humanity of it. And I believe that we are in the midst of a confusion where we are pushing a lot of technologies because of all the advances that we are getting now. Any term, it is very much like last time. If anybody used the term internet, oh, it's very good, or website, it's very good. Now every product has the term AI. You got your AI vacuum cleaner lah, AI oven. Is it truly AI? God knows, right? But at the end of the day, the hype and the misunderstanding of people actually, unfortunately, also creeps into the city design framework. Everybody is, if you go into any city design conference, everybody will be talking about AI. But do they truly understand what it means or how to apply it properly and in a humanistic way? I really don't think so. Because a good smart city to look at would be Barcelona. Again, this is a cityscape of Barcelona. This is La Ramblas, if you don't know. This is the main, very festive street in Barcelona. And I love Barcelona because at the end of the day, it is one of the best smart cities in the world. But it hides the technology very well. Technology is not supposed to be the feature of the city. It is supposed to be helping you in the city, right? It's supposed to be non-existent. Yeah, you don't want to display the technology is best when you don't see it. And the humanity is on display. You see very robust cities are lively at night because there are businesses that are open, performers that are performing. There are cafes that are open, people walking by. There are greenery to actually cover a lot of the streetscape. And it is designed from a very traditional sort of city planning. If you know Barcelona, it has a block plan. Yeah. So these block plans are actually forming the city. But again, the level of technology implementation is the same with Songdo. But the humanity is something that actually drives the city planning to be what it is. And I'm just posing this question because a lot of you are playing important roles in either planning, architecture, or even policy making. How much of the humanity are you actually putting or thinking about when you design or planning a city? Because there is a difference. I always like to tell this story when if you have a fight with your wife, Cik, diri cakap, oh, serious. If you have a fight with your wife, then suddenly you tell your wife, yeah, sorry, you know, it's my mistake. I should have not said the things I've said. I know you're right, you know. Thank you very much for being a good wife. Yeah? Yeah. See, you know, I really appreciate you. Then your wife say, oh, thank you for doing that. Wow, your words are very nice. Where did you learn it? Oh, I got it from ChatGPT. Dia lagi marah because what makes you is not your response from ChatGPT. It's you as a human. So as a not just a husband lah, as a designer, you should be thinking about you. If you are looking at the non-human side, then I think we are heading in the wrong direction. Perhaps our cities then should not be smarter, but rather wiser, because I think there is wisdom, and wisdom is something that is very difficult to quantify. Because the idea of AI, and it is to get the most popular or most common belief. But sometimes the right thing to do is very uncommon and is not popular. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Architect Sali Adresakum, for his presentation on Intelligence by Design, GBI's role in the Smart City Revolution. Our next speaker is Mr. Murali Jayabalan, Under-Secretary of the Housing Planning Division at the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, KPKT, who will present a paper entitled Inisiatif oleh Kementerian Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan untuk melaksanakan polisi rumah mampu milik. Mr. Murali Jayabalan is a seasoned administrative and diplomatic officer, currently serving as the Under-Secretary of the Housing Planning Division at the Ministry of Housing and Local Government. Since joining KPKT in 2015, he has gained broad experience across the ministry, serving in departments such as the National Housing Department and SW Corp. Spanning over 27 years in the Malaysian Civil Service, he has held key roles in multiple ministries, including the Ministry of Works and the Prime Minister's Department. Born in Pulau Pinang, Mr. Murali holds a Master of Arts in Strategy and Diplomacy from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Bachelor of Arts from University Utara Malaysia, and Diploma in Public Management from Intan. His core expertise lies in public and affordable housing, public sector modernization, and strategic planning. Okay, may I now invite Mr. Murali Jayabalan to present his paper, Inisiatif oleh Kementerian Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan untuk melaksanakan polisi rumah mampu milik. Dipersilakan.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you Pam for inviting Kementerian untuk share some info tentang rumah mampu milik. Okay, I think this is the first time that we are involved in talk ni. So we are very fortunate lah to share this thing. Okay, actually our collaboration with Pam ni, we started early this year when we hosted IREC with Pam on Architect. So it's a very good collaboration with Pam, and we are looking forward for next year also. Depends on the government's approval. So we are looking forward next year. Maybe we are going to work again closer with Pam on this IREC again next year. Okay, it's a very challenging time for me as a speaker kan, third panelist kan. So noon dah pukul 12. And I'm going to talk about policy pula, which is a very mengantuk punya situation kan. But I will keep it short. I will go on the implementation part. Okay, policy. Okay, this is the policy. But the more challenging thing that we face in implementing rumah maupun milik ini, affordable housing ini, is more to the implementation and the challenges that we are facing. Okay, so before we go deep into the topic, the topic was given to me is dasar on rumah maupun milik, then initiative, and then rumah maupun milik. Then I'm going to touch a bit on the challenges, and of course I will also share with you some important points that had been highlighted to us, or have been given to us or entrusted to us to implement for the Rancangan Malaysia ke-13, which is in another 5 years, which is very challenging. The topic on the RMK 13 for housing is bold and radical. So they want us to think bold and radical in coming up with a proposal, on how to move forward to the housing area ini. Okay, before we go deep into this topic, better for us to look into dia punya sejarah sikit. Macam mana housing ini? I will talk in English and BM. Of course, as a government, I have to promote BM. Okay, so sorry for. I will continue BM in English. Okay, we will started our housing perumahan ni back in 1957 to 70 ni is still our independence. We are more focused on the security, the economy, in the perpaduan. So less emphasis given on the housing sectors. Then we move into 1971 where dasar ekonomi baru muncul, and during this time housing was given a small importance on this area to help those in the poor situation, poor family background. Then we move into the 1988 era, whereby where here a lot of developers came in, where the swasta, private developers came in to support the government's housing program, and they do it collaborative with the government. Then the most important thing that happened was in 2011 and onwards, where the term rumah maupun milik came about. Why rumah maupun milik? Because this time people are unaffordable. They don't have capabilities. I mean, financial support. Houses are there, but they tak miliki, cannot dimiliki, cannot own the house because of the unbankability during the financial constraint. Then government come up with dengan term mampu milik ini. But there are a lot of definition. When the term mampu milik came out, a lot of people make use of them. Macam-macam definisi mampu milik have to be this, around this, and there's a lot of things, definition given. So government step in, they say, okay, rumah mampu milik, this is a standard. So we came up with the definisi rumah mampu milik back in 2015-18 in that terms, where we provide guidelines what rumah mampu milik should be and what the benefit they are getting, so that there's a standard to be followed by the state. Kita sediakan garis panduan, dasar, which is a top dasar garis panduan, which the state have to follow. I mean, as you all know, housing is not federal semata-mata tanggungjawab. It's a state, because state controls the land, and it's a joint tanggungjawab antara state dengan ni. So we provide the garis panduan and to be followed by the states. And also we have dasar perumahan negara. This is a very important dasar, because previously, before that, 2018, there's no dasar. There's guidelines, there's some policies, but dasar per se, for dasar perumahan negara, is established in 2018 until 2025. This is the last year for the dasar, and we have dasar utama. This dasar which governs all these. Dasar H+U, how the housing industry is going to be in the next 5 years, 8 years. And di bawah dasar perumahan negara, we established a dasar perumahan mampu milik, which we have a small subset of dasar ni. And also there's guidelines to be followed. We regulate the dasar perumahan negara, what should be done, what's the criteria, and so on. Okay, then and under the dasar, and we have akta and peraturan, and as you see in the slide, we have under the kementerian itself, kita ada 3 akta, satu akta 757, akta pengurusan strata, which we are in the process of amending right now. It's going through a process of getting feedbacks. I think some of you also involved in one of these akta. Secondly, Akta Pemajuan Perumahan, Akta 118, developers Akta Pemajuan Perumahan, which is a very important akta, and we are looking to overhaul the akta itself, which is going to be a very big amendments coming in, and I'm very sure that some of you have already involved in this akta, and we also welcome any feedbacks. Because as my previous panelists mentioned before, the government now is different. It's not the government knows everything is no more already. We are not working in silos. We are working horizontal. I mean, everyone, we are collaborating with everyone. We welcome any of your suggestion, any individual, any organization, please come and give us feedback. And we are willing to listen to you and willing to engage with you to come up with a better rules and regulation to regulate the industry. And we are also embarking on Akta Sewa Kediaman, Rental Tenancy Act. Because the trend now, what we are following from the Australia and the UK, the youngsters are now not keen to own a house. They are more comfortable to rental. So right now kita di negara ni kita tak ada satu akta yang betul-betul regulate the rental sector. So we are also embarking on this, and this is a great challenge for us because it's a new, and we have 13 states, negeri-negeri, and there are some states that are coming forward to work together with us. We are engaging with state, and some states are, they are slow, but they are open for engagement, and we have to engage throughout all the states. We have to buy in from them, and same goes to the Akta Pengurusan Akta Strata also. We are also engaging everyone now. We are not working silo, we are working with everyone. So these are the things that happening in the government, in the KKPKT right now. Next, this is bit latar belakang from what the dasar actually have. We have 5 focus points, we have 16 strategies, we have 57 plan tindakan. And this dasar is going to end this year, this is the last, and we are looking, we have engaged our consultant from MU and KRI, who is the leading NGOs ataupun think tank in housing. So they have come out, they are working with all these NGOs, individuals, they are getting data, they are getting a lot of inputs from outside, and they are coming up with a new DASA perumahan for another 5 years. We will launch it next year. So the new diagram, new way forward for housing, we will be lancarkan tahun depan. So these are the documentation part, the policy part of it. Okay. Next, this is rumah mampu milik. Okay, mampu milik, we have dasar mampu milik. We have the criteria what are defined as rumah mampu milik. Sorry. What defined as rumah mampu milik? Okay, actually rumah mampu milik is the basic is the harga rumah mampu milik should be 300,000 and below. Last time we set a policy that it should be 3 bilik or 2 bilik bathrooms, square feet 900 square feet. But when we go along with the situation, economic situation, we scale it down so that it's no more 3 rooms, because it's difficult to have 300,000 ringgit punya rumah kat area KL, Penang and Johor, big town. So we scale down. It's not necessary to be 3 rooms, 2 rooms pun boleh, 1 room pun boleh, but harga dia have to be 300,000 and below. And we also, it's not semata-mata KPKT's role. We are entrusted to build 500,000 rumah mampu milik sepanjang RMK 12. That means from 2020 to 2025, we have to bina 500,000 unit mampu milik, which is very tall order for us, because we as a kementerian, what we have to build is PPR. Our signature product is PPR, or now is known as PRR. Dulu dinamakan Projek Perumahan Rakyat, Now we are known as program Residency Rakyat. There are some upgrade have been done to this. And we have Prima with us, and we have SPMB with us. Total that per year that we can build, come up, the completed unit is around 3,000. Times by 5 years, we can only produce 15,000. But government set a target of 500,000, which is a few categories, which completed dalam perancangan and dalam pembinaan. There's 3 categories on that. What we did was we rope in the states, because Rumah Mampu Milik is not the sole, as I told you before, it's not the sole responsibility of Kementerian alone. We have other agencies who are doing Rumah Mampu Milik. We have Kementerian Belayar for Rumah Residensi Rakyat. We have MINDEF who's doing SASAR, Satu Anggota Satu Rumah. So various agencies, states are also doing. All the states in Penang, in Sabah, Sarawak, all. So we rope in them. We set a target to them. Each state, after engaging with them, you have to produce this every year. So by 2020, by June this year, we managed to get 98% of these 3 categories. And we are very optimistic that we can hit the target 500,000 by the end of this year. But in 3 stages, it's not only completed, it's in the developing process and as a perancangan, planning. But planning stages also, we have some condition on this, whereby if you in the planning stages, you have to have KM, at least KM, and you need to have this financial support. You have to show us. Then we will consider it as a planning stages. Without that, we don't calculate, account into the planning stages. Okay, and part of that, we also encourage the private sectors to terlibat. We have to give something for them to encourage them to come. If not, means this category of Rumah Mampu Milik is not a profitable segment for them. Okay, so we have to encourage them. We have to give some green lane for them. We have to do some longgarkan syarat-syarat for them to participate. And even states also, when they have this mixed development, they give some leeway to the developers to go away with the development payments. So these are some things that encourage the developers to take part in Rumah Mampu Milik. But even though this is been said, but the challenges that they are facing, tremendous challenges they are facing, and even yang for 5-year plan also, yang Rancangan Malaysia ke-12, we are struggling to get, and the government has set another 500,000 for the next 5 years. So it's a very challenging, and on top of that, they want it 70% of that 500 to be completed, which is another challenge, huge challenge for us. And we are working with all these parties. That's why I welcome any suggestion from your side, any individuals that willing to come in, willing to share with us your experience or your knowledge. We are welcome for you to call us, to come and meet us, to discuss with us. We are open to that. Okay. Jenis and component RMM, basically they have jenis kediaman. We have pangsapuri and rumah landed. Then we have luasan minimum. We last time we set 750 meter square. Now we have less than it according to the states. Then we have harga, of course, 300,000 and below. This also have been looked into the new Dasar Perumahan Negara visit is doable with we maintaining 300,000 ke ataupun have to be kurang lagi ataupun naik lagi. The kajian sedang dilakukan. Okay, KRI and MU is doing the kajian. As I mentioned to you, a lot of engagement has been done, and for time being, the Rumah Mampu Milik di Malaysia, if we see the median, multiple median, gandaan multiple median yang dikira untuk menentukan sama ada rakyat Malaysia mampu memiliki rumah is dalam kategori sangat tidak mampu milik. In KL, in Selangor, in Klang Valley, in Penang semua. Yang cuma yang mampu milik sekarang ini di Melaka saja. In Melaka, because the score is around 3.1. The perfect score is 3.0, but in Melaka is around 3.2 or 3.1, which is affordable limit lah. Yang lain-lain negeri, including Sabah, Sarawak, tak mampu milik. Okay, that means our pendapatan kasar kita, pendapatan untuk beli rumah kita tak mampu beli rumah. So memang unaffordable lah. So KRI and the consultants are looking into this. They will come up with a suggestion, a planning for us to mitigate the cadangan untuk pelaksanaan. Okay, apart from that, kemudahan awam is a must. We have to have kemudahan awam, like previous panelists mentioned. You have to have a conducive living. We cannot kalau rumah pemilik, you just has rumah saja without anything. No, we want them to have a conducive living as like other in line with this. That's why there's a pindahan daripada PPR ke PRR. Our minister he is very particular on this, because last time the stigma yang lekat pada PPR is a low quality housing, very dirty, is not maintained properly and congested. But now with the PRR program Residensi Rakyat, YB ministers want the houses to be 750 square feet with ada elemen hijau di sana, green facility, solar panel, rain harvesting, access card and so on. So but the price have to be maintained, 300,000, even regardless of is in KL or in other area, it has to be maintained. And it's a challenge for us, very challenges for us, because apabila kita bina rumah, even we are government, we are building a house in local government, we are also subject to their rules. They are not giving us a leeway ke apa ke. We have to pay the charge pembangunan, charge parade, everything, and we are providing this to people around that place, right? So supposedly they have to give us leeway, this kind. No, we are paying the same level. So it's a challenge for us. And when minister come up with these new elements and the prices is we tak boleh kawal lah. Then we come up with a new model. We are working with the state government. We want to buy en bloc, so that which fulfill our criteria. We see that the unit semua fulfill our criteria, we will buy. This is a new approach that we are going through it. And one more thing that I was interested that just now about the green index building. Our minister also have embarked all the PPRs that we are going to build now. PRR have to have green building index, which is we find that okay for us, but the cost. That's why we need to sit down with you, sir. Find a new model khas untuk PPR saja, so that it's affordable. And government, we don't have money, but if you can tailor it to PPR, because this is for poor people, so we can work it out. Then it will be a good showcase for us, because these 13 PPRs that we are going to do will be a new one, away from the traditional, and it should be a showcase for our government and to the people around. Okay, next, these are the garis panduan that we have. For when you want to build a house, these garis panduan guidelines by Plan Malaysia. Plan Malaysia, they sediakan all these garis panduan, and one of the garis panduan is 1% for our PRR is 1% should be, at least 1% should be for the OKU. And we are also going towards aging society. By 2030, we are already passed to the aging society. All of us will be aged gracefully, right? By 2030, our country will be, I think, 30% or something, the population will be the aging society. And we can't provide aging township. I mean, there's no particular township ke perumahan ke yang khas untuk orang-orang tua ni. Sebab it's difficult, because siapa nak beli rumah-rumah beside dengan kawasan retirement village ke something like that. We are thinking on it. We are doing some research on it. But if the study says we need to be, there have to be some elements on that, we will look into it. But what we are planning to do is doing something so that this aging population can be provide some facilities so aging in place tu. So they can age kat tempat yang mereka tinggal, but we will provide some renovation for that rumah. For instance, for yang 1% yang PPR, PRR for the aging or OKU, we provide all these facilities for them. Dia bigger door entrance, bathrooms, and they have railings. The switch box semua kat bawah semua tu kan. That one we provide, and we are planning to have this kind of arrangement for aging inside. It's still in the discussion process, but we have to embark on this because 2030 is not dah dekat dah. Okay, so we also have to face the thing. Takkan we are not going to we are going to stay in the house and we have to do something about this. So these are the garis panduan that we have in the kementerian. So next, cabaran. This is the challenges that we face in melaksanakan implementation of our affordable housing ni. First is daya huni, livability, whereby we want membina rumah-rumah pemilih ni di keadaan di livability. Macam kat Alam Denai itu, of course lah we cannot, because Alam Denai itu is high class punya ni kan. So this we have to suit to our rumah pemilik punya standard. So we have to have this kind, and it's a very challenge kalau kat negeri-negeri yang ada tanah yang sedikit lah. Okay, I mean di area KL ni we want to do rumah pemilik yang ada tempat-tempat yang ini memang is a big challenge. Keduanya ialah mismatch. If you look at the data from NAPIC baru ni, there's overhang issue. Okay, overhang means that property yang dah siap, dah dapat CCC and tidak dapat jual. So there are various definition on overhang ni. So kalau kita dapat maklumat tu, memang dalam 27,000 units yang overhang yang tak dijual. Why it is this thing has happening? Because of mismatch. What happened is as I mentioned before, perumahan ini is not the sole. We are not, KPKT is not sole what you call agency that approve for perumahan. There's various agencies yang buat. Okay, so dalam tempat yang sama mungkin akan ada rumah KPKT, rumah daripada SASA, then we have rumah from MINDEF, we have so a lot of overlapping each other. So when we have a same skill, same rumah-rumah yang sama dibuat dalam satu kawasan yang sama and happen to be in outskirt of the so this rumah akan jadi, there's no permintaan. We just build because there's no coordination. When KM is approved, they don't look into the rumah-rumah yang kosong yang ada. So they just approve according to the request ataupun the plan yang telah diberikan. But now we are collaborating with Plan Malaysia, which Plan Malaysia is already have MUO, Malaysian Urban Observatory, whereby they mismatch. They are matching all these KM in every places, so that when we want to buy a house, we go to this website, we know in this area how many houses of rumah pemilik yang ada in based on our category. Is it rumah pemilik or rumah M40 or higher? There will be screen there in that particular. So in that screen, when the new development coming place, they can look at this and they can develop. They can propose the KM according to this plan. So it's still we already started this program, and we are tambah baik. We are getting all these data, and we will try to get it done as soon as possible, so that there's no mismatch in future when we do this rumah pemilik or other houses. Then Ketiadaan penyelarasan. This the ketiadaan penyelarasan means, as I mentioned before, a lot of agencies are doing a lot of housing program. In KPKT, we are only entrusted for APDL saja. Kalau pemaju nak buat rumah, dia kena dapat APDL daripada kita. That's the only control mechanism that we have. The rest, tanah from the state, KM, OSC, material from KKR, manpower from so this scattered around, and on top of that, a lot of ministries are doing. So it's not coordinated. So when it is not coordinated, then it's difficult for us to have a bigger picture on this area. And last time there was a suggestion from the government to have a single authority on doing all this planning, all this approval, but it was not taken taken off because of some political. But now they are coming back, and KE in RMK 13 have asked us to look into it. If that's materialized, then it will be a very good start for us. So to coordinate all these housing issues in one single agency. Okay, next is the quality perumahan. Quality perumahan, of course, now we are embarking on like I just mentioned, a lot of things. I like to talk about the PPR because that's something that we do directly. Okay, PPR now, PRR, they are as I mentioned to you, building index. Then we have H+U also coming to improve the quality of PPR that we are doing. Next is pemilikan accessibility. Developers always complain that buyers don't have the accessibility to pinjaman semua ni. Okay, always have a high rejection rate. Dia tak mampu untuk ni. So yesterday we had a very long discussion with the Bank Negara and all the banks, and we are going to have some more discussion on how to tackle this, because the banks also coming with a suggestion for us how to improve, and it will take some time for us to come up with a new model. We are also looking at RTO to be now the RTO, rent to own, is only for the public housing, and of course Maybank is doing, and the Maybank is doing is ongoing. But ours RTO is only for the government PPR houses, and the RMK 13, the KE, Kementerian Ekonomi, have suggested us to expand this not only for the government but also to the private sectors. So we are looking into that also. For us, maybe in months to come, we will finalize it, and maybe there will be some new development will be taking place. And we are also talking with SJKP, Scheme Jaminan Kredit Perumahan, which many of us don't know. Scheme Jaminan Kredit Perumahan is a grantee by the government for those who are unbankable. If we mostly for the those who don't have payslip kan, kerja-kerja gig economics ni. Kadang-kadang dia orang tak ada payslip ni, so difficult to get on. Even though they are mampu nak beli rumah, tapi it's not supported by documentation. For this kind of people, they can approach SJKP, Scheme Jaminan Kredit Perumahan, and they will have the guarantor, and approval will be given by the bank. But they have to approach, and it's a good takers for this. Government have allocated so far 30 billion on this. Around 26 billion have been taken. So it's a good move by the government to introduce jaminan ini. Okay, so next our strategy. What's our strategy is on this? So reformasi perundangan, as I mentioned to you, there are a lot of amendments coming in for 118, 757. 118 is a very important Akta 118 Pemajuan Perumahan, which kalau nak banjukan rumah, you have to have APDL license. And here we buat pindaan yang sewajarnya, so that kebajikan ataupun kepentingan pembeli, the welfare and the security of buyers is well taken care. At the same time also, we cannot cut off pemaju. We have to strike a balance. As a kementerian here, we have to strike a balance. We have to take care of this pembeli. At the same time, we have to facilitate the developers' request, so that both working in tandem to provide housing that we need. If no means, if you only take care of the buyers and we neglect pemaju ni, kalau dia boycott kan, so no one will be doing the housing, so we were left. And right now we have 500,000 target yang telah diletakkan, and we have to fine tune to make both win-win situation. So we have to strike a balance, take care of these buyers, dia syarat-syarat what buyers, and at the same time we facilitate whichever we can to developers for them to build the house accordingly lah. So next is kajian pengubalan RU sewaan, as mentioned to you just now. RTA is on the way now, on the discussion panel. We are engaging with all the states and NGOs to come out, and we also welcome any of you to come forward. If you have any ideas, please write to us. We willing to share, we're willing to listen to you. Please give some ideas, because as I mentioned before, the era of government knows everything is gone. We are now working horizontal, not more silos. We are engaging a lot of parties, NGOs, universities, individual to come up ideas for us to come up with a new way forward in the housing. Next is kajian perumahan. I mentioned then piawaian reka bentuk sejagat. This is universal building standard, and the rest all is more operative. Number 2 is about keterangkuman insentif aspirasi. This I mentioned that we are rebranding PPR to PRR, and we are adding on some add-on to that to remove the stigma of PPR. PPR, if you go to Lembah Subang one, for instance, you will first indication, first perspective, you will say it's dirty someone, and we are going to change that perspective by introducing PRR, which has a more specific. Then SJKP, we are going to broaden their SJKP's role so that they can give more guarantees for those who are eligible. So our kadar pemilikan rumah, house ownership in Malaysia is around 76-75%, which is higher kalau compare with this regional ni, like regional ni dalam lebih kurang 60%, 70%, but we are 76%, which is kalau kita kata 100 orang penduduk, 76 orang dah memiliki rumah. Tapi kita tak tahu sama ada 76% tu seorang tu memiliki 2 rumah ke 3 rumah ke, we don't know. The details we don't have, but the percentage shows that 76%. That one we are trying to detail it out so that in HIMS housing integrated management system under Jabatan Perumahan Negara, we are doing something on it so that we can capture this data, so that in future we know the amount of people and amount of age of people who owns a house, kita dapat capture that things. And next, transformasi institusi berdaya maju. This is COB for the management, strata management. We know a lot of issues in strata management. We are looking at it also. We are engaging a lot of people, a lot of consultants to look into this. The shortage of COB, Pesojaya Bangunan, and we also want PPR or PPR to have this management committee, because nowadays if you look at the historical PPR last time, high rise memang tak ada MC or JMC, all are borne by the government. Government subsidize the house. Government also pay their maintenance fee, which is unfair now. Okay, totally unfair. So now we are trying to get the people involved. You want to stay in PPR house, high rise, you have to pay this amount. Before they move in, we put the syarat, because if not, we didn't do that, it will become the square mana like last time experience. Okay. So these are things that we are also embarking on system data raya, big data. We are then the next is community. We have Dasar Community Negara. We want the community also involved in all the management. Nowadays, people are very busy with this the activities, so they are reluctant or they don't have time to involve the community. We are also having activities on that. And the fourth one is we are looking collaboration with the state government. The first time, for last time, all the PPRs we are doing. BPJ was doing. We have in Kementerian we have around 20 or 15 PPR projects per year, and now we are distributing it to among the states. States have the upper power, or state have the authority to choose and to implement. The money will be challenging to them. They will do all the projects. In this way, we found that we hope that it will be done very faster, and people can move in very fast, and it will reduce our cost. Okay, and we have on PPR example in Sabah, for instance, it took 20 years to complete. 20 years because of a lot of things. So we don't want that. Because of this 20 years of delay, it costs us a lot of money, manpower, and imagine those who applied PPR those 20 years ago, he's just got married, and when he got the key right now, the son have already entered university. So these are things that we want to avoid in the future. So things are being done. We cannot do it in the government. We have to follow the standard procedures, which is stipulated. If we didn't follow then we will subject to be queried or penalized. So it will take some time, but it progressively being done. Okay. This is something I want to share with you in RMK 13, whereby the government, they have three important things that they have asked us to do. First is single entity to do the housing. We will come back to, we are going to start the negotiation, discussion with all the people, all the parties involved, so that there will be a single. But it will take some time because it cut across a lot of ministries, agencies, states. I don't think so. Many other ministries are willing to give their power to building house to us. So it will be a long years to convince them. So by I think the second or third year we'll be finding some tunes on this. The rest, second thing is more important is for the IBS, BIM, which is now we already have IBS in all the government projects. But the problem is the minimum numbers, because PPR for us, we are doing around 20 units, 200, 300 units, which is economy of scale is not there for us. So we are trying to combine all this PPR in one state to come up with the numbers so that we can embarking seriously on BIM and IBS. And government also want us to form a consortium involving all these developers. In coming up with this consortium, we are discussing on this. So it's something that going on, and of course the pindahan akta. Then pemilikan rumah, as I mentioned to you, we have RTO. RTO will be expanded to private housing, and we are talking with SJKP and Cagamas and banks to come up with a new model, how we are going to go about to implement this. So it's ongoing process. We'll come up with some of these suggestions. And kecekapan, the third one is kecekapan pengurusan perumahan. We want to get the management, because government is spending a lot of money on this management part of housing. As I told you before, we are not only subsidizing the PPR houses, we also spend money to maintaining it. So it's unfair. Okay, people have to have that responsibility to do that, and we are coming up with the plans. So these have to be done in 5 years term. So we are working on it, and as again, I welcome any of plan or suggestion from you all. Please, if any, please come forward to us, meet us, discuss with us. If you have any friends out there who have any ideas, please write to us. We are willing to discuss. We're willing to listen to you and come up with a better housing development plan in future. Okay, this is something new. One new. This vertical school. I have to mention it because vertical school is the idea of our PM by APM. There are three currently. I've been project. I've been involved in vertical school. Kota Madani in Putrajaya, Bakat Madani in Penang, and Residency Aman Madani in Bandar Tasik Permaisuri. So PM wants in future the huge development program need to have vertical school. There's a regulation that if you have you kalau ada pembinaan rumah melebihi I'm not sure 5,000 or 3,000 they need to provide a school. Okay, there's a rule. But due to the constraint, financial constraint, the land is provided by the developer, but we can't, the Ministry Education can't develop the school because of non-adequate fund. So the land is there, it's not developed, and Prime Minister wants us to look into where we can have the school in the same area where the housing development plan was erected, developed, so that people don't have to spend money to sewa kereta or bus sekolah and so on. So he wants the school to be in the housing compound itself, okay, so that the student can be monitored and they can be in a safe environment. So these are three pilot projects that are coming in place, and maybe in future there will be more coming in for vertical school. These are new type of things that have been planned. Okay, I think that's all for now. Thank you very much. If you have any question, please. And again, I plead to you, if there's any suggestion from your side, please don't hesitate to email us, to come and meet us, give us some ideas on how to develop the things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murali Jayabalan, for his presentation on inisiatif oleh Kementerian Perumahan dan Kerajaan Tempatan untuk melaksanakan polisi rumah mampu milik. Okay, so now let us enjoy a special presentation by our sponsor, Laticrete Malaysia's Namberhad. May I now invite Miss Alice Lee, the Regional Product Development Manager of Laticrete Malaysia's Namberhad, to the stage. A round of applause, please.
Press this, right? Okay, thank you. So good afternoon to everybody. Right, I know we have a whole day of events already and more to come as well. Right, so before I start, I would like to actually congratulate every single one of you, right, to actually use the time this Saturday itself, right, to spend time to learn a little bit more and be a bit more passionate when it comes to sustainability and to build a greener future, you say, right? So when we talk about sustainability, look at our own experiences. I look back at my own experiences. 30 years ago, or rather when I was very much younger, when we go to Cameron Highlands, I remember it was really, really cold, right? I really need many layers, multiple layers of jacket. Recently though, when I went to Cameron Highland, I don't even need a jacket, right? Because it's no longer as cold as what I remembered. Honestly, it's just nice, right? And that is today. How about 30 years down the road, right? So if we don't do anything about this today, if we don't address the rising climate change that's happening today, what will happen to our future generations? We're not even talking about our children. How about your grandchildren and so on? Would they have that kind of, experiences that we have today, or would they be cooped up indoors under air-conditioned rooms, right? So these are things that, when we talk about sustainability, over time we just say, yeah, it's just part of the law, part of this, part of that initiative. But think of it as our own experiences. This is something that we are experiencing as human, as people, right? So when it comes to Laticrete and our role that we play in sustainability, Laticrete, basically we are a company that manufactures tiles and stone installation system. We are talking about screeding, plastering, waterproofing, adhesive, and tile grouts as well, right? So when it comes to that, we also have a mission when we are dealing with sustainability. We are looking to shape a greener future and beyond. And we do that basically by reimagining operations with the earth in mind. How we do that is we look into three things: reducing your emissions, right? Conserving resources, as well as designing eco-friendly products and services, right? So these are very, very important. So I'm going to break down each individual ones of this. A greener vision first starts with a greener ingredient. Okay, so I'm going to basically share on just one main ingredient that our industry always deal with, all right? And that would be cement, okay? And if you think about it, you'll be shocked to know that just three key items that we normally use in our industry actually contributes to 20 to 25% of your global carbon dioxide emission. And these three things is just the production of your aluminum, production of your steel, as well as production of cement. Three of these combined already makes up to 20 to 25% of carbon dioxide, global carbon dioxide emission. It's huge, right? So a lot of time when we are using the product, we never actually come to think about it, that how much we are actually affecting the environment in the process itself, right? So when we look at cement being one of the major contributor, right? Why does it contribute so much to carbon dioxide? First thing is, when you're mining for your cement, right? When you drive down to Ipoh, used to have really beautiful hills. Right now, you drive down to Ipoh, you realize actually, wow, the hill seems to be a bit more botak already. You know, it seems like it's quite empty now. It's gone, right? Halfway gone, right? Why? Because we are trying to get limestone from it. And once we get limestone, of course, you have many trees that's being, removed off. But at the same time, as we are heating up the limestone to break it down, because what we want is the lime to make cement. As we heat it up and it becomes lime, you actually emits out carbon dioxide. So just to produce cement, you are already cutting down trees. So you are already basically reducing, the cycle of carbon dioxide becoming oxygen, right? And by just heating up your limestone to make lime, you are already emitting carbon dioxide, right? So how does that translate to us? Now, for Ladicrete, of course, we don't produce cement, but our products uses a lot of cement. So I'm just going to use one key product only, tile adhesive, right? Tile adhesive is used to basically, adhere your tile, to bond your tiles to buildings, right? So adhesive itself, we are only talking a very thin layer, 7 to 8 mm, so very, very thin layer on it. So if I can just replace 30%, let's just say 30% of my cement content and use recycled product. We call it supplementary, basically SCS, supplementary complement materials, so cementitious materials. Basically, it's just to substitute cement. By using 30% of it, basically, I'm also reducing 30% of carbon dioxide, right? And that translates to actually one adhesive bag, I save 7 kilograms of carbon dioxide being emitted out. In one project, just one project of 1,000 units, you are using roughly 20 to 25,000 bags. So we are talking about 175,000 kilos of carbon dioxide just for tile adhesive. And tile adhesive is 7 to 8 mm thick. What about your concrete? What about your screeding, right? All of these are so much thicker, and that's so much more. One project alone already contribute to million of tons. Not tons yet, but million kg, right, of your carbon dioxide. One industry alone, 100 million tons of carbon dioxide. These are the things that we are looking at just by simply changing, right, the materials, replacing it. Okay. So these are some of the examples of the green initiative that Ladicrete is embarking on. So we deploy renewable energies in our major facilities. So we are talking about making, using solar power plants. We make sure that we recycle the water that we use. We recycle back. Sometimes when you produce a production, one run, you will normally have extras because sometimes you forecasted a little bit too much, right? So you will always have some balance. Now what do you do with the balance? Right? So there are some industries whereby they just throw the balance. So for us, we make sure that we are able to basically reuse back that balance and reformulate it back into our newer products again. Right? So these are some of the initiatives that we are doing. So carbon neutral shipping, eco-friendly packaging, green product design, as well as sustainable supply chain. Okay? So when we look at sustainability, internationally, the International Energy Agency, basically they say that the foundation of your decarbonization strategies actually should start with energy efficiency. Why? It's because imagine if if you don't address this energy efficiency, you are basically working against yourself. It's like running up an escalator that is coming down, but you have to run really, really hard up, right? It's because as you are building you are trying to replace things, you're trying to build solar panels and so on, but somebody always leave the aircon on, somebody always leave the light on, that kind of thing. So small little things like this actually adds up, right? So sometimes when we print our documents and then we say, it printed onto a reused paper. Let me just print another one, right? So one person make one mistake is okay. In Malaysia, we have 30 million people, right? Let's just say half of the population, 15 million people, make that one mistake, then you have 15 million papers that is being thrown away just like that, right? So it's small little mistakes like this, small little things like this that actually accumulates to make something really, really big, right? So that's why they say the foundation is actually energy efficiency, how we make sure that, not only do we off and on lights like that, but how do we design building that is also energy efficient. Right? So we are also talking about renewables and electrifications. Can we switch everything to electrics? Right? So we are talking about vehicles, transportation. But again, these are some of the things that it's good to change to electrical, but I also question it because it's a big industry we are talking about. Because when you talk about electrical vehicles, think about it again. In Malaysia, where does our energy sources come from? Right? 80% of it actually comes from fossil fuels as well as your coal. We burn coals, we burn natural gases, 80% of it comes from there. And about 15 to 20% is your hydropower, which is very, very minimal. So if you're using electric cars, electric vehicles, does it really, really, help the environment? So that's also another question. But at least we do our part. Right? So we hope that the industry leaders of that sector, they also do their part as well. Right? So we are talking about low to no carbon fuels as well as material efficiency. Again, material efficiency, like just now what I mentioned, can we switch over the materials to make it more sustainable? We also want to make sure that the materials, can we reuse it again? Can it have a longer lifespan so that you don't need to keep changing it again, replacing it, upgrading it, and whatnot. So can I come up with a material that uses less, but it can give you a longer lifespan, right? And as we manufacture, can we also capture the carbon and store it, right? So basically, all of these things basically plays a role in a whole picture. Okay? So basically, when we talk about sustainability, we're talking it as an ecosystem. Right, we're not just talking about one player doing everything. We are talking about every one of us contributes to it. From the raw material sourcing, so again, when we source our material itself, we have to make sure that we source from companies that takes into account, all this sustainability act as well, right? And then when we do our production, we also have to ensure that our productions also follow in line. For example, does our forklift use electricity or we use diesel, right? The forklift and all that, your manufacturing itself, our paper bags, the type of packing, the type of formulas that we use, are it all green, right? And then once we have all of that, when we transport it out, right? So all of this transporter, what kind of policies do they have? What kind of vehicles do they have? Distribution, when we distribute it out to everybody, right? All of this actually comes into play. Consumption, when you start to your building itself, when the contractors are actually using our products, after that, what do they do with the paper? Right? After they tear out and then they use the towel adhesive, what happened to the paper bag? Do they just throw it or do they recycle it? So these are the things that we all have to basically take into account, right? So if we actually just take note of where the whole life cycle comes into, then we have a bigger idea of the whole ecosystem and how each of us fit into it, right? Okay, so for Ladicrete, basically this is our goal, our target for the next 5 years. We want to make sure that we have low carbon emission products by 2030. So not to say that we don't have. At the moment, all our products are green, right? So if you need products that, if you have projects that you need a green certification, just come to us. We do have all of that, but we want to further enhance it, right? And that is our target in 2030. We want to make sure that 40% of our renewable energy is deployed in manufacturing, right? So these are things that, why it takes time, because on paper it seems easy. I can just replace, right? So on paper it looks very, very easy. Why not just replace 70% of cement instead of 30%, right? But you see, as I replace it, my performance in my products also is affected, right? So sometimes when you replace certain things, your product takes very long to dry. And when it takes very long to dry, then it's very hard for the workers to use. It's very hard for, and then nowadays we always have rainfall and whatnot. Then you may have other problems coming up. So it's a check and balance. It's not something that we can just say that, on paper, this one looks good, let's do it, right? So it's something that we need to do R&D about, and that normally takes years, right? And so that is our target. And of course, at the end of the day, we make sure that we work with all of these bodies, right? We are talking about GBI, we are talking about all the industrial leaders as well. Your Singapore Green Building, we are talking about ISO, we are talking about US Green Building. So basically all of these panels, authorities, they are the experts, right? So these are some people, the bodies that we are actually working closely with, right? To ensure that we are on the right track. And that's how all of us can come to play, to play in this sustainability movement. So at the end of the day, it is more than a strategy, it is a movement, right? So it's something that all of us have to do it together. It's not something that just one player can do it, right? It's a whole ecosystem. And with that, I'll end my presentation and I'll pass it back.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Alice Lee, the Regional Product Development Manager of Ladicrete Malaysia, Sdn Bhd. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to the panel discussion session for the morning session. May I now invite all our 3 speakers for the morning session to the stage. So can we have Architect Mustafa Kamal Zulkarnain, Architect Sarli Adresakum, and Mr. Murali Jayabalan on the stage. And the session will be moderated by the convener of the symposium, Architect Thiri Logachandran. So we will also open for Q&A. So if you have questions, shall wait for the signal by our moderator.
Okay, already, yeah? Okay, today we had 3 presentations. Of course, we started with Architect Mustafa Kamal. Of course, he talks a lot on the, challenges of cities to be resilient. And of course, he touched on PSKL 2040, and of course, the realities of and the challenges of city to be resilient. And we had second paper by Sali, generally on the role of smart cities in the industrial resolution, and also what GBI role in the GBI role in smart cities. And of course, he touched about the challenges, realities, and smart city with soul, and comparing Barcelona and Seoul and so on. So basically, looking about a township tool, how do we benchmark the smart cities? Of course, you can see that it's not just that smart city features, there's a lot you can see on the community and environment and other factors almost 70%. The technologies are only about 20%. You can see the tool there. Of course, the third one is by Mr. Murali, generally on the challenges on Dasar Perumahan Negara. He covered overview of the housing KPKT's role in delivering rumah mampu milik, and the current Dasar Perumahan Negara, of course the target of 500,000 and the challenges being faced and so on. Okay, now, in fact, this end of the year, they should target to have 500,000 houses. Of course, I have some question for him, but then I'll open to the floor first. From that, of course, challenges, housing, and so on. So now open to the floor. Any question from the floor to the three speakers? Any questions? Anybody? Okay, Amin.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. I'm representing the Europe, Malaysia. I would ask, especially on Kita Mustafa. See, you're talking about Malaysia on disaster. You see, now in KL, every time we have a lot of flood, I've been so long. We have so many PhDs and all these people talking about smart canal, and still the flood occurs and become worse. See, that's one. Another one, we're talking about local plan and structural plan. Maybe involves. You see, we are talking about destruction or enemy. It can come from nature, which is flood, wind, all that. We haven't come yet to the typhoon. We don't know because of the ring of fire now. It's shifting to our part. I think part of Johor, but the part already having already some tremor. We're talking about next is in terms of defense. We are not attacked, we are attacked by nature is one. The other one is maybe an enemy. I mean, my experience been in the army, we're talking about maybe if we can do whatever our nature, for example, our line of communication, it can be water, it can be air, it can be all that. It should be a way collaborate in terms of defense. Allah, thank you.
Most.
Thank you very much for that. I think very challenging question you got to. As to I got the answer for flood. Okay, let me try. Let me try. Okay, actually for about 12 years, I've been actually looking at not just floods. I'm looking at how we can use the built environment that we have to actually resolve the flood even before you start building. I want to go to the smart tunnel. Why did they choose the smart tunnel between the southern section of Kuala Lumpur, which is between the Sungai Besi Airport and Jalan Tun Razak? Why didn't they choose any other roads, but they choose that road? Do you see that that road, even before they build the smart tunnel, has the widest lanes? You know, I think if you cannot even cross, it's I think almost 25 lanes. But they choose there to be the smart tunnel. I can foresee one thing. That is actually where even the lowest point of Kuala Lumpur, which is Pantai. Why I say Pantai? Pantai is where all your sewer treatment plant is there. Because that's where it's discharged from Kuala Lumpur. So, the best solution is that if we learn from Tokyo, the area where what used to be the Sungai Besi Airport, they should build a large reservoir beneath the earth that is actually currently now has not been built. In fact, the two MRT stations, north and south, Bandar Malaysia, has already been built, but they should actually extend that to even hit the smart tunnel. So that will be a consolidated pond beneath, because in my opinion, that could be our even the next resource for our water, next resource for our flood mitigation, And that is probably the only floodplain that we ever have in Kuala Lumpur. And if we are very smart enough, kita boleh tanam sawah padi tu actually. Because dekat situ tanah dia very apa kata it's still a lot of chemicals sebab it used to be an airport, right? So that has to be treated. But secara topographical, in my opinion, that is the best. So we probably can build smart tunnel 2.0, smart tunnel 3.0, and you build slowly right up onto the northern side of the Sungai Besi Airport. Okay. Why I put this up to front for you all? In Malaysia, we only see development as a development to satisfy the how should I say, the person or the group who is actually developing. The remedy is money. So, in order to balance what Kuala Lumpur can do, we need now to ensure that our development has got a security aspect to it. Do you realize Kuala Lumpur is now a handicapped city? Most cities in the world, they have a city airport. We currently don't have a city airport. Our airport used to be about 5 kilometers from the Parliament House. Now it has extended to 28 kilometers outside, and it has already touched Selangor. So whoever the dignitaries in Parliament, you now need to travel at least 45 minutes out in the open. Anything can happen 45 minutes. I wouldn't want to name all the movies, but that can happen. So that's the reason why also, when I spoke and give the thoughts in Negeri Sembilan, we have Sungai Besi Airport previously, now we have Sepang Airport, but little that we know, we also have got Sendayan Airport. That's actually the replacement of the Sungai Besi Airport, another S, okay? So they have been looking at the, how should I say, Negeri Sembilan or Seremban for that matter, and they're looking at it as how to be friendly with Singapore, Selangor. But I look at it differently. You have to travel on Max 1, right? Max 1 until Putrajaya. Max 2 is at the edge of KLIA, betul? Where is KLIA in the map, regional map? KLIA is actually touching the edge of Selangor and Negeri Sembilan. So where Selangor and Negeri Sembilan is, where Labu Sendayan is, that's actually our military airport. So strategically, and for your information, I've been working also with MINDEF, that we need to now have a look at planning to be termed as HANROH. HANROH is pertahanan menyeluruh. That means to say, you are not just looking at it as a civil defense, but you're looking at it as a military defense for the nation. And why I'm saying that, to flood Kuala Lumpur is as likable that you are actually inundating Jakarta with water. So we should not allow it to happen, even though we love that Jakarta is sinking, but actually KL is underwater also in another way. So we have got to take care of our own backyard also, that Kuala Lumpur is our financial center, TRX is next door to it, and Bank Negara is along the same street that you're going to go along to Parliament House. So HANROH, pertahanan menyeluruh, is actually the way that things are going. And if you look at Ibu Kota Negara Nusantara, little that I know, my good friend from the company that did the winning scheme of Ibu Kota Negara Nusantara, when they won the competition, and the first day that they went to the President's office or President's Palace, Merdeka in Jakarta, they are not just met with the people of the Ministry of Housing, all the rest. In the same room, there comes TNI, TNA, and TNR. Tentera Nasional Indonesia, the Air Force, and the Naval Base. And he was asking why. When he came with the plan for that whole 270,000 hectares of Ibu Kota Nusantara, suddenly they wedged the naval base, the military, the ground troops base, and also the Air Force. So all three are actually surrounding the whole of Ibu Kota Negara Nusantara. It's not in the main plan, but it is planned already. So they have actually looked at it as a not just Indonesian new capital, but they have looked at it as a total savior for what Jakarta is about to happen. Because Jakarta is really sinking. If you go to Jakarta, I've seen with my own eyes, I'm standing here, the sea level is actually 10 feet high up there. And they are pouring water as though the ship is already full of water. And there's only 2 pumps. There are only 2 pumps. So, okay, so that pump is overloaded or working. And, okay, sorry, so that's how it is.
Allow others to answer also. I mean to question also. Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Selamat tengah hari. Saya ada soalan dekat Encik Murali berkenaan dengan dasar perumahan negara yang ada Encik Murali sebutkan tadi lah. Sebab Encik Murali daripada KPKT, jadi saya cakap dalam bahasa Melayu lah. Okey, saya ada sebenarnya ada banyak kes berkenaan dengan Akta 118. Okey, soalan saya ialah berkenaan dengan Tribunal Tuntutan Pembeli Rumah. Saya rasa Encik Murali pun tahulah apa yang berlaku di luar sana, di mana para pembeli rumah apabila pemaju mereka lambat menyerahkan pemilikan kosong yang sepatutnya berlaku di bawah Housing Development Regulation 1989, Schedule G, HIJ lah, dalam masa 24 bulan atau 36 bulan. Jadi LD telah pun berjalan. Okay, jadi apabila pembeli rumah ni cuba hendak menuntut liquidated damages daripada pemaju, okay, dan kes telah dibawa ke Tribunal Tuntutan Pembeli Rumah. Okay, award telah pun dikeluarkan oleh Presiden Tribunal. Namun apa yang berlaku ialah pemaju enggan untuk membayar. Okay. Dan apabila pembeli-pembeli perumahan ini yang telah menuntut liquidated damages kembali semula ke tribunal, jawapan yang diberi oleh tribunal ialah tribunal bukanlah enforcer. Maka kami tak boleh memaksa pemaju untuk membayar liquidated damages kepada pembeli. Maka pembeli haruslah pergi ke mahkamah, mengeluarkan duit sendiri pergi ke mahkamah. Kadang kos yang dikeluarkan untuk pergi ke mahkamah untuk dapatkan peguam lebih tinggi daripada liquidated damages yang mereka menuntut di bawah tribunal. Okay. Namun apa yang saya pasti di bawah Akta 118 sekiranya di bawah deposit, soalan saya pada Encik Murali lah, sebab tadi ada sebut tentang pindaan untuk dasar perumahan negara dan sebagainya. Ada tak kebarangkalian untuk pihak KPKT, controller, pengawal perumahan, untuk mengambil deposit 3% yang telah dipegang oleh pemaju dibayar terus kepada pembeli yang menuntut liquidated damages? Okay. Yang kedua, di bawah Housing Development Regulation 1991 berkenaan dengan Housing Development Account. Okay. Untuk surplus money dan the release of all monies, apabila hanya akan di-release, dikeluarkan kepada pemaju apabila mereka telah menyelesaikan liquidated damages kepada pembeli. Okay. Boleh tak duit ini diambil dan terus diberikan kepada pembeli perumahan yang menanti-nantikan duit untuk liquidated damages mereka ni, berbandingan mereka terpaksa pergi ke mahkamah untuk menuntut dan mengeluarkan kos yang amat tinggi. Itu soalan saya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. Panjangnya soalan tu. Okay, tak apa. Dia 2 soalan je. So, apa-apa pun dalam kes kerajaan ni, we have to follow akta ataupun peraturan-peraturan yang sedia ada. Memang peraturan sedia ada ni memang they have some loopholes yang memang walaupun hasrat KPKT adalah untuk menjaga kepentingan pembeli, Tapi there are some ways that developers or any other, no, I'm not talking about all the developers, but some tanggungjawab punya try to navigate ini untuk kepentingan. Tapi all these perkara ni memang kita telah bincang dan telah diambil kira dalam akta baru ni. So dalam akta baru ni memang we have consulted well with the tribunal and all these parties, house buyers semua tu, and we have come up with a new suggestion on a winning-winning situation. I can't reveal what is that right now because it's still under discussion and under drafting. So this only we can reveal all these things once the parliament dah lulus, then we can have this the details revealed. But rest assured, all these points that you raised just now was all discussed in detail in our discussion with even in dalam dasar pun ada, dalam pemindahan akta dan even dalam pengurusan serata pun we have already discussed in lengthily, and there are also other issues that dalam dari segi projek terbengkalai, umpamanya how we are going to mitigate menghalang projek terbengkalai daripada berlaku, macam mana kita nak intervene, all these are been studied and will be discussed lah, will be improved in 118 yang akan datang. So I don't have that direct macam mana solution tu, tapi we will answer it in the akta tu lah. Memang kepentingan pembeli dan pemaju. As I mentioned to you, we have akta 118, we have to strike a balance. We have to take care. Our main aim is to take care the pembeli. This is tanggungjawab kita pertama. At the same time, we have to also facilitate pemaju so that sama-sama lah we have winning situation. We cannot mana-mana yang memang kita nampak tidak mengadili ataupun don't give justice to pembeli itu memang telah dicadangkan dalam pindahan akta ini. Okay, so wait for the akta. Next year we will table it. Minister will announce as soon as possible. Then we will see how we can improve the thing. But it have been discussed in that thing. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Boleh.
Sekarang saya nak bertanya. Ni mungkin soalan yang paling sensitif sekali. Tapi kena ditanya sebab dah di dalam rumah PAM kan. Ni berkenaan dengan URA, Urban Redevelopment Act. So there's a lot of talk. Sorry, I speak in English so that everybody can understand and purely simple lah. Okay, Urban Redevelopment Act ni, saya ada 3 issues. First, even before or without the Urban Renewal Act, I think DBKL or even the state government has successfully, I repeat the word, successfully implemented what has supposed to be the dasar perumahan negara lah, you know, because the state have got their state legislative, you know, and you have the MB to talk about, and then in KL also DBKL, kalau you tengok dekat Kerinci, they even done it successfully and it's actually implemented lah. I think the very issue that this URA ni, I think stems from because I was in the public hearing of PTKL. DBKL has actually earmarked 139 kawasan di KL tu untuk di redevelopment. Ada yang kawasan tu baru 25 tahun, ada yang 50 tahun, ada yang 40 tahun. Tapi with the technology and with what we have, I understand that some are really, really bad as what you said in Lembang Subang lah. But I think to take everything as simplistically that all are bad, I think it's not right lah. Because I fikirkan begini, Urban Redevelopment Act ni, I andaikan kalau my mother is staying inside that house, how are you going to remove her from that house? Kalau bahasa Melayu punya, tarik rambut dalam tepung tak gerak. So macam mana nak buat tu? It's actually going to be very delicate. That's why I say it's a very sensitive question. So then the third one is, I think dalam UBBL betul ada that connotation that perlukan pengesahan kejuruteraan untuk bagi tahu sama ada bangun tu selamat tak selamat, tetapi kita perlu ada another check balance. You need to add the word architect juga, sebab saya rasa engineering dia boleh bagi tahu secara engineering, tetapi architecture dia boleh bagi tahu lebih daripada itu, sama ada is fit for living dan juga fit for purpose dan juga the livability of it. That one engineering tak boleh bagi tahu pasal livability. So that's the two saranan yang saya nak tu. Tapi the third one ni boleh tak kita have another round of professional dengan ni, sebab it's going to involve a lot of parties yang saya takut dia akan jadi satu kartel. Why? Ini daripada awal masa, because I was asked to be the PAM rep masa tahun 2023 sebelum URA nak buat dia punya draft act. Even the developers, RSM was there, MPC, Malaysian Productivity Corporation, saya architecture dengan MIP dah boleh smell. There will be a consortium that will go around town and say this is not good, this is not good, this is going to be demolished. Okay? Tak apa. This is very important for you all. So saya rasa it's very important that KPKT knows about this. Okay? So itu saranan saya sebagai senior architect to actually tell about this. And one last suggestion, Petronas now owns Bandar Malaysia. I have calculated the total area that is actually to be redeveloped, there are 139 acres, 239 kawasan yang perlu di redevelop adalah hampir sama dengan Bandar Malaysia. Kalau betul lah konsep tu Bandar Malaysia, semua yang nak redevelop tu pergi ke Bandar Malaysia supaya kita boleh tak ada satu kawasan pun yang perlu dijadikan rumah transit. Okay, the problem with rumah transit is this. Kalau kita buat redevelopment, kalau ada tanah besar ini, you kena roboh semua, orang ni kena keluar. Dan duduk mana? So you need a transit. So you need 3 lots to do 2 lots. Satu is transition. With Bandar Malaysia, you have 429 acres to fit in whatever the 139 acres. So Petronas now should now do the public service kepada KL, and that's where I was saying just now, the beneath of it is actually the flood mitigation problem, and people will live happily ever after, dan juga we have a livable city in Kuala Lumpur. And then the tanah-tanah yang 139 tu DPKL can take back and they can do better public housing di 139 tu, and furthermore we can do better houses than even Singapore can. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, first of all, saya daripada bahagian perancangan perumahan. So this URA ni is under Plan Malaysia. But I'll take note all of your concern, Tuan. But just what we have been notified by during our meetings with Plan Malaysia. Plan Malaysia have conducted around more than 100 engagement with all the states, all the NGOs, and even they have been successful, like Tuan said just now, have been successful implementation kat kat KL and Kerinci, and even Penang also have successfully implemented the redevelopment. But saying that, there are also a lot of against lah on this, and we have already passed yang parliament tu, yang first reading tu, and second reading scheduled for December. But all these points, and they are also Plan Malaysia also keep on engaging. The engagement is still going on. Last week also they have engagement with various parties, and whatever suggestion that Tuan put forward ni, we will forward to Plan Malaysia, because I'm not in the position to answer this because it's quite sensitive, as you mentioned. Anything that's misquoted,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
Misquoted, nanti susah pula, nanti saya kena pula. So I play safe, I will take note, and I will just pass it to
Thanks.
okay.
Thanks, Mr. Murli. Okay, any further question? think one or two last question. If you can continue later the afternoon, if any other question.
If Tuan is around still.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just ask a question about housing. I'm Alvin from PAM. Question number one is, in Malaysia continues to experience overhang in so-called affordable housing sector. I think it's mentioned in Tuan's presentation, reflecting in persistent mismatch, which is identified by KPKT as well. And part of the mismatch is location-driven. So could Tuan elaborate in terms of how KPKT is reviewing its affordability definition in terms of policy framework and identifying proper location for this affordable housing to reflect real purchasing power, local market conditions, and realistic expectations of people who wants to buy this affordable housing. Sorry, number two. There is a we always talk about. I think Tuan has already mentioned it with a little bit of how to say question within your presentation, that there is a maximum price cap and there's a minimum size. It creates a creativity constraint for us to come up with solutions that can fit within that, because you have a minimum size and maximum price. Yeah. So in terms of the modern lifestyle, especially with young families, with reducing family size, is KPKT going to look at it and maybe say, look, it's not all going to be 750, it's not all going to be 650. Could some of it be like in Japan or in Taiwan, 350, so that it can make affordable, real affordable, rather than call it affordable, make it big, yet make it unaffordable, because our cost of land, cost of construction, cost of material keep rising every year. So affordability keep rising every year, but our earning power, as Tuan has mentioned, hasn't changed very much. So the gap is keep increasing, yet we're still clinging on to a definition that is from our 60s era. So are we maybe we look at it from a modern point of view? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I answer the second question first? Okay, now we are embarking on a new project, which we call a program Inclusive Madani, which we have various sizes of on one building. We have various sizes of units, where a bachelor, one room, single rooms, 2 rooms for newly married, and 3 rooms for expanded family. Yeah, we are trying to do it pilot in Johor first. If it by next year we will be going to implement it. We all the planning stages all are done. Now it's waiting for the implementation next year. Once it's taken off, then we can emulate that on bigger cities, so that we can answer. There's a lot of demand for that. So we are embarking on it. The first question about the mismatch, right? So we are working with Plan Malaysia, which they have Malaysian Urban Observatory. A platform where now we are working with them to expand this MUO, so that it can match with the building kebenaran merancang, so that whatever kebenaran merancang or planning that you need to be done have to be included in this MUO, so that when I want to buy a house in particular place, I can look at that map. For instance, I want to buy a house in Kedah, Alostar, for instance. My eligibility is for 300,000. So I can look at the map and say, okay, in this Alostar, in this particular place, there are 4 houses which is available. And I can straight away look at the developer and go and approach him and buy that. This we can reduce the overhang property, and in the future, when the developers want to build the house, they can plan accordingly. And one more thing that we are the government's looking is to streamline all these developers or this program in under one roof. Now it's scattered around. It's difficult to control this. All the ministries basically are doing houses, which is not their part. This is not their core business. But we are the main core here. We are trying to do it, and we want to streamline that in under one umbrella. with that implementation, which is I'll be 2 or 3 years in road, we are in the planning stage also. We can finally know which place and where to do these houses, particular houses, which area to focus for affordable houses, which for the high end, and that will be very helpful for buyers and even developers to plan their strategies to build a house in future.
Okay, Mr. Murli, just to add, you're talking about multi-generation housing, is it? And then the other one, basically, you're going to incorporate in the structure plan and local plan, is it? The housing, is that what the plan is?
That's the plan.
Okay. All right. So any other questions? Because already getting late also. Any other question you can keep later. You'll be here next session afterwards, panelists?
No.
Okay. Any, maybe specifically Murali? Any other questions? If not, I got one last question to ask you. You see, you're talking about Dasar Perumahan Negara from 20 to 2025 now. You say 500,000 units has been, you say, achieving almost 98%. I understand 98%, some of it has been planned, KM has been approved and all that. How many physically has been built?
Physically, as for June 2025 this year, around 200,000? 200,000. Around 1,918,000, 180,000 like that. It's based on June 2025. The latest on October, I haven't got yet. Okay, so basically around 200,000.
So your definition is basically as long as you get KM approved,
yes,
consider done, achieve the numbers. So construction can take place later, is it?
It depends. It depends. It depends on the Kementerian Economy's definition, how they want it to be. If they want us to bring that forward, then we'll bring forward. If they want us to completed houses, but in 2000 RMK 13, they said 70% of the houses should be completed.
Oh, I see.
So there's a new definition on that.
Okay.
So it depends on the definition given by Kementerian.
Now 40%, you're saying. Okay. Now it's 40%, you're looking at 70%. Okay? Still, okay, quick one.
Mr. Rali, ni since you are here, okay, saya dah ketengahkan ni in many forums. Okay, kenapa kita memerlukan KM padahal why we did KM dahulu, sebenarnya kita tak ada structure plan dengan local plan. Sekarang ni kalau you tengok dokumen local plan, dia dah bagi tahu you apa you boleh buat, berapa tinggi boleh buat, berapa density boleh buat, kelas penggunaan pun ada, kedai jenis apa boleh buat pun dah ada dalam tu. Dan dah bagi tahu berapa unit, berapa ekar, berapa kegunaan sudah ada. Kenapa kita perlu buat KM sekali lagi? It's just like you ada pasport Malaysia, nak pergi keluar negara, tapi immigration kata tak boleh, you kena seorang ada verify you need pasport Malaysia. Macam mana tu?
Okay, kebenaran rancangan ini is not apa federal request, it's from state requirement that needs KM untuk apa melancarkan program itulah. We in KPKT we never ask for KM. It's a syarat yang dikenakan oleh state untuk apa meluluskan sebarang projek. So we just follow the state because rumah ni bukan apa tanggungjawab kementerian, it's a state join ni. So we have to apa balance up with the state also requirement also.
I can add to that lah. I think basically it's under the purview of JKT. JKT has got the clear guidelines with proper OIC manual. Their guideline actually quite clear. I mean, then it goes by the state level. In fact, state is the one implements this. I mean, you need the KM, sometimes it even goes to PBT again. PBT also different again. So I think this is a long battle. I think PAM has been battling on this, Lembaga and other stakeholders also. So I think it's basically, I don't think this forum discuss about it. We have a separate forum for this, on practice matters. Okay, because this three-tier government, a lot of issues on this, whether structure plan local we already got, but why we still submit. Okay, so nothing else. Maybe one last question for Mr. Murali, because you won't be here in the afternoon. If not, then we can, if anybody got one last question.
No, I think it is fair. So must be asked. Just consider, you're talking about green. Have you considered this under, now is our PPP, Residency Rakyat. Have you considered green on this Residency Rakyat, Perumahan Residency Rakyat now? Thank you.
I think either you mentioned this now. Any answer?
Thank you. You want me to answer? Yeah. Actually, I was restraining myself from talking because there's so many speakers. Because all these topics are actually related to all of us.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned to Mr. Murali just now, we actually have had many meetings with KPKT on having the perumahan PPRs and all that, the basic, to be actually certified. And this is not because of cost, but because of giving value to them. Because when you run, because dia orang susah punya rumah. So the general facilities, you need to run at a very low cost. So we are thinking of the monthly cost, not the capital cost to so much. Capital cost pun, when you look at our data from all the 700 GBI projects, if you look at certified, almost, if you can get certified with almost zero, but you significantly lowers the running cost. This is talking about electricity, lift, better quality for everything. And if you have a GBI project, you are actually given a manual for operation of the building, which is lacking in a lot of the low-cost housing because they have issues maintaining, repairing, all those. So it actually kills many many birds with one stone. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ali. I think we will end today. End here. Thanks, Mr. Murli. Thanks, Sali, and thanks, Mus. Thanks to all the participants also being here. I think we'll continue the afternoon section of this. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025 with the theme Urban Crisis Response and Housing for All, organized by the Human Settlements and Urban Wellbeing Committee of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, supported by the Green Building Index and the Organisation for Planning and Urban Settlements Malaysia, and brought to you by ExxonMobil and Laticrete Sdn Bhd. You are invited to enter the hall to take your seat, and the event will resume shortly. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Housing and Urbanism Symposium 2025 with the theme Urban Crisis Response and Housing for All. Organized by the Human Settlements and Urban Wellbeing Committee of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia, supported by the Green Building Index and the Organisation for Planning and Urban Settlements Malaysia, and brought to you by ExxonMobil and Laticrete Sdn Bhd. I'm your host, Architect Amy Roslan of Pertubuhan Architect Malaysia. So let us continue our symposium with our fourth speaker of the day, Town Planner, Professional Technologist, Mat Farabi Yusof, Mat Yusof, Head of Smart Infrastructure of Gamuda Technologies, who will present on Smart Cities Initiative. Town Planner, Professional Technologist Mat Farabi, prior to his current position in Gamuda Technologies, was the Smart City expert in TM1 and head of the Smart City unit of Plan Malaysia. Throughout his 23 years of service in both government and private sector, he has gained experience at the federal, state, and local governments level with a special interest in strategic planning, digitalization, geospatial information system, digital infrastructure planning, urban mobility, and big data analytics. He was involved in the formulation of the first national urbanization policy and national physical plan, and responsible for the hosting of the 9th session of the World Urban Forum Kuala Lumpur in 2018 under KPKT. He holds a bachelor and diploma in town and regional planning from University Technology Malaysia. May I invite town planner, professional technologist, Mat Farabi Yusof, Mat Yusof, to the stage to present on Smart Cities initiative. A round of applause, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. So I wish I can move around to make it. I think this is the afternoon session is always the most challenging session, and after lunch as well. So okay, first of all, thank you very much to Pam for inviting me to be here today. I'm very glad. I think almost 4 years back, almost the same date, I was here with the Rashmonu. I think another session, but my topic is that day is, I think, is more on the urban mobility with regards to smart city as well. So that time I'm still active on advocating the cycling in the city. So this today probably bring in different topics. So thank you very much for still staying put to this fantastic event, I believe. But I'm apologize I couldn't be from the morning. I got something that couldn't elak this morning, so I just came here for the afternoon session. Okay, so let me know if I a bit for the times. We have how many minutes? 45. Okay, all right. Let me try to go quickly. Before I start, I believe this one part of the disclaimer. I believe that these sessions, the Smart City Initiative, the best agency to talk about it is actually Plan Malaysia, but unfortunately probably they couldn't be here, but I try to share part of my point as well from my point of view. But before that, I just want to clarify that I'm from Gamuda Technologies and I'm not from Gamuda Land. Anyone from Gamuda Land here? No? Okay. How many from developers here? Oh, 9. Okay, all right. Okay, so Gamuda Technology is a new wing, a new arms, a digital arm established early of this year to support the Gamuda Berhad, especially the Gamuda Engineering and Gamuda Land. So our role is more on looking at the tech side, and to be honest, I just joined back in June, so it's still a new setup, and we are developing a few solutions for that. So, okay. You heard about, I think you are familiar with the Gamuda Land, right? Anyone work with Gamuda Land before or work for Gamuda Land? Nah? Okay. All right. So Gamuda Technology focusing more on the digital services, which is we are developing our own software. The good thing in Gamuda is we didn't use any other software, but we are developing our own software. So my role as a town planner and technologist is to guide. I think my team have almost, with me, I believe now I have more than 40 software engineers who are developing many software and many solutions, many products with regards to this. Okay, and we are partnering with the Google Cloud, Google, and a lot of other, the cloud, Google Cloud as well, and Autodesk as well. So these are our collaborators. And we focusing on the software first. So in Smart City, my journey this time is a bit different. Previously, I was with Telecom Malaysia. We play with a lot of hardware, CCTV, sensors, and etc. But this time around, we are developing more on the software part of the Smart City, which is one of the important things is the city operating systems. So these are the verticals that we are involving today. I believe, I think many are also related to the construction side and also to the architecture side as well. And these are among the products that we are focusing. So this one, this one is the CTOS, the City Operating System. So City Operating System that I'm working now is actually we are developing for our first Penang Silicon Island. If you ever heard about Penang Silicon Island, it's a 2,300 acre new development reclamation area in the south of Penang Island. So these are the city operating system. And this city operating system is vital to make sure that this island is a very sustainable and smart city. Okay, so there are other products as well. Among other, these are the, my favorite is this one because spatial queue is actually a spatial query using the LLM and also using the generative AI, I would say. But this generative AI is different to ChatGPT and etc. These are come with the maps. So for example, I can do query. I'm using a lot of use cases is actually for urban planners. I want to research, I want to locate where is the best site for the school. So this, like you comment in the ChatGPT, right? But this one comes with the map. So the map will do all the spatial parameters, looking at the buffer zone, finding the existing school, etc. And they will give options, where is the best location for the school. So these are the, urban planner, how the terms are, but ChatGPT kan the urban planning part lah. So these are the things lah. Okay, so this one nanti lah. Okay, alright. So in smart city there is a lot of technology, especially emerging technology. I think smart city become a buzzword today. But people talk about spatial digital twin. Spatial is something that I don't think a lot of people understand what is the meaning of the spatial. I was posting when I was back in 2003 when I was joining the service, I was put in National Spatial Division. And then I was wondering, what is spatial? So spatial is, in Malay, I think it's ruang. But people couldn't relate what is ruang, is space or, but finally it's being translated National Physical Plan. It's become physical. Out of nowhere, it's become physical. So still something, but current, nowadays, Apple are using a spatial technology in their goggles and everything. A lot of current technology is based on the spatial technology as well. Metaverse, this one also a new technology. It's like our kids playing Roblox and everything. It's like a metaverse as well. So in Korea, their government, their local government are using metaverse quite extensively in their public engagement. So as a community, as a citizen, it's very hard for us to meet mayor, right? Furthermore, new mayor today for KL. Today is a new mayor already. Datuk Fadlun become a new mayor. So it's not everyday chance we are going to meet mayor. But through the metaverse, you can go and greet mayor in their office, but in digital world. So these are the communication, the engagement that Korea is advancing today to promote more citizen engagement. Big data analytic, BDA, big data, this is my favorite topic as well. So next generation communication, now we are talking about 5G, but 5G is still, so I can say today I am not with telecom anymore, so 5G is more like a propaganda to us as a consumer, though we don't need 5G, in fact, we just need 4G, it's good enough technology, but we don't have a good enough use cases in Malaysia for 5G. We are still struggling, and I don't know what is going to happen to the 5G, but definitely a new next generation communication will come in, like a 6G, or people are talking about 6G, 5.5G, and etc. Robotic, autonomous, blockchain, AI, and IoT. It was IoT before, but AI came in, so a lot of people are talking about merging these two, AI become IoT. So this is a lot of IoT device can do AI at the processing. Like, let's say, for example, CCTV now can process the AI capabilities at the CCTV. We call it as the edge technology. So they we didn't need to send the data to the cloud and etc. So these are the things, the emerging technology that power up our smart city nowadays. It's being used everywhere. It's being used every part of Malaysia, in fact. Okay. So, ni baru intro. Okay. So, probably just a little bit of recap. So, I believe evolution of the smart city. I think smart city, we start with the garden city. I think the KKB, these are the, KKB has become the first city in Malaysia, well-planned city. So, and after that, back in 1995, during the Tun, Zaman Tun, he already established these two good concept and master planning for Putrajaya and Cyberjaya. Putrajaya as a garden intelligent city and Cyberjaya as a multimedia super corridor city. So these are the starting point. But that time we didn't call it as a smart city. That time is more on the intelligent city. And after that, the Korea came in with the concept of ubiquitous city and etc. So I believe there is a patchy of development that embrace the smart city concept, but we didn't call until Selangor established. I think Selangor is the first state to embrace it through their blueprint by SSDU, Smart Selangor Development Unit, 2016. And again, federal government a bit late that time, 2019, just started the blueprint, or we call as a Malaysian Smart City Framework, 2019. So this is the journey where Malaysia have established a proper textbook for a smart city back in 2019. And then after that, there is a lot of programs coming in, and I think we can see that smart city is more in systematic way. Okay. So this is why we need smart city. I believe every part of the cities in Malaysia, we have 156 local government nowadays, and these cities are struggling with a lot of issues. And this issue cannot be tackled, to certain extent, cannot be tackled by the conventional method anymore. So we need interventions. So one of the intervention is smart city. I didn't say that smart city is a total solution, but it's one of the mechanisms that we can use to tackle our problem that we have today. I believe 156 local government in Malaysia facing almost the same issue. So what is the definition of the smart city in Malaysia? So definition, this is a Malaysian smart city framework to develop. But now I believe KPKT in the process of reviewing the current one because it's end in 2025. And I believe this is a high time. A lot of things that I see that didn't being touched especially with regards to the advancement of the technology, need to be reviewed by the government to look at. AI was very little being touched at that time, but now AI become the buzzword. But again, what is the definition of the smart city? So definition of the smart city for Malaysia, that cities that use ICT and technological advancement to address urban issue and challenges and to improve the life, promote economic growth, and at the end, ensure effective, efficient city management. But I think the key word is cities that use ICT. So these are the definition. It's very important because people can claim smart city can be beyond than this. But these are the definitions that being accepted globally and also at the national level as well. But again, I didn't want to discuss further on this because I also have my own definition of the smart city as well. So these are the components. There are 7 components of the smart city throughout Malaysia. You can look around, you can do the literature, ada guna 5, ada 6, ada 7. But in Malaysia, one of the different is the smart digital infrastructure because our country is yet, at that time, 2019, is yet to match it in terms of digital infrastructure. So digital infrastructure that we are talking as a layman usually, berapa bar telefon? How many bars you have? How many ni? But back in 2002, I think a more advanced communication we have. What is your speed? 21 megabit per second. So we can know, we can do the speed test and etc. But that is what we understand as a layman lah. But beyond that, digital infrastructure is beyond that. It's involved a lot of things, cable dasar laut, etc., and all the smart CCTV that we have within the city, and a lot of digital infrastructure. Okay, so yeah, so smart city is, I would say, not contra to, but it's complement to the nature-based society. So, despite I said smart city is one of the tools or intervention that can make cities more vibrant, livable for now, but I don't think we need to forget about this, because as an urban planner, for myself, nature-based solution is still important. So we need to have this combination, nature-based and smart city. If this can be assimilate well, I think we can have a good and sustainable cities. So nature-based is very important. For example, you can have a rocket science system, alert system, for you to notify about a tsunami to come. In any, we have a lot of cities that prone to sea level rise, that prone to the banjir, flood, and etc. But the best thing is to tackle banjir, especially the tsunami. Still, we need our paya bakau. So these are the nature-based that we still need in our, not the smart city itself cannot tackle everything, but it can reduce the things. So a good combination of these both, I think, can make our city a better place. Okay, so these are the comprehensive, the smart city development concept. So usually they have 4 levels. Level 1, consumer and interface, which is ours lah. So we have a lot of things. We are running using the smartwatch. We are monitoring our pace. We are monitoring our heart rates, and etc. And level 2 is service. So service is not limited to just water, electricity, and telecommunication only. It also include the transportation and etc. And the third one is data. These are the most important thing. So in smart city, we generate million, trillion, zillion of data every day. Everyone wear the smartwatch, right? So this smartwatch, where they store their data, our data, somewhere. Our data, our phone data, and etc. All our small devices, the wearables, beacons of everything, they generate a data. So this data is very important in smart city. Why? Because from the data, it's become information. And from information, it become insight. So this, as a city administrator, if I'm the city administrator, I want the insight one. I didn't care about the data. You can collect the data from everywhere, but the insight is important for me. What insight? For example, the insight of how many vehicles are entering KL nowadays, every day. 4 million, 5 million. So these are the things that we want to know. And what are the mode of transport that entering the city of KL? 4 million. So with 4 million, our road is already congested. So if I want, as a city administrator, I want to implement city congestion fee, congestion charge, I need to base on this data. This is where we call as a data-driven decision making. So and the most important thing, this thing cannot be done without the good digital infrastructure. So these are the prerequisite to any smart city in the world. Okay, let's see video first. that is some sneak peek of the smart city initiative that probably to describe more in the layman perspective. Okay, so just to compare a few examples of the smart city throughout globally as well. So Singapore, one of our neighbors, good neighbors, that we are always referring to. And I really love Singapore, how they plan and etc. And for them, their smart city is based on these three pillars. They have a digital economy, digital government, and digital society. So for us, we have 7 pillars, but they have these 3 pillars. And these 3 pillars, they are very, have aims to become a smart nation. They call it as a smart nation aspirations. So under this, they already have the, what they emphasize is digital mindset, IoT security, crowdsourcing, and 5G. So you can look at one of the smart nation initiative is a smart, they call it as a smart towns. So these smart towns, we can see part of their HDB, and I think you can go to the URA, Urban Redevelopment Agency. They have a lot of, they have a gallery itself for this, and they are quite well planned and also well prepared as well. Okay, so this is Luxembourg. So Luxembourg is, their smart city initiative is a bit different. They are focusing more on the data actually, by using the data, how they can leverage on the data to make sure that their cities is being managed properly and etc. So Korea is almost similar to us. They have, I think we are a bit try to embrace their system as well, but they don't have a state level. They only have 2 levels, central levels and local government. So what they do when they started their smart city journey, they prepare the action plan first. At the national level, at the central level, they prepare the, this one, the ubiquitous city that I mentioned before. And they already have the third, the review of the smart city comprehensive plan now. And every, they call as a GU lah. GU is, I think, the lowest district levels planning, have their own action plan. And action plan, they are very extensive. Okay, so I think we are replicating the same thing in Malaysia. So this in Malaysia, we have always good, have a good policy on this, good aspiration. So many documents that we have with regards to smart city. So these are among the policies that interrelated to one another that focusing on the smart city. Okay, but where we are in the latest smart city index. So these are the 2025, I believe, the latest one. So Malaysia at the rank 65. So we don't have many cities being assessed for this. But I think in the next, probably 2026 or 2027, more cities from Malaysia will be evaluated for this. But you can see, one of the good things that I think I've been monitoring for the past 6 years, one of the emerging is Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Make their, not debut, but they climb a bit faster. Now they are, usually it's being dominant by most of the European cities. But Singapore was a 2nd and 3rd before, now become number 9 already. So these are among the ranking that we have. So these are the among the best one, but what are their characters in terms of the smart city? For example, now we talk about Seoul. Seoul, I think Seoul strength is about their PPP implementation, how their industry play their roles. LG, how LG dominate the cities and make the innovation that help the cities become more vibrant and etc. Okay. So in terms of the smart city planning, as I mentioned to you, to plan and to not to plan to go to the smart city is a long journey actually. It's a one night dreams. So we need to, these are the I think by PwC long term plan. As I mentioned, we need to have a plan. Before this, I believe, prior to KPKT have the textbook, I don't think we have a planning to go towards smart city. We just doing things in patches and in piecemeal, I would say. But now I think there is more systematic way of doing the smart city. Technology to improve quality of life. As I mentioned, there is a lot of technology that we can use, but we need to choose the right technology for our locality. Not all technology are suited to our locality and local challenges. The mayor, the main driving force, of course, leadership is very important here. We need a good leadership to make sure, because smart city is not, it's kind of, I would say it's a capex intensive as well, and need a lot of investment. Organization changes as well, yeah. This also a new approach of how we approach to settle any urban challenges that we have. For example, the traffic congestion. It's not just head of traffic engineering or head of the engineering in local government on their own journey to tackle the traffic congestion. It needs involvement of the urban planning, how you plan the land users, how you, the architects the head of architects, how you plan the building and etc. So these are the things. Cooperation between municipalities, I think this one good in Malaysia. I can see a lot of, I'm very close to the municipal communities as well. I can see they do a lot of benchmarking visit among themselves, which is they learn from one to another. Favorable legal framework. So in Malaysia, we don't have a smart city framework, but in Korea, they have their own act. I forgot the name, but they have the act not just to govern the municipalities, but also to govern the industry. Number 7, ensure sustainability. Of course, sustainability part of it. Smart city platform. We need a good smart city platform, because I can say today we are depending more on foreign technology for this. So this is where Gamuda take the challenge. We develop our own smart city operating system. We call as the CTOS. So this one is under development, and we hope to use in our Penang Silicon Island, and at the same time, I try to spin off to some of the local governments. So let's see lah. Scale evolution toward lower cost. Of course, as I mentioned, smart city is a capex intensive, and open data. So these are open data is one of, we need more data in the country. We have a lot of data, but unfortunately our data are very we didn't share lah, I would say, bahasa mudahnya, we didn't share the data. This is confidential, this is Russia, this is everything. So we didn't share, and because of that attitude, we couldn't get any innovation from there. Because innovation can only spur when you have a lot of data and you have the courage to explore the data and to make a new solution to make our life better. Okay. So this is the planning hierarchy that we have in Malaysia. We have at the federal level, state level, and local government level. The most important thing at the local government level, because the action plan is the tactical plan on how they want to move their cities towards smart city. So the other part is more on the policy guidance, but the lowest level is where the action-oriented plan being designed and being executed. Okay, so these are among the action plan and blueprint that we have in the country. I believe half of the 156 local government already have their plan, and the time is to implement what they already plan in the action plan. Okay, so this one standard. So just to recap a bit of standard. So probably people are asking, so how I define the smart city? Let's say, for example, JB implemented the RTS, rapid trains system. In KL, we have MRT, we have train-based system. So how we define, how we classify our smart city? So this is, I think, the first question that the former Minister of Local Government, I think during that time it was Datuk Sri Rizal Naina Marikan. He asked Farabi, how to define smart city? And then I said, there is one standard globally. It's called ISO 37122. It was, because I'm part of the team who developed this at Geneva. So then he said, bring it to Malaysia. Let's embrace this. And then we bring that standard to Malaysia through Department Standard of Malaysia. And there are 80 indicators within this. So these 80 indicators, I still remember the former minister said to me, Farabi, I berani kerat jari, no one cities can comply to these 80 indicators. I said, wait sir, let me bring to engagement. Let's see how many we can reduce from the 80 to localize to the Malaysian context. And you know, after a year, almost a year of negotiation with 176 agencies, and then these are the standards that we identical adopt in Malaysia. So we identical adopt, we modify a little bit lah, but it doesn't go to the indigenous. It's still a direct adoption. So at the end, you see, from 80 become 85. These are the uniqueness of Malaysia. We are full of colors. So after a year of negotiation, it's become 85. I didn't manage to reduce one of them. In fact, I added 5 more indicators. Why? Because we felt that time these 5 indicators is important to measure a smart city in Malaysia. So there are 85 cut across 19 domain, I would say. The colored one is domain, and this become the one that we. So we are unique to other countries. So these have been accepted as well. So these are the. So what happened? We already have the indicators, but how the city want to embrace the indicators? So we should create a race for the city to achieve the smart city. So this is where the smart city recognition system being created to guide and also to promote the smart city to become faster. So there are 4 stages. A lot of literature, a lot of benchmarking have been done. I work closely with the World Council of City Data globally. So they have their own system as well. So we are not tiru lah, but we modify and localize based on a Malaysian context. So it's become ni. There are 4 criteria only actually to look at the smart city. The first one, the K1 is criteria 1. You need to have an action plan. You need to have a plan. It cannot be just you can decide today I want to do this, I want to do that. Second one is a smart city committee, because smart city committee is very important, because the responsibility to create a smart city is not lies on local government itself. It needs a concerted effort of all agencies within the area. JKR, TNB, you just name it, JPS. Everyone has their own responsibility to become. So this is where the smart city committee become the driving force for any cities. The third one, you need to have the brain, the command center. So the command center is the brain of the city. If you don't have this, it's very hard for you to manage operationally your daily, your kereta rosak tepi jalan, how you want to move, emergency response happen, how you want to put all the agency. And beyond that is actually the data, managing the data in the long run, managing the big data analytics. So this is where the command center become important. And the third one is compliance to the 85 indicator earlier. But it was in granular and in stages. So 10, 35, 63 and 85. Okay. So these are, to support that, that time, as a consensus, we agreed to have the maturity journey, because smart city need to have their maturity journey itself. You cannot build a city that straight away become a smart in totality. So you need to have a journey. So this one is inclusive of, we plan for Majlis Daerah, a smaller Majlis Daerah, like Majlis Daerah Selama. Have you been to Selama before? How many traffic light in Selama? None. There is no traffic light because there is no jam there. So the traffic is really under control there. A very nice city. Very nice city. But if you want to use that standards to Selama, it's very hard because some of the indicators they cannot comply. But however, we create this maturity journey. So maturity journey is to plan. You need to plan. You go to the level 1, then after that you do some initiative. Now you're eligible to go to level 2, and then you are being certified whether you are level 2, fit for level 2 or etc. So these are the journey that being created. So for example, I just take on the data analytics. So data analytics, the first one, yes. When you start the smart city, you have a lot of GIS data, the location of the school, the location of the facilities. But that one is only descriptive. So furthermore, you need to diagnose how many facilities that are already saturated or etc. And then in the future, you need to have the predictive. So these are the 4 principles of the big data analytics. So you need to have the predictive element. If I didn't renew the infrastructure, then this infrastructure will die in the future. So then the last one is prescriptive lah. So for example, I take example of the banjir lah. When certain it's raining season, the river reach certain levels, then they give the alert. When it's reach 5-meter level, they will give the alerts, and the apa ni, pintu in PBT they call as a pintu air lah, kinci air. Automatically we open. So these are the element of the automation and etc. to control the level of the water levels. Okay. So these are the 85 indicators again in the 4 levels that being created. So how to read this? To level 1, 10 indicators only. Simple. You can get level 1. And then to go to level 2 is include the level 1. So these are the systematic way of doing the smart city rather than you just pick and choose. But however, this still guidance. But however, of course, based on the uniqueness of the city, you can develop your own. Like say for Selama, because I've been engaged with Selama before. So Selama said, Farabi, it's very hard for us to go for this way because we are very tourism centric. So I'm focusing on the tourism. So what I can do for tourism-based activity. So they digitalize their tourism experience. You go to Selama, they have the augmented reality on their tourism. I think Selama being famous for the longest pasar. I think about 2-3 kilometers. So these have become the attraction to Selama. So, but again, these are international standards. So everyone is embracing this. So however, the action plan become the tools, the platform for them to localize their smart city aspirations. Okay, so these are the target for the country, 2025. All the 62 local government, municipality and above, including the city council, I think they are almost there. I think quite a good job by KPKT. But not 62. I believe around 60 already achieved. I think only 1 or 2 municipal couldn't get the status by 2025. And at the end of the day, by 2040, this is where the aspiration of the smart city. So we can see that most of them, at least, Majlis, you just imagine, Majlis Daerah now are already at level 3, which is level 3 for me is quite high. The only local government that already achieved level 3 now, as per 2025, is Johor Bahru. So the rest is still at level 2. In fact, DBKL still at level 1. KL still at level 1. So these are the... So it's quite ambitious, but I would love to see how the race is already on now. Okay. So these are among the early adopter. This one, I got the information being shared by the Plan Malaysia. These are the recent one. So early adopter, developing, and Johor Bahru lah. I'm very proud because this is my hometown. So Johor Bahru is there. But I think a lot of things need to be done, need to be do. A lot of initiative. Okay. Next. Okay. So these are among lah. So again, this year, KPKT also introduced a smart township for developers. So I'm very proud that Gamuda won 3 of that. Our 3 development from Gamuda Land, Curve, Gamuda Gardens, and 25/7 won the silver and gold award as well. So I think the race is now is not among the local government itself, it's among property developer as well. So property developer, I believe, will go towards this in the future. So these are just probably what are the smart city projects in Malaysia that I could share. So this one I took the overall overview. These are amongst from the Malaysian Smart City Handbook. This being done by the Arups consultant, and I'm part of the writers in this book as well. So these are among the national and local government, private sector, and also. But this one is not recent one lah. I believe this one back in 2019 or 2020 during the COVID. 2020, I believe. Yep. So these are among the projects that have been done. The e-planning permission, you know lah. This one, the OAC 3.0. I believe all of you are quite familiar with OAC 3.0 plus. Anyone not familiar with OAC? Semua familiar kan? You all do submission rights. So I'm doing, just to share, I'm doing my own version of OAC 3.0 plus in Gamuda Technology. We are developing one. We want to benchmark. Doha just announced endorsement in 120 minutes, right? In Doha. Oh, fantastic. 120 2 hours, endorse everything. So Gamuda also are developing our own. We wish to, we can convince Penang State Government to use in Penang Silicon Island. But this one, we try to make a better version of OAC 3.0 plus by accommodating the BIM and also the AI. So we want to make sure that all the simple comment, technical comment, setback, etc. can be done by AI. That one can be definitely can be trained by the AI. And furthermore, we already have the local plan. And local plan already have demarcates this area, this plot, what is the plain area, what is the plot ratio, etc. And the restriction. This can be trained by the AI. So my team is developing that. So we hope we can use sooner. And hopefully it will be one single of truth for all OAC system. If I can convince KPKT to change to that, I think that will become better lah. So these are among the projects that we have in Putrajaya, the traffic management. So traffic management in Putrajaya, they are using the intelligent transportation system. So beware when you are in Putrajaya, their CCTV capabilities is fantastic. Don't do anything stupid. Don't throw, because their command center being used quite often by the police to tackle most of the crime issues. Then it's become the bahan bukti lah for a lot of cases. Okay, panic button is important as well. You can see a lot of panic button throughout KL and in Putrajaya especially. When you run, I see in front of my eyes, somebody fell down due to the probably heart during the jogging, and people go to the command center and report to the commander of the command center, and the response team come in immediately after that. So these are one of the that can enhance our life and to a certain extent can save our life as well. Street lighting is very important as well, especially in the low carbon cities. We are promoting low carbon city, circular economy. So our street lighting consume a lot of energy. So as a smart city, energy efficiency is very important, and promoting the renewable energy is furthermore. So these are the among initiatives. But however, this is not cheap. To be honest, I believe all of you know better lah. Street lighting, one tiang lampu is 4,000. So you just imagine, like for example, Putrajaya have almost 30,000 street lighting and decorated street lighting furthermore. So how much the cost to invest in this? So this is where the smart assistance and financial system to fund the smart city is very important. Okay, pedestrian crosswalk. This is very close to my heart. I want to champion this. It's kind of a simple infrastructure in our city, but every day I believe our kids are using this to go to the school, right? To cross the road to go to the school. But unfortunately, smart traffic light cannot make money. Nothing we can monetize from this, kan? So it's but it's very important infrastructure. You go to Korea, how the Korea is using you can see, they put the LED, a proper LED, to cross the road. This is a project by MBMB, Majlis Bandaraya ni. This one I think they are very innovative. They do it by their own. They doesn't use solution provider. They do it as their KIK project lah. KIK is creative and innovation something lah. Okay. So this smart traffic light in Ipoh. This is one of my project when I was in Telecom Malaysia. So Ipoh have 4 junction and they are expanding to 16 junction, I believe. And Ipoh, knowing Ipoh is like Barcelona actually. They are very grid iron planning. You can see, very grid iron. It's similar to Barcelona. So these are, and in this kind of city, the topology of the city that is grid iron is really very viable to use smart traffic light. So this system already proven. This project won the award by the MIP earlier. It's reduced the waiting time at the traffic light. I think you hate waiting at the traffic light, right? Bila nak hijau kan. Every time it's always like that. So it's reduced almost 50% from 120 seconds to 60 seconds. Reduce the time waiting, and it can optimize the green lane as well. So this one can reduce in terms of the carbon emission and etc. Okay, so this is a smart bus stop in Penang. A smart bus stop is very important, but the sad thing in Malaysia, the ridership of the public transport lah. So that is again lah. The smart bus stop, the infrastructure need to be comfortable and really help, because we want to encourage more people using public transportation to increase the ridership. But most of the time, our infra probably not very good. So smart bus stop is one of the infrastructure that being introduced. Smart bin, tong sampah pun nak pintar. Smart tong sampah. So, but however, yes, I admit, technology can be a hype certain times, but at the same time, sometimes we need it. For example, in certain place of interest, especially in Ipoh, when I doing the study in Ipoh, there are a few places. I think Ipoh also known as a more hipster tourism, tempat makan yang banyak kan. So a lot of because Perak is one of the state doesn't embrace the Act 672. So their sampah management is still being done by the local government itself. They didn't have done by the SW Corp lah or the concessionaire. So they are doing by their own. So they need a real-time data to make sure, because this city, a lot of tourists, a lot of visitors. So we need to show that our city is always clean and clean. Alright, I try to finish sooner. Micro-mobility, my favorites. So we need to encourage this one to take a first mile, last mile solution. EV, I don't have an EV. I think most of you have an EV here. So, okay, EV infrastructure is very important. So this is smart parking. So smart parking is not just about parking itself. In fact, I can book the parking to come to, let's say for PAM, let's say PAM in the future. So I can book, you want to go to the Sogo to shopping during puasa kan, before Raya, then you can book your parking furthermore lah. So tak payah berebut lagi. Okay, bangunan rainwater harvesting is normal lah. This is normal lah, rainwater harvesting. Okay, green building as well. I think you know better than me in terms of the green building. But the good thing is, green building is one of the principle in the 8530. One of them. But it doesn't say you need to get platinum, gold or whatever. But as far as your building is compliant to the principle of the green building index, green building principle, that is good. Okay. So this is among the use cases that can be used in the city. We are talking about drone delivery and etc., robot delivery. So these are the future of the smart city. I skip lah. This one you can read lah from my slide later. Benefit also I skip lah. This one I think you can read lah. This one I skip. I don't ni benefit. Oh, this one in Malay sorry lah. Okay. So these are the end of it. But I want to share further. This one of the jajan that I left before I left the government service. Jajan So this I think as an architect is good to know what are the panduan pelaksanaan for Bandar Pintar at pemajuan levels. So I think they have a better version now. Go to the Plan Malaysia website. You can get the latest version. But as far as I remember, this is as a PSP and SP, when you draw your drawing for any development, consider this, be part of it. Whether client asks or not, then just consider. So these are the among. So this initiative, you can see in the property developers, they already implemented a lot of smart initiative. This one by PKNS, this one by Gamuda itself, promote lah sikit kan. Okay, and this one by Paramount. But these are among the 22 components. But I think they expanded a little bit now, probably 30 something. But these are the components that probably you can consider when you draw a line in your plans. So I think with that, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Planner, Professional Technologist Mat Farabi Yusof, for his presentation on Smart Cities initiatives. Okay, so we have come to our very last speaker of today, symposium, Dr. Nur Fariza Mustafa, Research Associate at Khazanah Research Institute, who will present on humanizing housing beyond affordability. Dr. Nur Fariza Mustafa's primary research interest centers on issues related to urban and regional development, particularly in how institutional structures within the urban context affect how cities are formed and governed. Prior to joining Khazanah Research Institute, she was a research associate at the United Nations Development Program and an economic analyst with Calukap Sendirian Berhad. Dr. Fariza received her PhD in land economy from the University of Cambridge, United Kingdom, Master of Economics from University Malaya, and Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Mathematics and Economics from the University of Michigan, the United States of America. So I would like to invite to the stage Dr. Nur Fariza Mustafa to present her paper on humanizing housing beyond affordability. A round of applause.
Hi everyone, I'm Fariza. Thank you for having me speak at this event. Today I will be speaking about the need to expand our discussions on housing beyond the current policy focus on affordability and housing finance, which has been prevalent, I think, in the past decade or so. This is in line with the theme of this year's World Habitat Day, as well as the theme of our symposium today, which is Urban Crisis Response and Housing for All. I'd like to start by saying that a house is first and foremost a home, which sounds simple. More than being just a unit that we buy or sell or rent, houses are lived in by people and families, which eventually make up your neighborhoods and your communities. As simple as that sounds, why then do our conversations on housing, particularly in Malaysia, primarily revolve only around its prices and affordability? Yes, houses must be affordable, but they must also serve the needs of our social, emotional, and economic lives. Thus, when we talk about housing, it's very pertinent that these discussions fundamentally revolve around the needs, values, and priorities of the people and households that actually live in them. There you go. So there are 4 parts to my presentation today. First, a short introduction to essentially frame the topic. I'll then spend a little bit of time talking about housing affordability, and more importantly, why simply focusing on housing affordability is problematic to our discussions of housing. I'll also discuss how adequate housing is defined, and if Malaysians actually have access to adequate housing in the country. I'll wrap up my presentation by outlining the need to center a rights-based approach to housing in the country, both in our general discussions on housing, as well as within the wider policy discourse on this housing sector. So I'd like to start with this. Houses, at its core, fulfill the basic human right for shelter, and is essentially the basis of stability and security for an individual or a family. The right to adequate housing has actually been codified under several legal documents, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is what you were seeing up on my slide, of which Malaysia is actually a signatory. As stated in the declaration, everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, of which housing is a core component. Unfortunately, these types of international treaties on human rights are not legally binding, as with the case with this particular declaration. But using a human rights approach to frame our conceptualization of housing, I think reminds us that housing is more than just four walls and a roof. And I believe that this shift in conceptualization of housing is particularly important as historically the narrow interpretation of what adequate housing is or has meant for our country, that narrow interpretation has relegated many of our policy interventions thus far to simply prioritize putting a roof over people's heads rather than accounting for the suitability or the livability of the actual housing unit. The current policy focus on improving housing affordability has, I believe, been pursued at the expense of maintaining livable standards for households and communities. It fundamentally overlooks the need of individuals and families to access decent housing. So in looking at housing in Malaysia, I think there are two key questions that we need to ask and consider. The first is to ask whether all Malaysians can actually access adequate housing. And to do this, we must fundamentally ask, how do we actually define housing that is adequate or decent in the country? Do we actually have a way to assess or monitor this in the country? The second question is really to ask ourselves if housing affordability alone is the goal, the panacea to our housing issues. If we solve housing affordability, can we solve the housing crisis? I don't think so. And if not, if housing affordability alone is not the goal, then why do our current discussions often only focus on housing affordability issues? Unfortunately for this particular presentation, I'm also guilty of doing this because my presentation will actually need to start with a discussion of housing affordability. Partly because, as I've said before, a lot of the focus in the past decade or so in our policy circles have been primarily to improve housing affordability. And as such, a lot of the data, the stuff that we can assess and monitor is on affordability, how it has progressed over the years. So I'll be addressing the second question first. And then to answer the first question, I believe we must wrestle a little bit with the way housing is currently conceptualized in our country. And I'll try to do that towards the end, a little bit towards the end of the presentation. So the housing affordability conundrum, data. So housing affordability is actually determined by looking at two things: house prices and essentially household incomes. Essentially trying to see if people can actually have the ability to pay for the houses that they live in. So it's important when we talk about housing affordability, it's important to recognize that what we're really saying is, one, either house prices are too expensive, or two, or that people are not earning enough, or that three, both these statements are true and can be true. So the interplay between household incomes and house prices determine if housing affordability improves or deteriorates. And we can see this quite clearly in the data that I'm showing on the screen. In 2022, the median multiple affordability, a measure of affordability that we use to track the housing affordability in Malaysia, recorded a score of 4.3. And this actually categorizes it as seriously unaffordable for Malaysians, which indicates that actually homes are still beyond the reach of many Malaysians. Since the introduction of the first national housing policy in 2012, this measure for affordability has actually stayed persistently within that band, that category of seriously unaffordable levels, between 4.1 to 5.0. But when we look at the data more closely, we see that the dynamics that actually drive the housing affordability measure, how it changes over the years, has also actually changed in tandem. Between 2012 and 2014, we actually saw a significant increase in house prices at about 23% in that time. And in the same period, median household incomes actually grew significantly lower at about 12%, less than half of the rate of housing prices. Since then, however, the gap in the growth rate between household incomes and house prices have actually slightly narrowed. And this is reflected, obviously, in the improvement of the median multiple from 4.9, the height of it in 2014, to about 4.3 in 2022. So why are houses still unaffordable if affordability has improved, right? As we've seen in the previous slide, the growth in house prices actually have moderated quite a bit. And you can see this in the graph on the right-hand side. The growth has actually moderated quite significantly in the last decade or so, from about double digits in 2012, 13.4% a year, to below 5% annually since 2018. So if this is happening, why are houses still unaffordable? The primary reason is really that houses were too expensive to begin with. In 2022, the year that I have this, the latest year that I have data on this, Malaysia's affordable median house price was actually around, if you calculate it from household incomes, was actually around 220,000 ringgit. That's the price of housing that 50% or half of the population can actually afford. Yet, newly launched housing units priced below 200,000 only made up about 10%, 11% of the total new launches in 2022. And this declined further to 8% and 8.8% in 2024. So in that sense, there is obviously a significant mismatch between what's actually offered in the market versus what people can actually afford. And you see this more clearly if you look at the data over the past decade. We see that the gap between the price of housing that Malaysians can afford versus the median house price, even though affordability has improved, that gap has actually not changed very much. Houses, if you look at the left-hand side, houses are actually still generally about 100,000 ringgit more expensive than what people can actually pay for in terms of buying their homes. And while housing affordability at the country level has stayed consistently within the seriously unaffordable category, some states have obviously fared better than others. On this note, I think it's important to also point out that the introduction of a price threshold of 300,000 ringgit for the affordable housing segment through the National Affordable Housing Policy in 2019, it's actually aligned with the observation that the median house prices for the country remained at around the 300,000 mark between 2016 to 2022. But it's evident when you look at it, when you compare it against the actual median market house price, which is what people can actually afford based on their income, both at the country level and at the state level, that the 300,000 ringgit price cap actually does not reflect the true housing affordability of households in the country. Based on the calculation of this particular indicator, the market median tree house price, in 2020, houses within the affordable housing segment, under the 300,000 ringgit segment, can actually only be categorized as affordable for households in Selangor and Kuala Lumpur. So there is a need, really, even in setting that sort of threshold, to consider whether that particular threshold is detrimental to housing markets outside of the Greater Kuala Lumpur conurbation. And I think just by looking at these numbers alone in the past 3 slides, it encapsulates part of the problem in focusing on affordability and prices alone. If the goal of the housing sector is only measured by its ability to deliver affordable housing, which in our country is defined as houses being below 300,000 ringgit, then perhaps the data that I've shown you for the past 3 slides might indicate that the sector is actually doing quite well. It's improving over the years, right? I have to commend all actors in the industry, be it the government or for the private sector, our developers and professionals. Bringing down housing affordability from a score of 4.9 to 4.3 is not an easy feat, and that's, I think, something we should celebrate. But if we were to ask again the first question that I posed earlier, in line with our theme for today, which is housing for all, by these numbers alone, can all Malaysians truly access adequate housing? In particular, with respect to housing, does everyone in the country have housing that affords them the standard of living that is adequate for the health and well-being of themselves and of their families? And I believe that looking at prices alone inhibits our ability to assess this. So then we go to sort of the discussion around what is adequate housing in Malaysia? Do we have access to adequate housing in Malaysia? How do we define adequate housing? This is actually a framework that's used by UN Habitat and the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Adequate Housing. So adequate housing in this sense goes far beyond just being affordable. It actually needs to meet 7 different criteria for it to be counted as adequate. The first is tenure security. It has to be accessible. It has to be affordable, obviously. It has to be habitable, and it has to have access to services, materials, facilities, and infrastructure. And location, in terms of where it's located, it has to be located in a place where it's not cut off from employment opportunities, healthcare services, schools, childcare centers, and other social facilities. Is there a way for us to assess how this is actually being delivered in Malaysia? Do all Malaysians have actually access to adequate housing? I don't believe we've set up a framework where we can actually assess this. Affordability maybe, because we've seen the data in the previous slides, but other things like habitability, accessibility, tenure security, availability of services and infrastructure, those are still not, I think, in our wider discussions or discourse on housing. Back in 2018, KRI has actually produced a report as an input to the government to design the current national housing policy, which ends, I think, this year, from 2018 to 2025. And one of the things that we actually proposed was to revise the way we look at how we determine core housing needs. When do people need housing or housing help from the government, to expand it beyond sort of your affordability component, to locate the question in terms of determining whether people actually have adequate housing, if their housing is adequate for them first, and then to ask whether housing that they are living in right now is actually suitable for them. And then we go to affordability. So it's a 3-part question, going beyond sort of just can people pay for their housing, or they're not able to access housing because they can't pay for it. People might be in housing that's actually dilapidated, or in housing that's not suitable for their needs, overcrowding, things like that. That's actually not accounted for in the current framework. Unfortunately, this has not been picked up by the government, so we can try again. we do have in terms of assessing whether households actually have access to housing are things like looking at home ownership rates, right, in the country. And if we look at the numbers for Malaysia, it's actually quite high, 76.9%. Slightly lower than Indonesia and Singapore, which is beyond 80%. But this type of cross-country comparison is actually very problematic because it actually conceals the different dynamics that drive home ownership rates in these countries. For Malaysia, if you look at the home ownership rates by strata, by rural versus urban, you can see that a lot of the components that are driving high ownership rates are actually in the rural areas, or more rural states compared to more urbanized states. Places like KL, Putrajaya, Selangor and KL actually has an home ownership rate of about 67%, while others are renting. Again, this also doesn't tell us that if people actually own houses that are livable, or that people own houses that are making their lives better, not making them house poor. So even with this sort of statistics, there's no indication of determining whether people actually have access to adequate housing, right? The second thing that we can look at is actually our vacancies and overhang rates. A lot of people in the industry like to point out the overhang rates for our sector and point out that the overhang rates for the unsold units for the 300,000 ringgit units and below actually make up a large percentage of the total at 33%. But if we look at the flip side, actually, houses that are not in the affordable housing segment, houses that are above 300,000 ringgit, actually holds about 2/3 of the housing that is in the overhang segment. So this actually indicates a mismatch between what's actually wanted by households and what housing producers are actually building. People are not getting houses that they actually need. When we look at vacancies, vacancy rates in Malaysia is actually quite high, 19.4%, at about 1.8 million units are unoccupied, most of which are actually newly completed or are designated for rent or for sale. This might indicate that these units were possibly acquired for speculative and investment purposes with expectations of capital gains or rental income rather than owner occupation. Why is this a problem, and why is it a problem when we talk about sort of standards of living? If 1 out of 5 housing units in the country is vacant, 1 out of 5 housing units are vacant, what does that mean for our sort of planning for transportation hubs, right? Or for things like retail development? People, if nobody's living in the houses that they're supposed to live in, 20% vacancy rates, how do we build communities in those areas? How do we build, how do we plan for buses, rail routes that can, that has sort of the footfall or that has the utility rate that can make those systems sustainable. So these are the issues that we want to see when looking at vacancies. Sorry. Again, when we look at the unsold vacant units, what's very clear is that there's a distinct trend in terms of what's actually vacant and what's actually not being sold, and those are actually condominiums and apartments, as well as expensive units. So the market is delivering things that people actually don't want to buy or don't want to live in, indicating an unresponsive housing supply towards the actual demand of the community. And so we go to our sort of the meat of my presentation today, hopefully, which is the need to actually center a rights-based approach to housing in order to make our housing sector prioritize livability and accessibility instead of just churning out units that people won't live in or people can't live in. So what's a rights-based approach to housing? The overarching goal or agenda of the Malaysian housing policy is actually consistently targeted the provision of adequate and quality housing for all. But in practice, like I said, the narrow interpretation of what adequate housing actually constitutes have resulted in housing provision strategies that are often rooted in interventions that prioritize the transactional nature of homes. What I mean by that is that we prioritize building more houses sold at what we call the appropriate prices, right? 300,000 ringgit is an appropriate price for a house right now. Let's build more 300,000 ringgit unit houses. And it does so, I think, while neglecting the true essence of the convention of the right to housing, which is to be adequately housed is to live somewhere in security, peace, and dignity. So for Malaysia, a critical shift in the way that we view housing as a basic right is, I think, very necessary at this point of time. Housing, in its conception, production, and regulation, must be anchored to the needs and rights of Malaysian households. And what this means in practice is to institute a rights-based approach to housing that prioritizes the fundamental purpose of housing to households as a place to live in dignity, peace, and security. Rights-based approaches to housing are actually practiced in other countries with differing levels of success and different approaches to it as well. So you can see that there are many different pathways to actually instituting this type of approach to the way we provide housing for people in the country and the way we strategize housing provision strategies. What's clear, however, is that the choice to center the right to housing on its fundamental dimensions, particularly on the right of housing, particularly on the right to access and use housing as shelter rather than for you to sell or to rent. This decision is actually a very conscious one. In countries like Finland and Scotland, the right to housing is actually enshrined in their constitutions, which explicitly ties access to housing to an individual's right to a dignified life, while placing the responsibility of their respective governments to ensure its fulfillment. Internationally, 69 countries attribute the responsibility of the state to provide adequate housing for citizens in their national constitutions. So what I think is important is, and this quote by Leilani Farha I think is apt, we must acknowledge that the processes that define and shape the design of our housing market in the country, as well as its ecosystem, these processes are not random or accidental, and they are definitely not neutral. The outcomes that we see today in our housing sector have been negotiated by actors who have stood to benefit from the way housing is currently conceived, valued, produced, and regulated. Hence the mere declaration that the right to housing should be upheld is, in its essence, is not enough. As with all rights, the way we interpret, the way we institutionalize, and the way we enforce the rights to housing determine their validity and relevance. This quote by Leilani Farha, I think, encapsulates it quite well. In that the right to housing, if we were to pursue it, it has to be implemented in a manner that changes the way housing is currently conceived, valued, produced, and regulated. What rights to housing we choose to prioritize, I think, determines how we eventually value them. and when housing is primarily conceived as a commodity, as it has been for the past decade. The rights that allow people to sell, transfer, or lease their property becomes paramount in the system, right? And the rights to access or use housing takes a back seat in this structure. So what must we do to reconceptualize this or to shift to a more sort of rights-based approach to housing? And I think the first thing that we have to do is actually we must change our understanding of what efficiency should mean for the housing market. The simplistic conceptualization of land and housing markets, which is often used by neoclassical economic models, have, I think, allowed for the misspecification of policy solutions that we see now to address challenges faced in the development housing. And you can see this in the mainstream policy debate on housing, right? Where interventions to curb rising property prices are really mainly concerned with improving supply-side competitiveness or intensifying the use of housing finance to alleviate demand-side pressures, rather than taking sort of a more fundamental or more first principles approach to the problem. And we must recognize that in actuality, when we talk about housing markets actually facilitate the trade in the bundle of rights to act upon property rather than in the physical asset itself. If you can own a house, but you can't live in it, or you can't rent it out, or you can't use it in any way, how much would you pay for that house? Probably nothing, right? Like, why would you want to buy a structure that you can't use? So what this means is that we must acknowledge that the process by which all these rights that we have in terms of our property, the process by which these rights are allocated is inherently political, and that housing markets essentially ultimately act as a medium to transfer the power to control these resources between actors, a feature that is often not accounted for in most economic analysis of housing markets. So efficiency in this context must be reconceptualized. It must be defined and measured by the ability of the housing sector to actually produce housing that serves the needs and rights of Malaysian households. How do you do this? How do you build an institutional structure that encourages producers of housing to build houses that people want and can afford? So two things that that is currently debated at where I work, the Khazanah Research Institute. The first is to constitute housing as a right for all and not as a privilege for those who can pay. So houses in the country must not only be affordable, but they must also effectively serve the needs and aspirations of diverse Malaysian households. Housing policy and interventions that we undertake in the country, it must be, at the end of the day, guided by the true purpose of housing, and that is to accord households with a secure base from which to carry out their life's functions and to allow them full citizen participation in society and the economy. The second is to, when we talk about housing affordability, it's actually to make house prices genuinely affordable, as opposed to affordable financing. So instead of, which is what we've done, I think, in the country for the past decade or so, instead of making financing, access to housing financing cheaper or easier, which essentially induces artificial demand for housing, instead of doing that, actually build houses that people can buy, houses at prices that people can actually afford. The two things that I want to talk about today that can help us do this is first, to institute a housing needs and demand assessment framework for the country, which we currently do not have. What we have in the local plans or in our documents on housing policies are housing projections, right, based on population dynamics, things like that. What we don't have is actually an assessment of how the dynamics of housing need and demand has actually changed over the years. What type of housing is needed? Do people in Subang Jaya need bungalows, or do you actually need 3-bed apartments? That's not actually instituted in our local council. And the lack of that sort of information or data, I think, restricts the ability of our local councils to make sure that what's actually being built on the ground matches what is actually needed. Secondly, we must, and this is something that actually KRI has actually advocated for since 2018, we must define what decent housing is, or what adequate housing is, what it means for our country. There is no current definition of what is actually socially acceptable housing in our country, what we as a society would ascertain as being decent or being like okay for people to live in, right? To do this, we have to do 3 things. The first is to undertake a national housing condition survey, which can give us baseline information on the state of housing in the country. The second is to use that information from the survey to actually develop the decent housing standard. And this must be done through a participatory process, taking into account the cultural and social norms in the country. What do people actually think is acceptable? And the third is to institutionalize the housing upgrading process. This means that we need to set housing decency targets and develop a monitoring and evaluation framework, as I said before, to measure progress and achievements in this particular line. We don't currently have that. We've done a little bit of work in terms of monitoring and evaluating housing affordability, but nothing beyond that. Like nothing that we can use to assess whether people are actually living in livable and habitable spaces or habitable houses. And this needs to be done if we truly want to anchor our housing provision strategies and policies in instituting housing as a core right for people. My last slide. This is actually something that KRI has put out in our 2023 report on the PPR programs, Program Perumahan Rakyat. This is, in a sense, a framework to develop, as I said before, the decent housing standards, but put into sort of the PPR program framework. It tries to essentially incorporate continuous improvements in building standards by incorporating a feedback loop in the mechanism, by looking at how the buildings are actually in use and taking that sort of feedback to put it back into your design framework, so that things that actually get designed for purpose, for social housing, it's actually livable, it's actually suitable for the people that live in them. So thank you for your attention. I am open to comments and questions during thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation, Dr. Nofariza Mustafa, on humanizing housing beyond affordability. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to the panel discussion session. May I now invite our 2 speakers of the afternoon session to the stage. The first speaker, Town Planner Professional Technologist, Mat Farabi Yusuf, and Dr. Nofariza Mustafa to the stage. And the session will be moderated by the convener of the symposium, Architect Tiri Logachandran. And a reminder to all participants, if you leave earlier, then you can't actually scan the QR code. So there's no point of you leaving anyway, and you'll not get your 8 CPD point from lab. So it's just a reminder.
Okay. Lepas makan ni mengantuk semua ni. Okay. Okay, we had two presentations just now. One on the Smart City Initiative of by our town planner Farabi. Of course, we've discussed about, presented on the Smart City initiatives, the framework of smart cities. Of course, it's gone through but initiative by Gamuda Technologies and Smart City initiative by the government itself, the framework, how we went, how they've been, what they call it, the learn from the best practices overseas and the standards from overseas, how they implemented in the, what do you call it, the, came out with Malaysia's own framework. And right now, there's already a progress, and how we have shown there's already a progress on the Smart City Initiative. And the data that is shown, I think so far 50 over cities has adopted that Smart City, isn't it? Under 70 plus, under that, you got 3 levels of that own Malaysian framework, looking at all the parameters. And of course, I mean, that's a good initiative whereby, I mean, again, it has to go back to the, from federal to state to the various local authority to adapt this Smart City Initiative. Of course, we need champion, the mayor of each of the cities to do that. And of course, he ended his presentation with all these strategies for smart cities, which is being implemented nationwide at the various cities and so on. And the second presenter, mainly on the Khazanah Research Institute, of course, okay, her paper mainly on humanizing housing beyond affordability. I think mainly she has presented on the housing affordability, and again the adequate housing, and also a right-based approach to housing. I think what the data that we saw, one of the shocking data is that if you see that, of course, 27,000 houses are unsold that we know earlier itself. There's a data somebody presented earlier in the morning session, but 1/1,000,000 houses are being unoccupied. That's strange. That means a lot of houses being bought for speculation or rental or what so on. I mean, that's the real data, isn't it? You showed with that residential house and resort and all kind of property. We add on all that, it's more than 1.1 million or so. So that's really worrying. On one hand, we're trying to provide affordable houses. On the other hand, there are 1 million of houses vacant in this country. I mean, those were already bought and it's vacant. And there's an overhang of about 20,000 houses. And of course, she ended a presentation with how to move forward with the right-based approach to housing, which include the strategy, what do you call it, how to define decent housing, and what do you call it, reconstruct housing market, and so on. And of course, one of the data she also showed that the median income is about what the median income that can afford is only 220,000, which is how the population can afford 220,000. I mean, price of houses. I mean, the price at 220,000, whereas our standard for low cost is a minimum, a maximum 300,000. Of course, some states have got a lower pricing and so on. So, I mean, there's also, of course, the mismatch and so on, what she has presented. But these are the things we really seriously look at when there's overhang of so many houses are vacant. Okay, so now I open for question. Anybody have got any questions to these two speakers? Anyone? Okay, Mus again.
Ravi, we've known many years, right?
Yeah.
From from Plan Malaysia, then go into telecom, then go into Gamuda now. The basic question that people ask is for developer and consultant. I got a few questions, but I'll address you first. What is the percentage of the cost of development that you put into a smart city? Like for instance, if there is going to be, say for instance, anyone who wants to venture into development, if I got 100 acre, how much? 200, how much? 1,000, how much? And 10,000, how much? Is there a rule that the bigger the acreage, the lesser the percentage that it can reach into 0.01% ke apa, because it's actually on area. That's number one. Number two, I always have got this, how should I say, second thoughts. People, you got all those listing 25 cities or smart cities, right? But the very fundamental, and you also spoke about it also, because you're talking about the cost of a street lamp, right? If you are saying that the city is smart, we always find there's a lot of street light without lights. So, and I always tell, when there's one city in Klang Valley here, they claim that they're a smart city, but every time they want to know where is actually the street light without lamp, the owner or the people who reside must make a complaint. I kata, if it's a smart city, the lamp will tell, hey, I'm a lot of bulb, can you come and repair my bulb? Macam rumah juga kan, you can know where the bulb is gone, you just check where your So those are the, how should I say, I fail to understand until today for 20 years, why can't the street lamp tell you? Okay, so those are two questions first for you.
All right, fantastic question for the afternoon session. The first one, actually, there is no rate for or the scale in terms of the smart city development cost. It's very hard to describe based on the acreage or based on the name, but because just to give a relative comparison, it can be a very, I couldn't reveal this, but let's say, for example, my island that I'm developing now, 2,300 acres. I have 44 junctions and one junction probably will cost me about smart traffic lights, the four junctions, probably about 200 to 300,000 per junction. That is not inclusive of the traffic light. So you just imagine. But if I decided to do it based on the adaptive solution, adaptive is actually using a CCTV and to look at how many. So it's very adaptive. But if you choose, you opt for looping system, which is a sensor yang bawah tanah tu kan, looping system. That one is much cheaper. And the smart city, okay, this is the hardware part of it. But actually, the one that is actually expensive that people didn't see it is the digital infrastructure behind it, which is, you just imagine all this junction 24/7 generating data. You pass through the junction kan. Where are all this data being stored? In cloud, or to certain extent we call previously in server. So server we call as a in-premise lah, on-prem. So this cloud cost is actually massive. Cloud cost is not cheap. And for us, like for example, Gamuda Technology, we are partnering with Google. So Google price is a bit kayangan, a bit Ferrari than the rest, because due to the data security and etc. etc. So data security is not cheap. We are talking about cyber security. We are talking about scammers nowadays, right? So scammers is and data at the local government is most vulnerable to being hacked. It's very easy. Ini not me. It's one of the research study by Mampu or whatever. So they said data, we surrender our data. We do online transaction. Our data being surrendered to the local government, and we know that, and suddenly we know that local government are among the agencies that are very vulnerable to being hacked. So this cyber security also comes with the cost. And to a certain extent, one of my challenge when I was in telecom before, cyber security cost is much cheaper, much expensive than the product cost. For example, I'm selling CCTV at 1,200 per month, but cyber security cost is 5,000. Because why? You need to do the pen test, so many tests to make sure that the CCTV cannot be hacked easily. So these are the things that the cost that embedded in the smart city, and it's very hard to answer your question, but these are among the costs lah. So the earlier the smart city being planned, I think it will cost you in the long run. rather than you retrofitting the things. And to answer the second question on the why the smart traffic light street lighting cannot, that one is actually the fault findings, self-fault findings. Because our street lighting now is not smart. What is the definition of the smart street lighting? It's not the conventional lighting become the LED. That is not smart. The definition by the ISO 37122 is actually the performance system of the traffic lights. So they can monitor the performance system. So the performance system is the brain behind every smart traffic lights, the smart street lighting. So if you notice, if you notice very easy to recognize the smart street lighting is the jumbo at the top. We call it the NEMA socket. That one is NEMA socket. So NEMA socket is actually the sensor, the brain behind every street lighting. So if the fault finding, they will send the signals to the city operation teams at the command center. So they will know which street lighting that is not functioning . So most of the street lighting that we have in our cities now is yet to be a smart street lighting. So that is the answer for the second question.
All right. I would like to ask on top of that. I think in terms of smart cities, as you mentioned, a lot of them are sensors. Malaysia, unfortunately, we have the the reputation for being first class building, last in class in terms of maintenance. Maintenance of sensors is a huge thing. So how do we want to change our mindset to make sure that this is going to be the follow up of creating a smart city, but sensors not working? So that would be one of the issues. Secondly, the idea of smart cities. I'm glad that Gamuda is taking lead in terms of from private sector, but incentive for private sectors to take it up, because in our model of township, we create township. Private sectors create townships. They hand over all the infrastructures to the local governments and GLCs to run the systems, like street lighting, sewer, all that. So you wash your hand of that. So what gives incentives to developers to pick up these smart cities to give away? So how do you address that? Thank you.
Right. I think the first question about the maintenance culture, right? I do agree. To a certain extent, we are focusing more on the hardware first for now. So hardware first is, yes, you need to invest to the hardware, but the maintenance part is one of the challenges. But believe me, if most of the infrastructure becomes smarter, it's become less maintenance by right. It's self-maintained. It can have a self-maintained need, but at the same time, the street lighting issues Otherwise, you need to wait for the people to do the complaint and etc. And one of the aspects of the smart city also we call as the preventive maintenance and predictive maintenance as well. So these are the elements in a certain smart element that embedded, that they can notify you before anything happen or occurred, so that you can do the part. But however, the maintenance culture, yes, need to embed it. That's why the cost for the smart city, sometimes for my cases earlier, we already calculated. We are calculated for 5 years, 10 years, so that it doesn't be a burden for the first 5 years. So at least they will be running for 5 years, then after that you need to think again. And this need to be in line with the financial budgetary of the local, it can be local government, it can be developers and etc. So the second one is about the incentive. Yes, incentive is is for now I don't see a big incentive except for recognitions and award and photo ops and etc. But however, yes, I do agree. This is what I want to see in the next review of the Malaysian Smart City Framework, which is I've been appointed by the consultant as an advisor for that. Among others that I was thinking is to reciprocal things like if you implement this, you promise at your planning permission stage or building plan stage, probably you can get some
higher density, high flow.
Not the fiscal one. Probably yes, probably can be considered, but probably I would need the wave on the charge pemajuan. On charge pemajuan. I believe that is because at the end of the day, what is the objective of the charge pemajuan? Charge pemajuan being as a tabung for local government to spend back on
ISF
on
lah.
benefit.
ISF can eliminate.
ISF, yes. So I think that will be probably what I can see directly lah.
The other thing, maybe you can go beyond that to automated to repair by itself. That's a yes step, but again, depend on budget.
Hello.
Okay.
Sorry, my name is James. I don't know whether Pam's put these last two talk coincidentally or purposely. 70% of the people in Malaysia can't even afford the housing. Why are we talking about smart city? Number one. And number two, I don't know, the smart city, you know, you top the top 10 of the city. Those are the really rich city. So we are at 80s, you know. So why are we talking about how smart can we be? It's all common sense. And you put it there in terms of ranking. What incentive does it get for a city? Would it become like a smart wash city, or what we call green wash as last time? That's my question.
Okay, I think basically our. Okay, I'll just respond. Maybe you can add a bit. Okay, first, our topic today is about urban crisis response and also housing for all. Basically related back to the housing theme right now. Of course, this initiative, basically smart city, is not just for the rich or those who can afford or whatever. It's basically initiative by the government and also with the private sector and all the stakeholders, basically to create more sustainable or resilient cities. Is part of it. Of course, on the other hand, we, as you said, we have a problem of housing 70% can afford or all that. Okay, maybe that is an area mismatch or whatever as research presented just now. There's one area we have to look at whether the housing, I think a lot of research study or in fact this has to be worked with KPKT as KPKT presented earlier. They also got a lot of issues, challenges in the implementation of paramount mampu. That's one part of it. In fact, there's forums like this where we bring out this kind of issues, bring out and see how to move forward from here. What do we have? On one hand, of course, we're creating smart cities initiative is there, of course, led by Plan Malaysia and JPBD. So that is being ongoing on one side. Of course, that also good initiative. Sometimes smart doesn't mean that it's just putting in money for, of course, that's the last part, as you said, if you have affordable, then you put whatever you can afford on the smart part. But again, if you look at GBI tools also, 75% of it is not really putting up the technologies. It's a lot of planning, design, related to environment, society, community, and so on. You look at the GBI score on township tool, 75% is not really putting in the cost of technologies. A lot of planning and community and so on. Of course, we need this kind of, good that you brought it up. I mean, this is a platform whereby we bring up issues, then we move out from here, strategize from here. Of course, today a lot of questions arise earlier from the KPKT issues, challenges, and all those things. And of course, the tools earlier, resilient cities, smart cities, and so on. Farabi, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I believe that despite we still have a lot of people doesn't afford to certain houses, but believe me, there is about 9 million of premise that already that being need by us. So I believe the smart city is still needed. But to the second question that you asked about I study most of the smart city indexes. Actually, there are many more. IDB by the Singapore Motion Index. It's all about the smart city index. And what I can see, most of the smart city indexes are very perception based. This is where when the first thought I said to the minister earlier, we need to move around from the perception index to more data-driven index. So this is where the ISO 37122 comes into the picture, because it's very data-driven. Let's say, for example, if you want to evaluate or assess the safe city, the smart component, the safe component of the city, they ask about how many percentage of the denominators is the percentage of the cities covered by digital surveillance camera. So it's very objective, rather than you do a perception base. So perception base can be, this is what happening to the happiness index. You interview me today when I just being scolded by my wife, then my index become low. So that's what's happening to most of the perception index. So I believe most of the indexes now go towards data-driven, which is, and the incentive is very straightforward. The higher the ranks, I think is related to the investment. I think it goes similar to the ease of doing business before. So the higher the ranking, the more investor would love to come, and I think this also project in terms of the identity of your cities and your countries.
I actually think James made a brilliant point. Because I do think that we as a country, we tend to chase rankings. And we chase rankings without any regards to what those rankings mean. And my own views on smart cities is the fact that if you're using sort of those indicators in that framework to decide whether your city is smart or not, I think the key question that we have to go back to the first principles really is, why do we even want to make our cities smart, right? Like it's to make people have more a better quality of life, data being collected so that people can actually live better lifestyle essentially. And if those indicators that we use actually don't translate to that, is there a point? And I think that's something that we as a society or as a country need to decide. Do we want to just follow like what is internationally or a standard internationally of what smart cities should look like or should be designed, or do we want to take the underlying goals of what a smart city should be and transpose that to our own sort of society and societal needs? I don't think at this point, I don't think at this point in time that we've actually done that well. But we might see, in the next decade or so that might change. And I think it also goes back to sort of the question that was raised earlier about caustic and things like that, right? You put in something early on, put something canggih-canggih, like put all your sensors or whatever, but you don't take into account how it's maintained. And we see this in housing as well, particularly like social housing, PPR, things like that. That life cycle costing is not being actually being incorporated in the design process or in the development process. And that in 10, 20 years, whatever you put in now won't be usable anymore. And I think that's something that we again need to address. How much do we actually need what's being implemented, what's being put in, or what's being designed, or what's being built? And over time, how do we actually maintain it so that it becomes usable, it becomes livable, people can actually use it rather than it being sort of just a one-time thing where we can say, oh, okay, we've achieved our indicator for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because we built it, but we were not able to maintain it.
Tobu.
Is it my turn? Okay, thank you very much for organizing this very relevant topic for current situation in terms of the population growth and also the economy. Also, thank you, Architect Mustafa, just now highlight the question that is so relevant into every developer or company trying to implement the project. They're also keen to be smart. But this smart usually come with higher tax. Based on my working experience in JBM for about a year plus, I summarize not only quantity surveying into the building of construction costs, also summarize into how many houses to build per acre or high rise per acre also. And then I, using that formula when I work in Marsin and Sunrise for 10 years on development. So development, construction costs for landed property is about 35 to 40% of the GDV, total selling price. High rise is even more, 55 to 60%, due to additional common area like lift and car park. And actually all developers, they keen to be a smart city developer, not only for the award saja, but also for the future. And in fact, it's also more sellable. And I think your idea of smart city, that if developer can comply, then local authorities should charge lesser development charges. I think they should even charge lesser cukai pintu and cukai tanah. So it becomes an incentive of developer to embark into the smart city and buyer to buy those smart city, because cukai tanah and cukai pintu is cheaper. But for every developer, they are so struggling in land cost so high now, and they had to get all consultant design. They had to submit authority, and sometimes a lot of cases cannot get approval or delay in approval, or cannot get so high density, so high unit to cover so many high land costs, and had to monitor consultant, and not sure how soon that unit can be sold until break-even point of 80%. So I suggest to make it this smart city more achievable is architect, engineer, and even QS form a team to see this 1,000 acre or 200 acre, this development, if it based on normal, how much the street lighting going to cost? If you use a smart lighting, how much additional cost? With this few professional team to based on few options, and then look in street lighting supplier, manufacturer, so that they come in with your this standardized and how much price they're going to sell. So with this more and like connected, and then perhaps even sign a memorandum. No, it's a suggestion, not only the question. So that all the tabulation of different types of smart element compared with old one, how much per square feet, how much per number, how much per acre, how much per unit. Yeah. So developer can use that as a reference point with the precise how much saving they can get and who to call. Who is the supplier can agree to this price of street lighting. Yeah? And then it's like the manual. They can use this. All right, developers are busy with so many things. Yeah? And they also want to save costs. And I started the Green Mark certification for MK11 when I was in Sunrise. So that is the first Green Mark certification. And we are so cautious, we are so conscious and worried about the additional cost. So whether you go for mainly additional ventilation, natural lighting, instead of go for high lighting efficiency, and which is so costly, or high electrical efficiency. So I hope maybe suggestion of the smart city, smart development is good, but I think it's the few options of which one to go in and what are the consequences. If can be the manufacturer to tie in, they can supply that smart city element and can score how much, then can get how much is saving in the development charges. That authority will be committed to do. That only can be implemented. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your suggestion. But looking at reality, I think the one part is, of course, the compliance costs. I think seriously look into now, we look at the authorities getting approvals, and the compliance cost sometimes puts us, one is delay, of course, as you said, to get together all the stakeholders, all the involved in this process of getting the development done. The compliance cost, one thing we look at how we look at that again, could be brought down, as you said, we adopt this smart city initiative whatsoever. But again, the other things, again, big developers like Gamuda and all that, they have their own team to do research, study and all this. But at national level, in the first place, we're going to have a national standard specification. Like Singapore has that, UK has that, standard beam files. I mean, we can get data right away. You want lighting, you scroll down, put hundreds of companies, these are light order, this is the file, CAD file, this is the cost, everything is there, including life cycle maintenance, everything is there. That database has to be built. If we have the database, very easy. In fact, CRDP started this, but along the way, I know what happened, we have not developed further from there. So I think we do have a national beam library, a national specification, like what UK has, many countries has that. Singapore has that. They really embark on the real, and again, for the professionals and other stakeholders to adapt to this, what do you call it, CISIB, construction in the system of building or beam or whatever, training for that they can adopt this technology first. I think database is important. Once you have that, then we can move there, all can work together. Everything is there. Just click, you can do your options, what option you want. But right now, only the big developers or big consultant firms, they have the capacity to do that. IBS is the same. Same thing. By right, we can have standards for that. Okay, anyway.
Actually, Malaysian Smart City Association Alliance already established this directory. So, but I believe price is a bit sensitive because we don't have, let's say in my previous, in Korea they have the Smart City Act because one of the things is they want to govern the industry as well. So I believe competition of price is something, because for myself, when I was invited to put, when I was in telecom, I want to put, what is my price for this? So the pricing is not straightforward. Because if you want to put one street lighting, you need to know where is the nearest feeder pillar. What are the engineering works that I want to do? We are talking about traffic light. Am I need to replace the TCU, the central processing for that traffic lights, etc. So this is a bit tricky. And this is the reason why the solution provider doesn't want to put their prices. But I believe at one time, probably in the future, yeah, they're going to have more standardized directory that people can easily look at as a one single source of truth.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a question. I think Puan Kazana has done a good job in recognizing that the word adequate housing framework is one of the key factors that you want to include in affordability, apart from affordability. I think, if I'm not mistaken, about a decade ago in Thailand, the king introduced the idea of sufficiency, adequacy and sufficiency. So I think, what do you think about the idea of what we are providing in terms of, I posed this question to KPKT earlier, that we have a minimum square footage that we need to provide, maximum price we need to provide, and we are providing for so many different sectors of income group. Is there a study about adequacy or sufficiency of each of these sectors and provide solutions based on this study, rather than having a standard framework that provides sufficiency and adequacy for all? I know everybody is entitled to adequate housing, adequate space, adequate what do you call place to grow. I think it's also about affordability in terms of ability to pay for it. Sufficiency as in enough for you to live comfortably. It's not like you want to you have money to buy a Proton, but you want a Mercedes. It's very different. The quality is different, the size is different, the comfort is different. So is there any study on that can spread the sector a little bit more rather than a one size fit all? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this is one of the issues that I highlighted in my presentation, is the fact that we don't actually have a framework to assess the actual housing needs and demand of our people. The fact that our housing projections just tell you that, oh, okay, KL needs 1 million, not 1 million, Malaysia needs 1 million housing in like 5 years or 10 years, without accounting for how the actual industry can actually produce in that time. Tells you a lot, right? Like, what does 1 million unit of housing actually mean? Can 1 million unit of housing actually solve the issues of people actually living in houses that they actually need and that's actually suitable for them? So we don't actually have that. We don't have that in our current planning framework. Other countries do this. The UK does this quite well, in a sense that if you go to their local council and you as a developer and you want to build, say, 200 units of housing, they can tell you what actual housing units you need to build. Oh, actually, in this particular township, we need so and so number of studios, so and so number of 3-bed apartments, and that's actually based on their own determination or their own assessment of what that locality really needs. Do they have families? Do they have singles? Do they have people who are there for work, who are transient, who will leave in 2-3 years? So we need that in Malaysia. It's something that we've actually proposed in the past National Housing Policy back in 2018. The fact that a housing needs and demand assessment framework is needed for the country, particularly at the local level. But again, this really means that what we need to do, as I've said in my presentation, we need to invest that money to actually build our knowledge on what the baseline actually is right now, right? What actual housing do we have? What households actually live in them? We don't know. We don't have that information. But we have to start somewhere, I think. I mean, it's a question of, I think, for the government, I think it's a question of resources. To do this, you need a lot of resources. You need to spend a lot of money to go on the ground, look at the housing that people are actually living in. Are they actually living in housing that's overcrowded? We as a country don't even have an actual proper definition of what overcrowding means, let alone whether a housing unit is habitable. So lots and lots of things to do, but we need to start somewhere. I
think as Mr. Murli mentioned just now, Dasar Perumahan 2026 to 2030, they're already looking into this. Multi-generation housing and different size and all that, not just, of course, Dasar Perumahan 2025, 2025, they didn't have this.
KRI, I am actually part of the team that's going to design the National Housing Policy. It's something that we are going to propose to the government. Hopefully this time around it gets picked up. That diversity in what types of housing and what kinds of housing is needed on the ground, even if you're really just trying to build housing for, say, the vulnerable groups or the poor, social housing, right? It needs to go beyond 600 square feet, 3 bedrooms to a 1 bathroom. It needs to be like, okay, actually, this person can't access housing, needs a PPR unit, but they actually have more than 10 people in their families. So they can't fit, obviously can't fit into a 3-bed apartment, right? Or if you've got people who are single mothers with only 1 child, you don't really need a 3-bed apartment, you need maybe a studio or a 2-bed apartment. So that kind of diversity in terms of what housing gets built, I think is something that we need to incorporate in our housing policy.
Yeah, just now to Farabi, now to Dr. No Farida. Okay, in your paper, is quite interesting. I'm sitting here as though I'm listening to Viva being shown to us, and I've got to ask questions. So I got 3 questions here. Number 1, I read you presented the part about adequate housing. So I think if you are the Khazanah Research Institute and you are actually belongs to Khazanah, wouldn't it much better that you become the, how shall I say, the feasibility provider to tell us that, and with the help of architects here to design the house that you are thinking of doing the research? Because right now, the way that I look at it is you are actually writing a report or doing a research, but there's no one to actually draw the drawings for you. So how are you going to review or do some options? So I think that's one. So at least people here have got jobs to do, okay? We can give you options, So for you to actually evaluate. That's number 1. Number 2, the adequacy of house. I remember for Rancangan Malaysia ke-13, the KE is now looking at the socializing of these things. So the adequacy items there, if you can put that in terms of points, KPI points that every developer must achieve. That probably will be part of the whole drive towards having a people-centric housing rather than a developer-centric housing. Because I think that's what we need to do. We need to do a people-centric housing, just like people saying we need to do a people-centric transportation. You know, now the transportation is actually more of how much money you actually spend rather than how much service you're doing. Okay, so having said that, do you realize that there is one corridor that is underutilized where that line has already been there servicing us for the past 25 years, but it is under ridership? Wangsa Maju line. Okay, all those flats during those time was only 5-story flats, but they are all at walking distance to the station. But behind all those 5-story flats are 20-story, 40-story flats. But those people, most of the time, they don't use the MRT. These people are the ones using the LRT. So as a result of that, there's this reduced, as any of Khazanah tried to do, like for instance, just now you're trying to actually impose on housing affordability. So increasing the number of units along that line will actually increase the ridership and actually will make that line feasible. So, you know, that's one way of looking at it, so that can be a test bed. And then the third one, looking at your table where you have the world price houses and then the state, from the highest, the most expensive house is Putrajaya there, right? Putrajaya all the way down, I nampak tadi Melaka tadi tu. Sebab, come December, I can take a train from the ETS train, live in Melaka, I can still come to work faster than people in Shah Alam. And the house price is actually 1/4 of the price on Shah Alam. So because of Khazanah research, do you see a pattern that a same developer in Klang Valley and another developer of the same name developing in Central or Melaka or in Johor Bahru, doing the houses, they can actually do a cheaper houses in those areas and actually have people do on the train? Because that's what happening in Taiwan. They are actually having an income of a city, but living the luxury of a village. So how do we do from here?
Lots of questions. let me try to address it one by one. I think the first, if I remember correctly.
Wangsa Maju line.
We go back from the most recent to the first. The interplay between, I think, transport and housing is very important. I mean, in any city, public transport, be it like your buses, your LRTs, your transport hubs, the way we design cities to make sure that people can actually people can live near transport hubs and go to the places that they need to go. What we call first place is your house, second place is your home, third place is your recreational places, right? But those places just need to be connected for it to become a vibrant city, right? For people to actually live in it and enjoy living in a city. So in that sense, the interplay between public transport or transport in general and housing is something that we need to take into account, which I think in our current framework, that integration between transport links and housing development is not really reflected in our policy documents. So as you said lah, kat Melaka rumah murah, kat KL rumah mahal, ETS from Melaka, might as well live in Melaka, right? Very true.
You can cut it short.
Okay, sorry. But yeah, God, lost my train of thought.
Interruption.
Yeah, and I think it will become more and more important. This link between this interplay between transport and housing will become more and more important as we see in the next few years when the fuel rationalization, subsidy rationalization is being put forth. The fact that my presentation, I think, sounds or looks like a viva, I think it's because it's a bit more conceptual than we are used to as a society, which is why I started with lots of data, which is something that people are more familiar with, right? You look at graphs and charts and things like that. But in terms of trying to change the way we look at housing, change the way we think about housing, yeah, that thing takes a bit of work. Some of the stuff that you've mentioned in terms of what Khazanah needs to do. I mean, we are Khazanah Research Institute, we are a non-profit arm of Khazanah. We don't have that kind of money, to be honest. But I think that relegates the point, the points that I was trying to make earlier, that the setting of the standards, the setting of what decent housing or adequate housing mean must come up from the bottom up, right? It must come up from what society thinks what is decent or what is adequate for them in our current society. What is adequate or decent in, say, the UK or in Finland might be completely different from what we think is decent or adequate in our country. And I think that needs to be put in place first through the processes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I think almost getting 5. Maybe one last question. Not Mus, somebody else, anybody else? Okay. Right.
I would like to address to Dr. Noor Farera about your paper and speech on affordability and adaptability. So yeah, it's good to can achieve that, but I involved in construction and development for so many years, and for the last 5 years also searching for land, and very sad is to inform when we search for land for development, we encounter landowner and agent, even sometimes lawyer, very much keen to increase the price by so much. Even the land has been vacant for 10 or 20 or even 50 years. So sad we are always facing the problem, sometimes to the extent ransomed by all this group of people from landowner, agent, and even lawyer. So from national level, Khazanah or perhaps Khazanah is under MOF can look into that to see this problem, how to solve for developer. Besides architect Mustafa add on another duty to developer to provide the transportation hub for every development. So how to solve the problem of land cost, especially land had not been used for many years, not even sewa for kereta cuci, or not even for plantation or palm oil whatsoever, just vacant there. I think a lot of people will say when I talk to land office to say, this land I want to develop, but this land owner don't want to deploy, don't want to, and unused for so many years. So although everyone have the right to property to stay for shelter, but the guy who ought to buy the land or apply from government and we did not by right under nation and code they have to build within 2 years. If not, government can take back. But never government take back those land have been granted. So how to solve that if they do not develop or use the land for within 2 years, then government take back. Or those have passed more than 30 or 40 years, if the land had not been used, by right I quite agree to our Deputy Prime Minister. If, especially this hall, they had not been used, then when they're going to renew the lease, government can take back 20%, they only can renew 80% of the land, but some of the land they cannot be, they do not actually use. So how the government can take back should not be based on market rate. If market rate, if they use, but those I'm talking about unused, still leave it as younger, so we only pay them half the market rate. Then the other half is the work for land office to acquire the land, maybe also the land office acquire, they can sell 70-80%, then a developer can buy the land at the 70-80% of land from this group of landowner buying the land or owning the land, not for development, not for use, but purely for speculation.
Speculation, yeah, happens. Okay, quick one.
Quick one. So I just want to say that the value of land is actually determined by what you can use on it, what you can use with it, right? If you can only build 2 units of affordable housing in a plot of land, that land won't sell for more than 600,000.
So you were selling any research data on that?
Oh no, there's no research. I mean, it's a more. I'm talking about this is being a more conceptual sort of
That's right,
approach to it,
yeah.
right? Research data on value of land, not so much. But so if we are, I think, open to the idea of, and I think the first thing that needs to be done really is get that baseline study going to see what is actually needed in the community, what's needed in the locality, what is needed to be built. If you have that, then the local council that has that data can come to, say, a landowner or a developer that wants to build in a particular site, right? Actually, we don't need 20 bungalows here. We only need 20 units of 2-bed apartments. That land, if you only need to build 2-beds apartment compared to 20 bungalows, obviously that land won't be worth what a 20 bungalow house would be worth at the market, right? But what a 20 unit 1-bed apartment would be worth. So it's effectively will be less. Yeah.
Anyway, land matter a bit difficult to control. As long as he pays the quit rent and pay the assessment, nobody can stop or go and take off the land for something, or even the local authorities. Though they got certain powers, if they don't develop within certain years or whatever, it's not that easy said and done. Of course, there's a different platform we can discuss about land speculation on land. Of course, people still speculate, flip. Everybody want to make money. In many cases, we engage architect, do design, everything done, approve. Immediately, price appreciate, sell. And then the guy buys it, hold on for a while. Let for another 5 years, speculate, price go up again. So anybody can speculate anyway, anything they like. Anyway, I think we have to come to end. Thank you, the two speakers here, Fazila and also Farabi. And also to all of you who can stay quite long. You are a champion until 5 o'clock here today. Thank you so much.